Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was raised by God Kratos? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Chapter 1. Legacy of a Ghost. Number 4. Privet Drive. 5 years since the first defeat of Voldemort. 6-year-old Hadrian Harry Potter did not have that great a life, but he didn't have an absolute shit life either. He hated his uncle with a passion. The man was a fat, smelly bigot that hated anyone and thing that wasn't normal. Hell, Harry thought that if he was around at the time, he would have gladly joined the Nazi party to wipe out all things inferior to him and other normal people. He spat at anyone of different skin color, sneered at anyone that had any outrageous hair color, scoffed at anyone wearing weird clothes, and the list went on and on. Naturally, his hatred was aimed at Harry as well due to the freakishness that kept occurring around him. It had started with some random occurrences, light bulbs just suddenly exploding, furniture being moved with no one touching it, doors slamming shut or open, and more. The more things that happened, the angrier he got, and he took that anger out on Harry. It wasn't until a couple months ago that his aunt had told him he was a wizard and that his father was also one while his mother was a witch. Of course, Harry being young became scared about his mom being a witch, but his aunt had explained that movies and shows only showed bad witches and that there were plenty of good ones out there. His aunt was the only kindness he had in his life, maybe because she had no children of her own and saw him as hers, and she'd always helped him when she could since Vernon didn't like her helping him. She had gotten bolder after a particularly brutal beating one time that Vernon caught Harry petting a snake as if it was just a dog. Though, his beatings continued to be bad because Vernon blamed him for his marriage problems and claimed that Harry had bewitched his wife. Funny enough, it was also right after that they seemed to gain more snakes in and around their yard, and they always took threatening positions whenever Vernon was seen, but were completely calm around Harry and Petunia. It didn't take a genius, which Harry had been called by his school teachers, to figure out that the snakes weren't happy with what Vernon had done. Too bad they couldn't help him at school. While teachers didn't have any problems with him, beyond one bitch that beat his knuckles red if he tried to write with his left hand, the kids were different. They teased him about his clothes, about not having friends, and most of all for the scar he had, though a few acted friendly, just so Harry would do any schoolwork they didn't want to do. It didn't help Harry's popularity that he liked to read and gain knowledge of new things. Plus the fact he could read a 400-page book in under 5 minutes and remember it all helped him in his hobbies. When he saw his aunt love gardening, Harry had gone to the library and read a couple dozen books and magazines on gardening to help her. Petunia had been touched by how sweet he was, and they had taken care of and improved the garden with Petunia correcting Harry with her own first-hand experience. Harry soaked it in knowing that knowing something from a book wasn't the same as truly knowing the subject firsthand. So he informed his aunt of what he had read, and she told him what she had tried, altered, accepted, and rejected. That day was nice as he and his aunt had worked hard and laughed a bit. But it was ruined when Vernon got home. The moment he found out Harry had touched the garden, he doused the whole area in bleach, declaring that there would be no freakish plants on his property. This was also before the snake incident. Petunia had been outraged and screamed at him, which led to the first time he had hit Petunia, smacking her across the face and sending her to the ground. Harry remembered it clearly like it had happened 10 seconds ago. He also remembered him being worried and then angry to the point he had pushed his uncle, and the man had actually been sent back a few feet. That had been a mistake as Vernon got up in shock, but it morphed to rage and he was beaten before Petunia managed to save him. That was Harry's life so far. He did anything good or bad, and his uncle would find a reason to beat him. Petunia tries to protect him or protest, and she gets hurt. Eventually, Harry learned to take the pain and endure it so his aunt wouldn't get hurt, but he couldn't hide his physical reactions when the wounds started adding up. Luckily, He healed within a couple days unless the beating was really bad, which his aunt said was his magic healing him. Right now, Harry was lying in his closet beneath the stairs. Vernon had refused to let him have one of the actual rooms and warned Petunia the boy would not eat if she dared try to give him one. He could have a room or he could have food. His uncle would never allow both, though calling what he got to eat his food was a stretch. Anyway, he was currently laying on his stomach since his back was covered in cuts, welts, lashes, and more from a particularly brutal beating from his uncle. This one came from the school calling and recommending Harry go into an accelerated program due to how smart he was. His uncle didn't like that and showed his displeasure for it by beating more freakish nature out of him, as only a freak could be as smart as Harry apparently was, or he was a cheat and bewitched his teachers into thinking he was doing well and wasn't a stupid fool like his parents. Now he was just laying there trying to not aggravate his wounds even worse. He also couldn't help the hatred he felt towards his uncle, especially since there was no evidence to suggest that his memory or educational skills had anything to do with magic. He hoped that he and his aunt could leave soon, but his aunt was limited in options beyond government aid, and even that was limited. His aunt mentioned he had money from his parents, but she had no idea how to get to it, or she, and he would have left already. Writing to someone in the magical world was out since apparently they used owls to deliver mail, and since they didn't have one, he broke from his thoughts as he heard his aunt scream, "Get the hell off of me!" Petunia screamed as Harry bolted up and began trying to get out of his closet. Harry tried to open the door, but it was locked, so he tried slamming into it. He ignored the pain from doing so and kept slamming into it over and over again, feeling his fear and anger grow the more his aunt screamed and shouted. Harry felt tears coming down his face as he hated being weak, he hated being helpless, he hated how he had no way to help his aunt against whatever was happening. The pain and the anger surged through him before he roared and slammed into the door, sending it off its hinges and into the wall. But Harry didn't care as he quickly scrambled upstairs. Arriving at the room his aunt slept in, as she refused to share a bed with Vernon anymore, Harry entered to see Vernon without a shirt on, pinning Petunia to the bed with Petunia's nightgown being torn, revealing one of her breasts and her panties. Not that Harry cared about that at the moment, as what he did care about was getting his uncle away from his aunt. Harry rushed over and started hitting him, only for his uncle to knock him away with a glare as he kept tearing at Petunia's gown. At his aunt's scream, Harry snarled as his rage boiled even higher, and he rushed Vernon and tackled him to the floor before he began punching him. The first few were strong enough for Vernon to jerk his head, but the more Harry punched, the weaker he got as exhaustion started flooding him. As such, Vernon was able to recover and grab Harry before throwing him into the wall by the bed. "You damn freak. You dare attack your betters? I'll kill you once and for all," Vernon shouted as he took his belt and began hitting Harry, who screamed as he wasn't prepared for it. "Vernon, leave him alone," Petunia shouted as she grabbed the belt and struggled with him before he slapped her down. "Be silent, you whore. Once I'm through with this freak, you'll learn your proper place," Vernon shouted as he resumed hitting Harry before Petunia threw herself over him and refused to move no matter how much Vernon hit and kicked. "Annie?" Harry asked as his eyes were blurry from a hit to his head. "It's all right, sweetie. I'm here. I know someone who can help. Just hand on honey," Petunia stated before she winced at a painful slap to her back from the belt. Fighting through the pain, she focused on the bit of magic her sister had been kind enough to teach her that anyone could use, as it had to do with blood instead of magical power. "Hear me, all who came before in the line of Evans. I call upon my ancestors to help. I plead for mercy, for justice, and for safety. Head my call. Help those of your blood in their time of need. We are worthy of your aid. Please hear me and help us," Petunia stated as a soft glow enveloped her hands. "Are you willing to stand beside him and follow him no matter what?" A deep masculine voice echoed in her mind. "Yes," Petunia answered with no hesitation. "I'll never leave Harry, no matter what." "Very well. You will be held to that, and you will protect and help him in exchange for this," the voice replied as Petunia gave a mental nod. "I'd do anything for Harry. He doesn't deserve this life. He deserves to be loved, respected, and to have true friendship, not hatred and bigotry," Petunia answered as she felt the voice nod within her mind. Very well. You will be saved and given a new chance. The voice stated before she heard Vernon yell, before a loud crash was heard, and she was sure he was sent flying into the wall. However, she couldn't look as her body was too sore and she was exhausted. Although, she did notice Harry's hand extended towards where Vernon was and had a faint smile on her face. That's my boy. Petunia thought as she kissed his head and held Harry while she tried to not move him or herself too much. The last thing she saw before she passed out was a flash of light and a green flame. Meanwhile, on Olympus, Zeus, king of Olympus and the Greek pantheon, sat on his throne feeling tired. It had been millennia since the war with his son, and nearly as many since he fixed things for the better following the Norse's foolishness, though of course the Egyptians weren't spared either in that conflict when things spiraled. His grandson was staying in the Norse to ensure no further hostilities arose between the giants and Asgardians, though he and Odin were a bit of a cold war between them still. It wasn't as bad as it was, but it wasn't ideal either. As for Olympus, the gods and titans were doing well, with only Kronos and a small few others having to be imprisoned again since they just couldn't stop fighting. They had lost the first war, and the second one had them all killed by single mortal since Kratos had lost his godlike powers and still brought Olympus and the world to its knees. However, quite a few of their demigods were getting a bit unruly. Hercules was still a jealous brat, Theseus was a diva, and Achilles was still looking for the next big fight. Perseus was at least happy to be settled down with Io and was willing to work when it was called for. Although, many of the gods and goddesses decided to leave their marriages as they only kept them out of some sense of duty rather than love, and he was happy to dissolve the marriages and let them have a chance to meet someone worthy of each of them. Father, a voice called, making Zeus sit up and look around, wondering who had approached him without him noticing. Father. The voice called again, making him frown before he widened his eyes as a bald man with ash skin, a black beard, and a red mark on his body dressed in armor appeared before him. Kratos. Zeus stated in shock at seeing his last son here, before him, looking like a specter. Yes, it's been some time. Kratos stated as he stood there. Why have you appeared before me? I had thought you gone from this world entirely. Zeus asked in confusion as Kratos smirked. You of all people know that death for us is never a finality. However, I'm not here to discuss the details of my appearance, but to give you a task. Kratos stated, making Zeus frown in confusion. There is a boy in England. You are to save him from his current situation. I am already informing Atreus about this as we speak. Kratos stated, making Zeus frown more, especially at the rage he saw in Kratos' eyes at the mention of the boy's situation. And what about this boy interests you so? Zeus asked as Kratos merely looked at him. He is my heir. Kratos stated, making Zeus' eyes widen in shock. Yes, he has been beaten and reviled for 5 years with only his aunt to give him comfort. She has enacted an old magical alarm to those of her blood, and I was first to hear it. But it won't be long before the call reaches Olympus and other individuals. If he falls to darkness, it will be my darker days all over again. Kratos warned before Zeus stood. He is of my blood. I will give him the full protection I can. Zeus stated, knowing the boy could either be the greatest of heroes or the cruelest of conquerors if he wasn't properly cared for. Good. One other thing I ask is that you ensure the boy's uncle enjoys the full hospitalities that Olympus offers to those who abuse children. Kratos stated as Zeus snarled as thunder and lightning echoed out in the sky. He'll receive my personal attention. Zeus stated. Kratos nodded. Thank you, goodbye, father. Kratos stated as he faded away, before Zeus marched out of his throne room, just as the other gods and goddesses arrived to see what was wrong. Father, what is happening? Athena asked as Zeus stormed past her with an enraged look on his face. I will return shortly and explain. Till then, I want our best healers ready to receive a patient or be ready to come to whatever location I call them. Zeus ordered as he left the room, having sensed the proverbial beacon that was left from the magic, making the different gods and goddesses look at each other in confusion, but went to carry out the order. At that moment, Asgard, Loki aka Atreus, god of mischief and mayhem and considered at times for languages and magic, looked down on the world from Asgard with a small smile. His life was odd since the time he was a child. First as was losing his mother and traveling with his father, learning he was a god, losing his father and being taken in by Odin and the others, and then setting the stage for Ragnarok for the gods he hated to fall. His son Jormungandr, birthed from the body of his father, would slay Thor. His other son Fenris would slay Odin while his daughter would manage Hel, and thus would make Freya and her Valkyries useless in the long run, and as such he could slay them. With Mimir's help, though he didn't have to do much since most of the Valkyries were on his side of things for the gods interfering in the various matters. They'd never fight Freya, of course, but they were more than willing to fight everyone else. The plan worked beautifully. Odin fell to Fenris. Thor was dead with Jormungandr only being wounded. The Valkyries that stood with Freya fell to his magics, poisons, and traps, while he himself gutted Freya for her part in killing his father, while his giant brethren and the loyal Valkyries stormed Asgard and slew the other Asgardians, with Brock and Sindri being more than willing to provide weapons and armor and helping in the fighting, especially when Loki allowed them to take any and all gold they found from Asgard. Considering Asgard was a city mainly made of gold, the two made out like bandits. Then the chaos came, of course. Without Freya to help keep the godlike power from escaping, their section of the world was getting torn apart just like it was in Greece. But Ragnarok was the end of the world, or it was until his father interfered from Hel and used some form of magic to fix the world. Not only that, but he brought the gods both of them had killed back, and they were taking their duties more seriously and not being corrupt like they were. Of course, whatever his father had done also unleashed magic into the world in full, which was why wizards, witches, and sorcerers were out and about so much now. His father stayed dead, however, and bid Loki to keep an eye on the Norse should someone else try to cause chaos and problems in the world. Things had changed a bit since then. Thor was still eager for a fight, but now he didn't pick fights with just about anyone and only with those who were a viable threat to Asgard. Odin was still king, but he wasn't so. Selfish was the best word Loki supposed. He even annulled the marriages between himself and Freya and the one between him and Frigga while still keeping the alliances they brought to Asgard. Of course, Baldur still hadn't forgiven Freya for the curse, and the other gods forbid her from trying to do so again, or they'd all be against her. Loki was still treated by a good deal of the populace as an outcast and traitor for what he had done during the first Ragnarok, but Loki didn't give a shit. They had brought it on themselves. They could have just left him and his father the fuck alone, but knew they had to go all hostile and paranoid and attack them repeatedly. Plus, Odin being an asshole and essentially screwing with the natural order of things only made it worse and more justifiable. Loki broke from his musings as he felt a presence near him and looked around. "Whoever you are, come out before I make you come out," Loki ordered as he had fire in his hands along with several knives hovering around him. A chuckle sounded out. "You've improved, boy," Kratos stated as he appeared before Loki, who could only look on in shock. "Father?" Loki asked in shock as Kratos merely looked at him. "Atreus, you've grown into your own man, good," Kratos stated as Loki looked at him. "How?" Loki asked, and Kratos smiled gently, or as gently as a god of war and Spartan warrior/commander could anyway, and shook his head. "That is not what is important right now, Atreus. I am here for a reason. Our descendant and my heir is in danger," Kratos stated, making Loki widen his eyes in shock, since he wasn't aware of any of their family still being on Earth. "I have already contacted Zeus. He is on his way there as we speak, as the boy's aunt enacted an old magic, and I was the first to respond. You and the others must protect that boy until he's capable of fighting for himself. Heimdall should be able to give you directions. Now hurry, the boy and his aunt will need medical attention," Kratos ordered. Loki didn't need to be told twice, mostly from his father, having drilled into his mind how to take his orders clearly and directly, and immediately headed for the Bifrost. "Heimdall!" Loki called as he entered, and saw the gatekeeper there already preparing the Bifrost. "I'm already getting you to a clear location. You will need to teleport from there to number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging in Surrey, England. The boy and his aunt are in an upstairs bedroom, badly wounded," Heimdall stated, making Loki nod. "Inform Freya and Frigga that I may need their services to heal them." Loki stated as Heimdall nodded before Loki jumped through the Bifrost before then, using his own form of magic to teleport to the address, knowing that by his father's tone, it was an unsaid version of "get your ass there now, before I beat your ass." Loki honestly forgot how much he missed his old man and his way of doing things. Number 4. Privet Drive with Harry and Petunia. Zeus and Loki arrived at the same time and nodded to each other before looking around the room. They saw a fat, half-naked man thrown into the wall, with the damage to the wall showing it was done with a good amount of strength. And near them was a half-naked woman that was battered and bloodied, and she was hugging / shielding a small boy that was even worse shaped than the woman was. Zeus knelt to check on the two as Loki went over to the man. Zeus gently pulled the woman off and laid her to the side of the boy and saw that they were both breathing. The boy is healing already. The woman will need help if she's to not be crippled or permanently scarred. Zeus stated as he used his own powers to stabilize the woman. While not a healer, he could at least fix a few things. Looking over at his grandson, he saw him extracting memories from the fat man, no doubt to see if the man was to be helped or punished since someone else could have done this, and then left and Zeus didn't know if the fat man was the uncle or not. The fact that his grandson snarled in rage a moment later told him that the man was going to be punished. "Grandfather, I'd like to ask that you have Uncle Hades pay personal attention to this fat oaf." Loki snarled, fighting the urge to kill the man right here and now. "I believe that could be arranged, but we should focus on these two." Zeus stated, knowing that Loki's rage meant that the man was more than deserving for whatever happened to him. "Agreed," Loki stated as he used a bit of magic to ensure that Vernon stayed unconscious. "I asked Heimdall to get Freya and Frigga ready should the need arise." Loki stated, making Zeus nod, knowing those two were skilled in healing arts. "Very well, I will grant them access to Olympus." Zeus stated, making Loki nod. "Take the two to Olympus along with this fat waste of space. I'll clean up this area and make it so the boy and his aunt can be left alone for a time." Loki stated, making Zeus nod, knowing Loki had more knowledge of the situation than he did at the moment. Zeus then gently placed his hands on the boy and woman before vanishing in a crack of thunder, while Vernon was gone as well. Loki then cracked his neck and knuckles and began casting and manipulating the area with his magic to ensure that a lasting impression was left behind for magic users as well as others. Once his work started, it would spread on its own, but not move beyond the house since he didn't need to affect the entire neighborhood, let alone the town with what he was doing. Once he finished initiating his magic, he teleported away to Olympus since he had an open invitation to visit as he pleased. Along the way, he also ensured he snatched one particular fat cow bitch of a woman who had a hand in Harry's suffering. Olympus. Loki arrived on the main veranda and walked towards where he knew Zeus would take the boy and the woman. However, as he entered the main chamber of the palace, he heard heated discussion going on between his grandfather and adoptive father. "What the hell is going on, Zeus?" Loki leaves Asgard in a rush. Heimdall will say nothing. "And now both of my former queens are taken off to do something that none of us know about, forcing us to follow here." Odin demanded as Zeus just stood there with both their pantheons there as well. "Step back, old man. Now is not the time to try being forceful," Loki stated as he made his presence known as everyone turned to him, and he saw Freya and Frigga there. "Loki, explain yourself," Odin ordered as Loki ignored him. "Freya, Frigga, if you come with me, please, I'll show you to the patients in need of your help," Loki stated as he led the two former queens away as Odin frowned. "Calm yourself, Odin, we'll explain soon. Right now, we only know some of what is going on." Zeus stated in a tone that conveyed the old man had better control himself, especially while in Zeus' domain. Odin grimaced but nodded nonetheless and waited before a while later Loki, Frigga, and Freya came back with the latter two looking exhausted but apocalyptically furious. Before anyone could say anything, Loki conjured a large table and enough chairs for everyone, making sure the table was round so there would be no head butting over who sat at the head of the table. "Sit. This will be a long discussion," Loki ordered, not caring about decorum or authority right now. Loki, Zeus, Freya, and Frigga all sat down immediately, and the others began sitting moments later with Loki situated between the Norse and Greek sides since across from him was an empty spot. Before anyone could comment, Loki summoned a large goblet of alcohol and began drinking it down. Brother? Thor asked, since Loki rarely drank like a normal Asgardian did. Thor, just oh, not now. Loki stated in a tone that conveyed he was in no mood for jokes or questions before he downed the entire goblet before refilling it and setting it down as he rubbed his temples. Frigga and Freya both summoned some wine for them and drank a good deal as well. Can someone explain what the hell is going on? Ares finally asked as Zeus gave him a look before sighing. The boy in the other room resting was in danger. Myself and Loki saved him at the behest of a mutual loved one. Zeus stated, making everyone frown as Loki was still trying to nurse his head and keep his rage in check. And who would that be? Hera asked in confusion. Zeus took a breath and exhaled slowly. Kratos. Zeus stated, making each person look on in shock while Frigga and Freya choked on their wine as they both looked at him in shock. Why does Kratos care about the boy? Hephaestus asked as Zeus locked his hands in front of him and leaned against them. The boy is Kratos' heir. Zeus stated, making them all look at him in shock. How is that possible? Athena asked, since she didn't know of anyone other than Atreus that was of Kratos' blood. I can only assume Kratos revived at least one other member of his mortal family when he reversed Ragnarok. Zeus stated as Hades gave his own nod, since he didn't think to take stock of the souls of Tartarus after everything that happened beyond, ensuring the blackest and cruelest souls were still imprisoned. Deimos. Loki stated as he sat back in his chair. What? Baldur asked as he looked at Loki. He brought my uncle Deimos back, Loki stated, making the Olympians nod while looking guilty. That would explain it, but why is he here? Aphrodite asked, and Loki waved his hand before a scroll appeared before each god and goddess there. That is a list of his injuries, all of which he suffered in only 5 years, and the boy is only 6. Loki stated, making them all look at the scrolls in shock before many looks turned to outrage and murderous. There is also the fact that from the memories I viewed from a waste of human life and air, the boy has begun to unlock his magical powers as well as beyond human strength. Loki continued, making the gods all look at each other in surprise, since it was rare for a being that had less divine blood than half to begin unlocking their own divine strength, skills, and powers. Well, clearly the boy is Kratos' endurance and iron will. However, even if we were talking about harboring and helping to raise him, what of the woman? Hades stated, then asked, as while a case could be made for the boy to be protected, the woman would be harder to justify. She can't be separated from him. She's bonded to him. It's relatively new, but the bond is there and connecting the two. Frigga explained, as she had felt the bond while healing the woman. Does she possess magic? It's unheard of for a non-magical to be bonded with a magical. Poseidon asked, as many others nodded. She has a minor core, from what I can guess without looking into it deeply. She has a rare condition of an affliction that is strangling her core, and as such she could be classified as the current term used by the world known as a squib. Frigga explained, making them frown. She's the boy's maternal aunt. His father came from an old magical family. However, that is not the most interesting thing about his lineage. Loki stated as they all looked at him in confusion. What else is there? He's your and Lord Zeus' descendant. Sif stated, wondering what else could there be. Apparently, from what I was able to trace through his blood, he's also Lord Poseidon, Hades, and Odin's descendant as well. Loki stated, once again shocking the entire room. That's not possible. Hades stated, evidently it is. Loki stated before waving his hand, and a chart appeared showing Harry's lineage all the way back to Deimos. The 3 gods in question easily saw which descendant was in Harry's family tree and were shocked, since they believed the last members of those branches had died out long ago. The boy needs to be protected, Tyr stated, making many nod. Yes, but we can only do so much without breaking the laws we built after Ragnarok was reversed. We have a somewhat peaceful understanding with the Egyptians, but there are those among them and among our own creations that would gladly provoke a fight or go after the boy for things that my father did, or to keep his power from ever fully maturing. Being my father's heir would be enough of a target, but being a direct descendant from the Olympian brothers and Odin himself, many will want the boy destroyed before he can receive any training. That kind of power combined with that of the man who brought Olympus and Asgard to its knees would be terrifying to anyone looking to conquer or invade. Loki stated, making many of them nod since that was correct. We can't make him a full god either, since we don't know what he would be adjusted to become the god of in time. He's still so young and hasn't reached any form of maturity, magical, muggle, or divine. Hera stated, making them all nod. We can't raise him in our domains, but any allies or servants we have can do so. And we've made no law that says we cannot train or educate a mortal that we decide is worthy of said teachings. Just as we are allowed to give gifts to mortals who do a service, we can at least guide the boy a bit and know that we can intervene if things become bleak. Zeus stated, knowing that they had some thin loopholes that they could take advantage of. You're all also making the assumption we would want to train him. We know nothing about him besides that he's been in a cruel home and has survived. Many other non-divine blooded mortals have done the same. Freya stated, while a few knew it wasn't out of callousness, more out of fact. Right now, besides being Kratos' heir and who his ancestors were, there wasn't a ton to warrant Harry's training or them watching over him. Then we will have a trial period, spending a week with the boy to see if he gains our interest or attention to be given training or instruction. Zeus stated, making the others look at each other before nodding, seeing that was fair. Those that wished to learn about the boy and his capabilities would get it, and those that doubted him would get the opportunity to either not have anything to do with him or would be proven wrong and aid in his growth. As the gods and goddesses all rose to go and see the boy for themselves, they were surprised to see one of the attendants come over to them in a rush. Is something wrong? Zeus asked, worried for the boy. No, not quite, sire. It's just that, well, you need to come see this. The attendant stated, making them all frown as they followed her to the boy's room. Arriving, the group was shocked at the sight before them. Said sight was Harry sitting on his bed like nothing was wrong, as a raven, eagle, hawk, snake, peacock, owl, and phoenix were all huddled around him. Each of the birds and the snake were all affectionately either positioned on him or being petted by him as he smiled softly. The thing that caught some of the more aware members' attention was the fact that his eyes, which were pure green and had no sclera and no pupil either, glanced towards them as they entered, but otherwise didn't pay them too much attention. The other noticeable thing was the scar that was on his face, or rather scars, as he had 2 lightning bolt-style scars that went down his forehead and stopped just past his cheekbones after going down his eyes. The reason for the shock was because each of those animals was a sign/familiar for different gods, and the fact that he had attracted the animals without doing anything was extraordinary. I was doing my routine check on him when the animals just came in and huddled around him. He didn't seem to mind and began petting and talking to them like it was a natural occurrence. The attendant stated as she was unsure what to do. Hello there, Harry stated without looking at them as he was petting the snake while the owl and phoenix were rubbing their heads against him and the raven was plucking at his hair affectionately. Glad to see you're awake, Loki stated, being the first to recover from the astounding sight. Thanks, my aunt is doing well, right? Harry asked while turning to look at them, not stopping in his stroking/petting the animals around him. She's fine, just sleeping right now. She was rather tired after everything, Freya answered, making Harry nod. That's good. Vernon beat her pretty badly when she protected me after he attacked her in her room, Harry stated as the animals all seemed to become agitated at the mention of his uncle. Loki instinctively clenched his jaw and hands tightly as the memories he saw came to the forefront of his mind, and he had to be careful not to get too angry. So what happens now? Harry asked as he looked at the gathered adults. We have decided to see if you are worth being trained by any of us. You will spend 1 week with each of us in a way that each of us see fit to see if you are worthy of being trained or educated by us. Zeus stated, making Harry raise his eyebrows in surprise. Oh wow, I'm not sure what to say, Harry stated as the birds trilled and cawed while the snake hissed in approval. You will rest and regain your strength for the next week at least. By then we will have decided the order in which we will examine you. In that time you are of course free to explore and be with your aunt. And do not feel afraid to ask if you need directions or if you truly need anything, Zeus stated as Harry nodded as they left. Once they were away from the room, Loki spoke up. There's something else. The uncle had allies and sympathizers spread across the country, and it could be there are those outside the country as well. Loki stated, leaving the implication and intention out there for them. Baldur, search for these people with Loki, then bring them before us for our judgment. Odin ordered, making his eldest nod, knowing he was the best tracker there was, and the known targets could give new targets after some questioning. Baldur had no doubt that he and Loki would be a bit busy for the foreseeable future in both hunting and testing the boy. Days later, Wisengamot, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards aka the ICW, and chief warlock of the Wisengamot, the British magical government, was not having a good day. No, scratch that, he had not been having a good couple of weeks. The reason being that the boy who lived Harry Potter was gone. Vanished. No trace left. Currently, he was in a Wisengamot meeting over the fact the boy, hero of the wizarding world that he was thought dead. Reason being was that the entire house he was living in was burned to the ground, and a few bodies were found inside. Both magical and muggle authorities were looking into it. The muggles had decided that Harry's uncle had killed his wife, sister, and nephew before setting the house on fire and fleeing the area. Magical law enforcement, however, had found a great deal more than that, leading to the current pandemonium that was going. We must find whoever did this. Such an attack cannot stand. A member shouted, with many calling in agreement. Whoever did this? It's obvious it was the Death Eaters. Who else would want to kill the boy who lived? Another member shouted, causing more pandemonium as both the de facto light and dark families began arguing and hurling insults. Dumbledore was growing increasingly frustrated until he finally had enough. Silence. Dumbledore shouted, his voice echoing with magic, authority, and power, and the room instantly quieted as they were all reminded that despite his age, Dumbledore was not a man to trifle with. Now then, before anything else is said, there are things that have been brought to my attention that I feel I must share with you all. Dumbledore stated calmly, but the aura around him told everyone all they needed to know if one of them should interrupt. Firstly, I would like to calm you all on the fact that Harry Potter is not dead. Dumbledore started getting exclamations from those gathered. Are you sure? One Cygnus Greengrass asked as Dumbledore sighed and nodded. Yes, his name is still written on the Hogwarts registry, so he is clearly alive. All I can assume is that whatever attacked the house attempted to attack Mr. Potter, and the boy used accidental magic to escape. The only thing I do not know is to where. Dumbledore stated, making many breathe a sigh of relief that the boy was at least alive. What else was there? Lucius Malfoy asked, knowing the old man had something more to say. Dumbledore sighed as he took a breath. There is evidence that not only was the boy severely abused by at least one of his relatives, but that human supremacists were actively in the home. Dumbledore stated, making many, on all sides of the room, pale in horror and fear. Human supremacists were considered to be the last great Muggle threat to magical world. They were an order of humans/Muggles that hated all magical kind with a passion rivaled only by the Muggle Nazis. They even found crude ways of mimicking runes and magical enchantments to be able to harm magical beings using rather crude methods. They'd been in every country at one point or another in a bright and glaring fashion. The Salem witch trials come to mind, but they'd also been part of the Nazi Party, using the Nazis to bombard and destroy areas they believed had magical communities hidden within. They were right, as they destroyed several elven groves, magical towns, and several magical creature preserves. After that was lost, they hid again, and magical beings hoped they had been rounded up by the Muggles when they were removing the Nazis. How did the boy who lived wind up with them? Another member shouted in outrage and shock. I placed him with his family after the war, with the likes of Fenrir Greyback still out and on the loose. I thought he'd be safer in the Muggle world until he was older. From what has been reported, it would seem his uncle by marriage was involved with them. His aunt was not. This was evidenced by the fact her blood was detected on the grounds. Not as much as Mr. Potter's, but plenty to show she was not helping in the abuse. Especially since tests showed that her blood was splattered over Mr. Potter's while it was still wet, meaning she was harmed around the same if not the same time as he was. The DMLE is operating under the belief that his uncle and cohorts went too far and his aunt retaliated before Harry's accidental magic got him and her away from there. Afterwards is anyone's guess. but it would appear that the boy's uncle at the very least killed some members of some family, or perhaps other supremacists that angered or challenged him. All I know is that there are bodies left in the house that can't be identified, but it is confirmed that it is not Harry Potter or his aunt. Dumbledore explained, making many murmur and whisper to each other over this development. And you had no one monitoring the boy while he was in that home? Lord Alexander Davis asked with a frown, and Dumbledore sighed. I had placed enchantments to protect against magical entities on the home, and I and other trusted agents checked routinely. We never saw anything wrong or any indication that things were anything less than normal. However, the DMLE has informed me that they have found evidence that the house may have been placed under a supremacist crude version of a charm and runes. Essentially, unless you were inside the home, you were unable to see or hear what was happening inside. The doors, curtains, and windows could be opened, and you'd be none the wiser unless you crossed the threshold. As we all know, we've had difficulty detecting and penetrating the mechanisms they've used and put into practice. Dumbledore stated, making many concede his point, as that was a problem they had been struggling with for years. What is being done not only to find Mr. Potter, but also any other supremacists? Lord Arcturus Black asked, making many take an involuntary suck of air, since the man was feared and respected almost as much as Voldemort was. Dumbledore was the least affected and spoke calmly. The Aurors are searching anywhere and everywhere, as the effect of the barrier that the supremacists created made tracking the apparition trail extremely difficult. Even if they could, it's entirely possible that Mr. Potter operated again in his panic from the first apparition, so that trail would be useless. The head of the DMLE is sending out a message to the governments that are closest to being allies with us, so that if Mr. Potter managed to apparate out of the country. Dumbledore stated, making a few murmur. Is that wise? We'd basically be announcing to the world that we lost the boy who lived. Another member stated before receiving glares from different members. I hope you're not suggesting that a child's life is less valuable than our reputation. Even more when that child happens to be our nation's hero. Lady Augusta Longbottom stated in a tone that conveyed pain and suffering if the person it was aimed at didn't give the correct answer. And no, of course not. The member stuttered, seeing how he was in deep shit if he didn't retract his statement. For now, all we can do is wait and hope the DMLE can find something. However, I would also caution any and all of us who are in the Muggle world at any time for any reason. An attack such as this can't be taken lightly, and it would be best if we all remained on alert for the foreseeable future. Whether they knew of Mr. Potter's significance to our world or not is irrelevant right now. The point is they were actively attacking and harming one of us, and we were blind to it. We must endeavor to ensure such a thing cannot happen again. Dumbledore advised, making many nod and murmur agreements. Even the former Death Eaters agreed. They'd rather face the Dark Lord than be captured by supremacists and face their wrath. The foreseeable future was going to be the most cautious the wizarding world had been since the Dark Ages, and that was not a good thing. Hogwarts. 5 years later, Dumbledore sighed as he finished his paperwork for the week. The past couple of years had been most trying on him and the world. Harry and his aunt had not surfaced in that time, the only comfort being his name was still in the registry and thus still alive. The goblins of Gringotts had further confirmed this, as the blood wards and protections on the Potter family vault and holdings was still going strong and showed no sign of decreasing in strength. Thus, a blooded heir had to still be living, or the vault and holdings would have either passed to any known relatives or been consolidated by Gringotts. Though other troubles were still about and a few more heavy supremacist attacks occurred. The current casualties across the world were almost 120. However, the curious thing was the fact that many of the casualties were witches and wizards that were suspected of being, or easily could have been, Death Eaters or those that escaped when Gellert Grindelwald was taken down. However, there was another interesting item in that there was a surge of Muggle killings in England, Scotland, Ireland, France, Spain, and a few others that normally wouldn't catch too much attention, but Dumbledore felt it was too convenient after what happened with the Dursleys, and the manner of their deaths was also suspicious. So, he had contacted the DMLE and asked them to look into the native ones. The investigation revealed that all the victims were all supremacists and that magic of some kind was involved in their deaths. Upon learning this, Dumbledore contacted all the countries and told them to look into different unexplained deaths of Muggles, and it showed supremacists being taken out in France and Spain. It eventually branched out there to a few more countries, with Greece having the highest count killed. Dumbledore could only assume someone caught a supremacist and then tortured them for names before doing the same to whatever names were given. While part of Dumbledore was upset over such brutal tactics, he couldn't deny a large part of him was glad to see those people gone and done with. Naturally, so many supremacists being discovered sent many into a panic that they were so close and hidden that no one was the wiser. However, many had begun cheering and thanking magic for whoever was dealing with the supremacists. Of course, there were no leads on who. The perpetrator had covered their tracks well. Each trail eventually led to a dead end, literally, as some led to more victims or to nowhere at all. However, Dumbledore could only really pay attention to Harry most days. Many of his followers were not happy with what happened, and Dumbledore couldn't blame them. No one could be harder on himself than himself. If Dumbledore had even the slightest inclination that Harry was in danger, then he would have pulled him from the home, and finding it was a home of supremacists would have resulted in Dumbledore burning the place to the ground with glee. If only he could have. Albus! Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall interrupted his thoughts as she burst into his office. Minerva? What's wrong? Dumbledore asked in concern, having not seen her this distressed since it was reported the Potter cottage had been attacked. Harry Potter's Hogwarts letter went out, and he sent a reply. McGonagall stated, making Dumbledore's eyes widen before he snatched the letter from her and saw the address. Hadrian Artorius Potter, King's Estate, Sparta, Greece. Dumbledore widened his eyes at the address. It was no wonder that no one could find the boy if he was in Sparta. Sparta had been deserted of all magical entities after a particularly brutal war between them and Alexander the Great's heir. Sparta had been wiped out entirely, but the attackers had paid dearly and were destroyed soon after by the magical Legion of Rome. Admittedly, it was a place that should have been checked at the beginning, because it was quite honestly the safest place he could have ended up if Harry wanted to hide from anyone. Turning his attention to the letter itself, Dumbledore started reading. To whom it may concern, my name, as you know, is Hadrian Potter. I'm sure the scene at my previous residence caused quite the stir in the magical community. Had I had any knowledge of the community beyond what my aunt had told me of it, which was limited as she herself wasn't truly part of it and had secondhand information, I would have tried contacting authorities to let them know I was safe and where I was. However, that is not the point of this letter. As such, I shall get on with it. I have heard stories of Hogwarts and magical Britain, though secondhand information is hardly anything to truly judge by. Hence my letter. I am willing to return to Britain and attend Hogwarts, but I will need a guide for my first excursion, as I know nothing of the city or area I need to go. I'd also like someone who can come and talk to me about Hogwarts, as I do not wish to attend a school I know nothing about, especially if the school is just theory and bookwork, since I could do that on my own without paying tuition and any supplies that the school requires that aren't truly necessary. As such, I await a reply with a date and time to expect someone, mainly so I don't take them as a threat and either attack or flee when it is not necessary to do so. Best regards, Hadrian Artorius Potter. Dumbledore set the letter down after having read it for his staff, who were all gathered in the room. Each of them different degrees of relief, calculation, intrigue, and trepidation, the latter being due to someone having to go to Sparta. So, ideally, I would need at least one volunteer to not only go to Sparta, but to also transport and show Mr. Potter around Diagon Alley. But in these times, I would prefer at least two of you go to be safe. Dumbledore stated as the staff looked at each other. Only one of you should be needed to bring him back and give him the tour of Diagon, though. Dumbledore amended, wishing he could do so, but no, not with him having to hold a Wisengamot meeting now and to handle paperwork for the coming school year, which included not only helping Nicholas hide the stone, but also finding a data professor from his few candidates. Ideally, Minerva would go, but she already had a small mountain of letters and Muggle-born children to go through and introduce to the world, so she couldn't take an entire day out of her schedule to do it right now. If it had been earlier in the summer, Minerva could have done so easily. Alas, there was also her duties as head of Gryffindor to account for, as well as her position as Transfiguration Professor. Filius, Pomona, and Severus couldn't, as they had classes for all 7 years to prepare for, and Severus also needed to brew potions for. Pomfrey, since last year, had drained her stock quite a bit. They each also had duties as heads of houses. Hagrid would be too noticeable and couldn't travel like others could due to his circumstances. That left one of his more advanced class teachers with less responsibility. I can go and introduce him and show him around, Headmaster. But Shada babbling finally spoke up. I have the fewest students to handle in my class in the entire school aside from divination. It will be the least troubling for me to do this. She continued and elaborated as Dumbledore nodded. I can go as well, Aurora Sinistra stated. As can I. Sybil Trelawney chimed, though a few of them gave her looks since they knew part of the reason was so she could see the lands her specialty originated from. Very well, you may all go, but you must use cation and care. Mr. Potter has suffered greatly. If any of you act up, it could send him into a panic or make him believe that we are just as bad as the supremacists. Dumbledore stated, making them nod. Forgive me, Headmaster, but there's also the caution of the boy's mental state to take into account as possibly being a threat. Poppy Pomfrey, the chief nurse/head of the hospital wing there, stated with a bit of a grim tone. Poppy! Minerva exclaimed in shock. I'm sorry, Minerva, but it's true. The boy has been tortured and abused anywhere from 1 year to 5 years. That's not counting into anything that has happened to him since his disappearance, or what his mental state has become if his aunt was not operated with him, or Merlin forbid she died from the journey or since. The boy has practically been alone all of his life, and at least one person that should have cared about him instead used him as a torture and beating dummy. I'm sorry, but the boy could have easily cracked or caved after all that trauma and stress placed upon him. Better they go and prepare that the boy could be a danger to them and himself than blind and be killed. I do not like having to consider this, especially about a boy not even 11, but I'm not going to risk their lives over it either. Poppy defended since a boy enduring what she could only imagine the boy had meant either he was damaged, completely broken, or the boy had the strongest will in the world and whatever he endured would only make him stronger. Alas, Poppy is correct. You three will be going in blind, and, as such, should be prepared for anything. This will not be the first or last instance that a child abused became a threat, and I'd rather you err on the side of caution. As such, I will make you each a port key to return to my office just to be safe. Dumbledore stated, knowing that if Harry had given in he could be dangerous, much like an Obscurus was. Minerva frowned but did not say anything as she knew they were in fact correct, though that didn't make the pill any easier to swallow. For now, all she and most of the wizarding world could do was sit and wait things out. Done. Hope you all enjoyed it. Next chapter is going to pick up the pace a bit and get to more meat since I needed this chapter for setup. Before anyone jumps that Harry will be OP as shit, he will be much further down the line. He's a long-distant descendant of gods, not an immediate descendant like Hercules, Kratos, Perseus, etc., so he may have some talents, but he's not a monster like the others were, especially since they really didn't show a ton of potential until they were adults. So yes, Harry will become OP from a certain point of view, but jot right away. Will he be better than a lot of students in Hogwarts? Yes, but not until at least year 2 or 3. First year will be him growing and learning and maybe matching other students. For those curious, as I said, a lot of major things for this FIC are being decided by my patrons via polls. If you want to become a patron, you can find me on Patreon under the same name, and my tiers are anywhere from 5 to 50, depending on how big of perks you want. Anyway, that's it. I'll see you all next time. Boy Who Lived. Hello all, welcome back, and to when things are really going to start changing. So, strap in and enjoy the ride because it's going to be a long one. This chapter will cover the 3 professors meeting Harry, their discussion, going to Diagon Alley, the sorting, and some other stuff. Once again, just to warn, I am fucking up canon big time. With that said and done, let's get this show on the road. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter, God of War, or anything else that may appear in this FIC. Speech, thoughts, language that's not English, spell name, conversation thoughts. Chapter 2. The boy who lived Sparta, Greece. Professors babbling, Sinistra, and Trelawney walked through the city of Sparta, each shuddering as the magical scar from the war was still present and felt like a wound in magic herself. The trio had made arrangements to leave the UK and taken an international port key to Athens, going through customs and getting their luggage before then taking local magical transport to near Sparta before walking the rest of the way, as the transport wouldn't go directly into the city. No Greek, or most anyone, would due to the lingering scar there and out of respect. The thing the three of them noticed was when mentioning going to Sparta, they were given glares and interrogative stares before the matter was dropped without questions. It was like they knew what they were going for and weren't happy about them doing so. It was ridiculous, but that's what it seemed like. They had to do a few locator spells to find the king's estate, though that was a challenge since each time they used magic it felt like something oppressive was over the area and getting angrier the more magic they did. But they eventually found the estate. However, upon doing so, they looked on in shock and awe as the estate was the only area in the magical district that wasn't run down, damaged, or seemingly stained, with a small area around it also being free. However, another reason for their reaction was the set of guards outside, it complete with a couple archers on top of the estate walls and roof. A man with long blonde hair and wearing the traditional armor of a Spartan soldier approached while the guards all took defensive stances with the archers aiming at them. State your name and your business here or leave. Any attempt to proceed without permission will be met with your deaths. He stated, with his stance being clear that he would follow through with his threat. My name is Aurora Sinistra. I am the astronomy professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for the magical community of Ireland, Scotland, and England. With me are Professors Sybil Trelawney and Bathsheba Babbling, Professors of Divination and Ancient Runes and Studies, respectfully. We are here to see Mr. Hadrian Potter about possibly attending our school for his magical education. Sinistra stated as the men narrowed their eyes at them. Stand down, Stelios. They're expected by Lord Hadrian. A female voice stated as a woman walked out from the estate. Said woman was muscular to the point it was obvious she trained and stayed in shape, but not so much one could think she was a bodybuilder type. She had dark brown eyes, long chocolate brown hair that was done in a braid that was draped over her left shoulder and stopped just over her breast. Her skin was tan, showing she was outdoors quite a bit, and her attire consisted of sandals and a toga with an emerald lightning bolt pin holding the toga up. Ma'am, just being careful, the now named Stelios stated as the woman nodded before turning back to the three teachers while the soldiers stood down for the most part. My name is Cassandra. On behalf of Lord Hadrian, I welcome you to Sparta. The now named Cassandra stated as she nodded to the teachers. We thank you for having us. Babbling stated as she and the other two nodded back. If you'll follow me, Lord Hadrian should be finishing his practice shortly. Cassandra stated as she led the three into the estate. Upon entering, not only did they see a half-dozen more guards all patrolling the area, they also felt the scar of the city being almost non-existent. They were going to ask about it before the sound of wood striking would echoed out as they were led to the courtyard. Upon arriving, they were welcomed to the strange sight of a young man and another muscular soldier battling with wooden swords while both were shirtless and wearing Spartan sandals and black pants. The young man had their attention as he was muscular for a boy under 16, as he couldn't be that old, but he couldn't be younger than 13, and stood at a height of 5 feet 2 inches. He had pure green eyes that looked like emeralds, messy black hair with red highlights, except for one area where it was braided with some beads that had markings on them. Babbling recognized them as runes, but they weren't a type she was familiar with and couldn't clearly make them out from the distance she was. However, the most notable thing were the scars on his body. His back was littered with different crisscross marks, as were his arms, but their focus was mainly on the 2 lightning bolt scars on his face, as they went into his hairline and down to his chin. The 4 watched as the man and boy fought with the boy, getting a few licks and even if he got hit as well. To Cassandra's trained eye, it was clear that the older one was holding back, but the younger was definitely showing skill and ability. He's improving quickly. A voice broke them from their watching, and they saw a woman with pinkish purple hair that was kept from her face with a headband and wearing black and silver robes walking towards them. When she reached them, The three professors saw she had light pink eyes. Indeed, he is Lady Petunia. He's a credit to his ancestry, Cassandra stated as she nodded to the woman. Petunia had undergone a, rather obvious, change thanks to the magic now flowing in her blood more freely. Her body adapted and modeled itself to hold the magic better, and the gods had helped her handle the change. If she was going to serve and protect Harry, she needed every advantage and opportunity she could, so she trained herself in the art of the blade as well as various schools of magic, which was also beneficial in teaching Harry when he was ready. Well, he wants to honor them, so it's not surprising that he is striving so hard. Petunia stated as she looked at Harry with a prideful smile. Forgive me. These are Professors Babbling, Sinistra, and Trelawney from Hogwarts to see Lord Hadrian, Cassandra stated as the three professors gave their own acknowledgement and respect as they were mentioned. A pleasure. I'm Petunia Evans, Harry's aunt, she stated as she offered her hand and shook theirs when they accepted. A relief to know both you and your nephew are all right, Babbling stated as Petunia nodded. Yes, I apologize for that, but we didn't have a way to contact anyone in the magical world until we ended up here, Petunia stated as the spar session ended with Harry and the man both holding the other at sword point. The man smirked. Well done, lad. You're improving fast, he stated before he saw they had an audience. Seems our guests are here, he continued as he stood straight. I'll leave you to your meeting, he added before taking the practice sword from Harry and heading off, and nodded to Cassandra as he left. Cassandra. Dilios, Cassandra stated, giving a nod in return. Harry grabbed a red shirt off a nearby stool and put it on before approaching the group. Cassandra. Aunt Petunia. Who do we have here? He asked as he nodded to the two women he knew. Professor Sinistra, Babbling, and Trelawney from Hogwarts. Cassandra answered as Harry nodded and took their offered hands, giving them a shake and a kiss to the back as well. A pleasure to make your acquaintances. Shall we move to the living area to talk? Harry suggested, getting nods as they moved to an adjacent room where there were different seats as well as fruit and refreshment laid out for them. We have water, wine, mead, rum, and beer. I'd offer you tea, but I've not found any quality kind here, Petunia stated as she sat next to Harry on a couch, while Cassandra stood behind them. Water is fine, thank you, Aurora stated before companions could say anything. She knew Trelawney had a taste for certain wines and Bathsheba for mead, so she wasn't about to let them indulge, especially when they were here to work and represented Hogwarts. Petunia nodded and waved her hand, causing a pitcher to move and fill 3 goblets with water before setting down, and the goblets then went to the teachers, who were stunned at the display. That is rather advanced magic, madam. We were under the impression that you were a muggle. A non-magic user, Babbling stated, then clarified, since there was no known reason for them to know what a muggle was. Thank you. With no access to a wand, I had to practice what I could. I can't do any impressive spells, but levitating light objects is doable. As for being a muggle, no, I was a squib, and it took enacting some old family magic to change that, Petunia stated, getting confused. Looks from Babbling and Sinistra, while Trelawney raised her eyebrows. You're talking about magical blood ascension, Trelawney stated, and Petunia nodded. I'm sorry, but what? Sinistra asked, and Petunia turned towards her. It's an old brand of magic tied to the blood of different families. In past times, squibs were sent to live in exile to protect both them and the family blood and magic should the worst happen. If the main members were killed, a squib could call on the magic in their blood to have magic, judge them if you will. If they're judged positively, then magic would bloom in them to carry on the family line. If it judged negatively, however, the results could vary from nothing happening to the person being killed. Petunia explained, making them nod. Do you know what family you are connected to? Babbling asked out of curiosity. No, not yet. I imagine Gringotts could help with that in the future, Petunia answered calmly. Now, I do believe you 3 are here to talk to Harry about the school and magical Britain, Petunia stated, making the trio nod, since they diverted from the topic of interest. Some formal introductions should be done, I suppose. My name is Aurora Sinistra. I am the teacher of astronomy at Hogwarts, Sinistra stated as she nodded to Harry. I am Bathsheba Babbling. I teach the study of ancient runes at Hogwarts, Babbling stated, and Harry looked at her in interest. I am Sybil Trelawney. I teach divination at Hogwarts. Trelawney stated, drawing attention to her. Ah, a seer similar to the oracles. Harry stated as Trelawney smiled. Somewhat. I feel more like magic itself gives me the visions I have at times rather than the old gods. Trelawney stated before widening her eyes. No offense meant, of course. I respect the oracles a great deal. Trelawney added, not wanting to offend anyone with what was not meant to be an insult. Harry waved her off. Calm yourself, Professor. New ways and old ways will always work differently from person to person. There's no need to get excited by voicing a harmless opinion. Harry stated as Trelawney breathed a sigh of relief. Sinistra then reached into her bag. Only Babbling and Trelawney noticing Cassandra taking a more aggressive stance as she did, before producing 3 books. These are the Student Handbook, the Hogwarts Charter and Bylaws, and Hogwarts History. I figured you want to read up on the school to know what you'd be getting involved with should you decide to attend. Sinistra informed as she levitated the books with her wand over to Harry. Harry nodded his thanks and set the books down. A question for you, though. The letter mentioned I could bring an owl, cat, or toad, but are those the only animals allowed? If it helps, the animals in question are bound to me. I think the term is familiars. Harry stated, surprising the 3. Before either of them could ask a question, an eagle cry came before a young golden eagle swooped in and landed on Harry's shoulder, showing its piercing golden eyes. If that wasn't enough, a jet-black young wolf, not quite a pup, but not an adult either, came, running in and sat by Harry's feet, showing its blood-red left eye and ghostly blue right eye. Then, a hissing noise came and a white snake with a crisscross pattern of jet and emerald scales on its back slithered in and up to Harry's other shoulder, showing the teachers its baleful green eyes. Professors, this is Kratos. Harry stated, motioning to the eagle. Ghost. He stated, motioning to the wolf. And Naga. He concluded, motioning to the snake. Each animal gave a noise. They say hello. He stated, actually, can you understand them? I've never met anyone else that could speak to animals. Harry stated as the professor sat there in shock. The boy who lived apparently had 3 familiars and at the very least was a Parselmouth. They were beginning to wish a more senior member of the staff took the assignment. This was proving to be a lot more than they originally believed. Next day, London. After the initial shock, they had been able to talk and explain a few things. Babbling confirmed that he did in fact have a familiar bond with the trio of animals, and as such he could bring them. Though they also explained that the trio on the letter were animals that typically 11-year-olds could take care of on their own, and thus were approved. Magic users had a much closer connection to animals than non-magicals, but the new students were still children maturing, and thus weren't the most responsible with taking care of possessions and pets. While an argument could be made that cats were just as much trouble as dogs were, the magic in the air of Hogwarts tended to subdue most, if not all, felines from acting out, while many dogs reacted territorial, or they'd be pushed too hard into submission. Anyway, the discussion then turned to Hogwarts as they detailed the various classes, both those he could do from the start and those he could elect to take later on. They gave brief descriptions and examples of each course, and some descriptions of the teachers, though the defense against the dark arts professor was a mystery, as there seemed to be a habit of professors only lasting a year before they had to leave for some reason. Professor Snape sounded like a possible problem, but Harry wasn't going to judge until he actually had a reason to judge. This brings us to now, where 2 of the professors, Babbling and Sinistra as Trelawney was called back, were leading Harry, Petunia, and Cassandra through Diagon Alley. They had taken an international portkey, an enchanted item that could allow teleportation to pretty much anywhere if the user knew what they were doing, from Greece to England, with the professors handling the few legal matters, though the Greeks were more accommodating than the British before Harry's name was revealed. It was just the 3 of them, as the king's estate needed guarding still, and b. Harry traveling with over a dozen men as guards would draw far too much attention. It was also why Ghost wasn't with them at the moment. Ikaros could fly and wait on rooftops, and Naga could hide within his robes. A wolf would stick out quite a bit. Harry planned to have him brought when it was time for school, but for now he was still at the king's estate. The first stop was Gringotts, so Harry could access his vault, and give Petunia access if she wanted. Gringotts is one of the safest places in all the world. It's run by goblins, and they're nasty buggers that will defend what they're paid to protect like a mother dragon does for her eggs. It takes a lot of time to access a vault if you don't have a key. Thankfully, the headmaster gave us yours. Babbling stated, causing Harry to stop. And just why did the headmaster have my key? Harry asked in a tone that clearly conveyed he wanted an answer. Babbling and Sinistra both paused and looked at each other in shock, confusion, and realization. I don't really know. You're free to ask him at Hogwarts, or we could ask him for you and get back to you. Sinistra stated, as she truthfully didn't know why the bloody hell the headmaster had Harry's key. Harry nodded while Cassandra narrowed her eyes, while both she and Petunia ignored people staring at them, as they were wearing Muggle-type clothing currently. Arriving at the building, Harry idly noticed the inscription, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned. Beware of finding more than treasure there." Harry raised an eyebrow, but decided the bank was probably a very old building, and thus the inscription was more fitting at the time it was built. As they entered, Harry twitched slightly as he crossed the threshold. He definitely just crossed a ward boundary. While not as knowledgeable as he wanted, he knew at least some of every aspect of magic there was. His ancestors insisted, and he was inclined to agree. As he passed the goblin guards, he paused and gave them a bow of respect, but not of submission. The action drew some attention, especially when the guards dipped their heads slightly in acknowledgement. Harry then continued on as Cassandra gave the same courtesy as her lord did, though many goblins noted she was looking at them all in calculation, as well as the possible exits. "They know I'm here," Naga hissed quietly, and Harry nodded subtly, knowing the wards likely informed them of everyone and thing that entered the premises. "Hagrid," Babbling asked as Harry turned his attention back fully to the front and saw a tall man, easily taller than any of his ancestors, but not quite reaching a full giant's height, was there at the teller. The man, identified as Hagrid, asked as he turned after giving the teller an envelope. "Ah, professors, fancy seeing you here," he stated as he looked at the two. "What are you doing here?" Sinistra asked, since it was unusual for the man to be here around this time of the year, let alone Gringotts. "Hogwarts business, an errand for Dumbledore." "What about you two?" Hagrid asked as they motioned to Harry. "Oh my, that you, Harry? I haven't seen you since you was a baby, though it weren't that often to be fair," Hagrid stated as he had a kind smile on his face. "Pleasure to meet you formally," Harry stated, shaking the man's hand. Hagrid laughed a bit. "Good strong grip. No need to be formal with me, though. If you ever feel like it, drop by sometime at Hogwarts. Doors always open for you," Hagrid stated before he was called away by a goblin that was to be his escort. "How can Gringotts help you today?" the teller asked in a bland voice, conveying how he felt about interacting with humans. "Mr. Potter wishes to make a withdrawal," Sinistra stated in a tone that wasn't casual, but not formal either. "His key?" the teller asked before Sinistra pulled it from a pocket and presented it. The teller took and examined it a moment before. "Everything seems in order. May your enemies fall at your feet," the teller stated. "May your enemies be robbed of their wealth and forced to beg for your mercy," Harry stated, making all the goblins pause and turn to look at him in bewilderment. The silence that permeated the area was unnerving everyone except Harry as he stared at the teller. The teller blinked once, twice, thrice, before settling into a large grin. "Quite have a good day, Mr. Potter," the teller stated in a tone that Babbling and Sinistra could only describe as respectful, if not pleasant. "You as well, Master Teller," Harry stated, giving his own nod to him. Sinistra was about to pocket the key before Harry cleared his throat with his hand out. She blinked before realization came to her. "Oh, of course, sorry. Force of habit from doing this with my own key," she stated before handing it to Harry, who turned to the teller. "Excuse me, Master Teller, Harry stated before the goblin spoke. "My name is Sharktooth, Mr. Potter," the now-named Sharktooth stated with no animosity in his voice. Harry blinked before he stepped back and stood on his toes, letting him see a nameplate there. "My apologies, Master Sharktooth," I was wondering if I could have a second key made for my aunt. Harry asked as the teller cocked an eyebrow. That can be done, though it will cost 12 galleons to do so, the standard fee to replace a lost or stolen key. Sharktooth stated as Harry nodded. Thank you. I'll have to see my vault and do my school shopping first, but thank you all the same. Harry stated as Sharktooth nodded and returned to his work as a goblin came and led Harry and the others away. After a rather speedy ride to the vaults, Harry got a good portion of gold out of it. When Petunia was worried he may be taking too much, the goblin informed her it was just his trust vault which would refill each year until he could take his family title to cover his school supplies and some other things if he so wished to spend. Of course, the vault gained more currency each year as supplies got a bit more expensive each year at Hogwarts. That wasn't unusual since a new year meant harder subjects and subject matter as well as advanced theory and experiments. Personally, Harry wondered why they didn't just have a set of books that you could bind to a student's magic, and as they grew into their magic, more text and chapters appeared for each subject rather than getting a new set of books every year. Granted, adjustments would need to be made as new books with new discoveries and information were released, but still. Regardless, the first stop Harry and them made was to get a trunk, and he quickly found one with several compartments and spent an extra 4 galleons, the highest form of currency, to get a permanent feather light charm, which as the name suggested made the targeted item or person as light as a feather, and it would transfer to whatever was put in the trunk. Babbling helped a bit by shrinking the trunk, so Harry could pocket it instead of carrying it through the busy street. The shopping went smoothly with Harry getting the best supplies he could get since he wanted to be prepared, and he bought some extra so he could practice at home. He also grabbed a few beginner and intermediate books for Petunia to study while he was away. Another thing was he got books on the magical and political world since he did not want to go out there blind. When it came time for the wands, the professors decided to go and get a few extra supplies that would help Harry, since the wand choosing was a bit sacred was the best word to be described for it. Cassandra stood outside of the shop, Ollivanders, as Harry and Petunia entered before heading off to get something for her lord. Someone's here, Naga whispered as Harry nodded and turned over his shoulder to look at the old man. I was wondering when I would see you, Mr. Potter. Though your aunt showing up as well was unexpected, but I am certain we'll find a wand for both of you, he stated as he moved to the shelves. It seems like only yesterday your mother and father were in getting their wands. 10¼ inches of willow with unicorn hair for a core for your mother. Excellent for charms work. Your father had an 11-inch mahogany wand with dragon heartstring. Perfect for transfiguration and had a bit more power than your mother's, he stated as he came back with 2 boxes. Now, which of you two would like to go first? He asked with his tone never once changing. Petunia stepped forward and Ollivander, who else could it be really, presented her a wand. She picked it up and immediately threw it down when a shriek echoed out from it. No, not that one, Ollivander stated before grabbing another 2 boxes since the first box was for Harry to try. He brought wand after wand until he grabbed one and looked thoughtful for a minute. Try this one. It was nearly the wand that Lily chose as her own. However, the willow wand seemed to react better to her magic. Perhaps it will work for you, Ollivander stated as Petunia looked at the wand. It was light brown, almost tan, with white mixed throughout it with a grooved handle and small indentations across it. 8¾ inches of beech mixed with aspen and a thunderbird's feather for the core. Capable of subtlety and artistry in true form. Will make for a capable dueling wand and a talent for transfiguration thanks to the thunderbird feather held within. It could also sense danger and cast on its own in defense of it and its user, Ollivander informed as Petunia looked at the wand. Taking a shuddering breath, Petunia picked it up. Immediately sparks started firing out of the tip as the wind picked up. I'd say that's a match. You're truly as gifted as your sister was, my dear, Ollivander stated as Petunia mutely nodded and stepped back as Harry stepped forward. Ollivander opened the other box he brought forward, and Harry grabbed it only flinch as a wave shot out and broke a vase. No, definitely not, Ollivander stated as Harry put it back in the box. An hour went by, and Ollivander was finding this to be harder than any other he'd matched before. He was somewhat surprised that the Holly and Phoenix Feather wand didn't accept him, but moved on since it wasn't a big deal. He kept going through wand after wand, not finding a match, until all he truly had left were the wands that he honestly never thought he'd sell. Grabbing one off the very end of his shelf, he paused for a moment as he could feel the wand almost humming through the box. "Try this one, Mr. Potter," Ollivander stated as he showed a wand that was spiraled with a grooved handle and a notch at the head. The color was light brown, white, and black mixed together. Harry could practically feel his magic reaching out to it, and when he opened his hand, the wand flew right to it. A wind picked up through the shop as large showers of sparks and lights fired from the wand, and the wand was practically singing in happiness. "I can't describe how proud I am to give you that wand, sir. It was made by my ancestor long ago and was only to be given to a wizard marked for true greatness. The wood is all elder wood, specifically yew, ash, ebony, and apple. It is of both the North, Rome, and Greece, with the core showing that. It is truly a rare masterpiece as it contains the feathers of a phoenix, thunderbird, and a great raven, but it also holds a heartstring of a thestral and 2 types of ivory from great serpents. The wand is powerful and well-versed for all types of magic, but you must earn its loyalty and ability every day. When you do, I believe you will be hard-pressed to find an opponent that can truly match you. I dare say we can expect many great things from you, Lord Potter," Ollivander stated as he dipped his head to him. "May the ancients watch over you as they once did for our ancestors," Ollivander stated in perfect Greek. Harry dipped his head in return. "May the ancestors smile upon you. May they grant you the time to witness the rise of our people again." Harry responded in Greek as Ollivander gave a happy smile and nodded his head. "Take both of those as my gifts, both out of respect and homage to our shared people," Ollivander stated, and it was clear in his tone that he'd not take no for an answer. The two nodded and gave a light bow of respect before leaving the shop and found Cassandra there. "Here, sire, I found you a new companion," Cassandra stated with a smile as she held up a cage showing a snow-white owl with piercing gold eyes there. Harry widened his eyes slightly but smiled all the same. "Thank you, Cassandra. I'm sure Ikaros will enjoy the company," he stated before turning to the owl. "Hello, noble one. I am glad to welcome you to the family," Harry stated, causing the owl to turn its head at him. "A speaker? I've only heard murmurs of those that can speak to us." The owl, clearly a female, answered in surprise. "I'm not normal, but if I am to be your owner, I don't think I can be normal, right?" Harry asked, and the owl puffed up. "Of course, I can't be owned by some commoner after all," she stated, and Harry chuckled. "Good, and I'll think on a name for you. It has to be something we both like after all," Harry stated, causing her to nod. "Good, you're smarter than most humans," she stated as Harry chuckled and began carrying her as they saw the 2 professors. "Here you are. You should be set for first year with this," Sinistra stated as she helped Harry put the items into his trunk. In truth, she and Babbling weren't sure why they were helping as much as they were. They just felt a need to do so, and it seemed to be making life for Harry easier. So why not? "Thanks. Do you know where the nearest hotel is?" Harry asked, and the 2 blinked. If you mean a place to stay, I'm afraid the Leaky Cauldron is all there is," Babbling stated, making Harry blink owlishly, which was a bit funny as he had an owl right next to him that was just blinking. "Really? Wow, okay. Guess it's the pub then," Harry stated as they made their way back, where Harry paid the manager, named Tom, a good number of galleons to essentially let them have a room for the foreseeable future. "Well, you're all set. You remember how to get on the platform when the time comes, yes?" Sinistra asked, and Harry nodded. "And you recall how to summon the night bus?" Babbling asked, and Harry nodded, making her smile. "Then this is goodbye for now, Harry. We'll be looking forward to seeing you at school," Babbling stated as the 2 curtsied and left. Once the door was closed and Harry couldn't sense them anymore, he waved his wand, conjuring another bed complete with pillows and blanket. "Once we have some lunch, I want to go back to Gringotts and have a more lengthy discussion about my family and any other items I own without knowing it yet," Harry stated as the 2 women nodded. "First you need rest. You've been up for a long while. Rest a little, and then we'll get food," Petunia stated in a tone that Harry came to know as motherly, and it was a long process to fight that tone so. Harry decided it wasn't worth it right now. Fine. Harry sighed as he removed his shoes and got on the bed while Naga slithered out onto the pillow next to him. It was a testament to how much Petunia could read him when he was out not a minute after his head hit the pillow. Petunia merely waved her wand, and the blanket pulled back before going over Harry, before she leaned down and kissed his forehead. He works himself too hard at times, Cassandra stated, and Petunia nodded. Yes, but he won't relent. He has every intention of proving himself worthy of his legacy and will not be stopped. Petunia stated as she stroked his head gently. His power is growing each day. It's nowhere near a level of a god, but it's beyond what an 11-year-old should be able to do. Cassandra stated, and Petunia smiled. Of course, Harry is a king in the making. He can't afford to be normal, no matter how I wish he could have a simple childhood. He deserves it after everything. Petunia stated with her tone, going towards sadness. If the world was a perfect place, but then he'd have his parents too, and you'd still have your sister. Cassandra stated, and Petunia nodded. I guess normal was never in the cards for any of us. Petunia stated before she sat up and began reading the books she got. She had a wand now, so she was going to study and learn all she could and use that knowledge to support Harry. Her little prince would need all the support he could to bear the weight of his ancestors, and she fully intended to be right there with him to the end. Meanwhile, on Olympus, the Norse and Greeks were assembled again, this time at Hades' request, as he had something to report. Why have you called us here, brother? Zeus asked as Hades had a frown on his face. As you all know, I decided to search the underworld for Harry's direct relatives so he could meet them, if only for a time. Hades stated, and the others all nodded. However, I encountered a problem. Hades stated, making them all frown. What kind of problem? Were their souls placed in one of the darker places? Hera asked in concern. No, I found his grandparents, his great-grandparents, and his father, but his mother is nowhere to be found. Hades stated, making them look at him in shock. Not found. Does that mean she's alive? Thor asked for everyone. No, I confirmed with the fates that she did in fact die. Her soul and body are just gone. I can find no trace of her ever being in the underworld, and there is no body in her grave at Godric's Hollow. Hades stated, making them all frown. This is troubling. For now, we do not tell Hadrian about this. Zeus stated and raised his hand to silence the protests. He needs to focus on his own intentions for now. If we discover any actionable or confirmed information, then we will tell him. I do not want to get the boys' hopes up only to crush them later on by finding she was simply in a different afterlife than the one we thought she'd be. Zeus explained, making them all begrudgingly nod. I'll start at the cottage and see if I can find a trace or path to follow. We know she died in that house. It's just a matter of what happened afterwards. Baldur stated, making them all nod. My birds will also investigate. Odin stated as his ravens cawed before flying off. Good. The rest of us will continue as usual, but keep your eyes and ears open. Another god or pantheon may be interfering, but until we have proof, nothing can be done about it. Zeus stated as they all nodded, knowing that there was already tension in some areas and the lesser factions still had their spies across the globe. There was a proverbial powder keg, just waiting for someone to set it off, and a few people couldn't help but feel that Harry was likely to be the catalyst. They just hoped the boy would be ready should something happen. September 1st ST, Platform 9 3/4. Harry stood on the platform, hugging his aunt goodbye as he was heading off for Hogwarts today, meaning he wouldn't see her again until at least the Yule holidays. Petunia and Cassandra would be staying in a Potter property, continuing with their end of things, meaning Petunia learning what she could and getting the lay of the land, and Cassandra guarding her. Petunia would also make sure any investments his family had going would be kept up to date and look for new investment opportunities, one of which was creating a magical hotel business since tourists had to either stay at the pub or in the Muggle world. So why not get on the ground floor of an entire new business? Of course, hotels also needed attractions and excursions that could be added for tourists to purchase or get through a package deal. High-class restaurants, local sightseeing, tours of magical areas, souvenirs, spas, massages, musical entertainment, clubs, sporting areas, etc., etc. All of those were possible additions to go with the hotels, and as such could then create new businesses and opportunities for work in the magical world beyond the norm. Anyway, when they weren't looking over business items, he and Petunia were practicing their magic since the trace on Harry's wand didn't activate until he actually entered Hogwarts. Cassandra helped by being an opponent and moving target. Naturally, they didn't use any lethal spells, but some that could be dangerous if they put enough power into them. Harry didn't want to get into the mindset of just standing at a distance from an opponent and launching spells at each other. He may be British, but he didn't want to be like the British Army during the American Revolution. Just march and fire in a straight line and think the opponent will do the same until one of you is dead. No, Harry had every intention of ducking and weaving, if not closing the distance and getting some strikes in with his fists, feet, or any weapons he carried during the fights. If someone decided to try to kill him, then he was fighting to kill as well. He had also found a name for his owl in the form of Hedwig, which she liked, and both she and Icaros had decided to fly to Hogwarts rather than be in the train. Harry didn't blame them. If he had the chance, he would fly to the school as well, though he was glad that apparently the owls of Diagon Alley were taught how to get to the school since he didn't want Hedwig and Icaros to get lost along the way, though he supposed Icaros could use their bond to follow him to the school. Shaking those thoughts away, he broke his hug with Petunia and gave one to Cassandra, who smiled down at him and kissed his head. "You watch yourself, sire. You're not a king yet, and I wish to see you crowned one day," Cassandra stated as she couldn't deny she grew fond of her charge, as did the others, but it was different for her in many ways. "I will. You two take care of yourself. We still don't know what families and houses can truly be trusted yet," Harry stated as they both nodded before he waved and got on the train with his trunk. Ghost had been brought to them a couple weeks ago, and right now he was sleeping in Harry's trunk. If he woke up on the ride over, he would let him out to stretch and get petted along the way. Finding a compartment, he entered and put his trunk on the rack after pulling out a book while Naga slithered over to the corner by the window and curled up to relax. Harry merely smiled at him before continuing his reading. The particular book he was reading didn't have a lot he could try right now, but there was still a lot of information to learn and absorb, and information was a key step to power. He broke from his reading minutes later as the door opened and he saw two cute girls. One a brunette with a ponytail and dark blue eyes, while the other had straight blonde hair that reached her shoulders and had brighter blue eyes than the first girl. He noticed both girls immediately looked at his scars. They were hard to miss after all. And then his clothes, no doubt trying to determine if he was a muggle-born, half-blood, or pure blood. Given that he was wearing black jeans, boots, and a red Henley shirt, he figured they assumed one of the former two. "Hi, may we sit here, please?" the brunette asked, and Harry smiled and nodded, glad they weren't one of the biased people. "Feel free to," Harry stated as they smiled and brought their trunks in before Harry swished his wand and levitated them into the rack for them. "Wow, that's amazing. I've never seen nonverbal magic before," the brunette stated in shock, and all while the blonde was just wide-eyed at him. "Ah, I apologize. I saw you had a bit of a hard time getting the trunks in, so I assumed you hadn't paid for a permanent feather light charm to be placed on your trunk. And I appreciate the compliment. I can't do much non-verbally, but some of the more simpler spells I can do," Harry stated with a smile as he offered his hand, with the brunette giving hers first. Harry shook it before giving a kiss to the back of it. "Hadrian Potter, a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Harry stated, making them widen their eyes a bit. "Really? You're Harry Potter? With how you looked, I would have thought you were a second or third year, but I guess the marks really should have given that away," the brunette stated before realizing something. "Oh, I'm Tracy Davis," the now named Tracy stated as Harry nodded his head at her. "As I said, a pleasure," Harry stated before turning to the blonde, who put her hand out. "Daphne Greengrass," she stated as Harry shook her hand and kissed the back of it. "Charm, Miss Greengrass," he stated before he sat back, though he raised an eyebrow at Daphne, gasping and looking a bit shaken. "Miss Greengrass?" Harry asked as she slowly pointed towards the corner by the window. "There's a snake," Daphne stated as Harry chuckled and Tracy looked over. "Oh, that's just Naga," he stated as Naga moved and slithered to Harry's lap. "Naga?" Tracy asked with a bit of trepidation. "Yes, he's one of my familiars," Harry stated as he gently pet Naga. "I'm sorry, one of?" Daphne exclaimed, and Harry nodded. "Yes, I've got Naga as well as a wolf and golden eagle as familiars. He stated before Naga hissed and Harry snorted. Yes, you're the most impressive and first of my familiars. Harry stated as Naga nodded. Wait, you're a parselmouth too? Tracy stated, and Harry nodded. Yes, though I can understand other animals as well. Harry stated, and Daphne and Tracy both looked at each other. There's no way he's not going to Slytherin. Daphne stated as Tracy mutely nodded. Slytherin, one of the houses of Hogwarts, right? Harry asked, making them blink. I'm sorry, were you raised in the Muggle world? Daphne asked, not understanding how someone like him could not know about the houses. Yes and no. I was for 5 years before an incident occurred, and I was elsewhere going from place to place until I was in Greece. I read what I could when I could, but there wasn't exactly an easy way to get information on the magical world without having a contact that was active in the world. Harry stated, making them nod. That makes sense, and yes, Slytherin is a house at Hogwarts along with Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw. Slytherin is named after Salazar Slytherin, the last known parselmouth in the world. Although it was rumored that you know who was also one, but no one ever confirmed it. Daphne stated, making Harry nod. Doesn't matter much to me. Just because 2 infamous wizards could do so doesn't mean the language itself is bad. Just the people who used it had reputations to go along with it. Harry stated since, while magical, Parseltongue wasn't a dark trait, and it was foolish for people to assume. Before either girl could comment, the door opened. The trio turned to see 2 redheads, one a lanky boy and the other a cute girl. Hey, whoa. The boy started before exclaiming as he saw the scars on Harry. Can I help you? Harry asked, a bit annoyed that people kept staring. You're Harry Potter. The boy continued, making Harry twitch an eye at being ignored. Would you believe me if I said I'm not? Harry asked dryly, making the 3 girls stifle giggles while the boy was oblivious. I didn't know the scar was so big, let alone you had 2. He added tactlessly, making Harry's eye twitch more while the red-headed girl just face-bombed. I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley, and this is my twin sister Rose. Do you remember how it happened? He continued while doing a very light motion to the girl beside him. You do realize I was only 1-year-old at the time. I'd have to either have an eidetic memory or be a master of occlumency to remember. Harry replied as calmly as he could. Occlumency? Daphne asked, drawing Ron's attention as he frowned. And who are you? He sniffed as if he was talking to someone beneath him. I'm Daphne Greengrass, and this is Tracy Davis. Daphne stated with some ice in her tone, since the boy was being quite rude. I know about you too. Both of your families are Slytherin. Ron shouted, looking as if they were the ugliest and vilest things he had ever seen. You should stay away from them, Harry. He continued, and Harry merely cocked an eyebrow, with only Rose noticing people opening their compartments to see what was going on. If you're implying that they are evil by association, then you may want to leave since I'm evil as well. Harry stated, making him gape. I'm related to the Black family, which has members such as Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange as members. So by your implication, I'm evil as well. Harry stated as Ron sputtered. Or perhaps you're insinuating that the house their families were in makes them evil. Well, I'm afraid that is rather stupid. Sirius Black was a Gryffindor. Barty Crouch Jr., an infamous Death Eater, was a Ravenclaw. Alastor Mad-Eye Moody, a legend among the Aura department, was a Slytherin. Horace Slughorn, a famous potions master, was a Slytherin and was head of Slytherin for a few decades. Albus Dumbledore was a Ravenclaw. Gellert Grindelwald was a Gryffindor. Amelia Bones, the current head of the DMLE, was a Hufflepuff. And Kingsley Shacklebolt, another capable Aura, was a Ravenclaw. Your house is merely where you stand at that moment in life, and where you could thrive easily. Mr. Weasley, it does not dictate what you will be for all time. Harry stated as the 4 just stared at him in shock as many listeners started whispering and muttering to each other. But their families are known to not be light-sided, and you can't trust snakes. Ron stated, and Harry raised an eyebrow. And from my understanding from my family records, my family has always been gray-aligned, not light, and thus I am the same as them. As for snakes, why can't I trust them? My best friend is one after all. Harry stated, looking down at Naga, who was glaring at Ron, who suddenly paled. Why do you have that? He shouted, and Harry rolled his eyes. Because he's mine. Harry stated as Ron quickly sputtered before Naga rose and hissed angrily at him, making Ron run away. Everyone was quiet a moment before Rose cleared her throat. I'm sorry about my brother. Do you mind if I sit here? I promise I don't share his views on things. Well, not the stupid ones anyway. Rose stated as the three looked at each other and nodded to her. Thank you. No problem. And pleasure to meet you, Miss Weasley. Harry stated as he shook her hand and kissed the back of it, making her gain a bit of pink to her face before Harry put her trunk on the rack for her. Nice to meet you too as well. Rose stated to Daphne and Tracy once she recovered from her bit of embarrassment. A pleasure. And you have my sympathies for having to live with that. Tracy stated, gesturing to where Ron was, and Rose nodded. He's not all bad, just very narrow-minded on a lot of things. Rose stated as all three gave her a look that said, we'll take your word for it, and she shrugged. A hissing noise drew their attention, and Harry snorted. No, I didn't forget you. I was just giving her a moment to get used to things. Harry stated as Rose widened her eyes at him. This is Naga, by the way, and he says hello. Harry stated as Rose just stared at him. Why, you're a Parselmouth. Rose stated in shock as Harry nodded. I just wow. Rose stated before a hissing sound came again. Oh, right, sorry about that, Naga, was it? I'm Rose. Nice to meet you. She stated, not wanting to be rude, and saw Naga nod and hiss. He says nice to meet you as well. Harry stated as Naga laid back down. Before anyone could comment again, the door opened, showing a chubby black-haired boy who seemed a bit skittish and a bushy-haired young girl that had some buck teeth and was already in her Hogwarts uniform. Excuse me, I've lost my toad, Trevor. Have you seen him? The boy asked, and they all shook their heads. No, but if you find a prefect or the head boy or girl, they should be able to summon him for you. I'd do it myself, but the spell is actually a bit hard and I've had mixed results. Harry stated, making the boy nod his head in thanks. You could also ask if they're capable of putting a locator charm on your toad. May make it easier to find him in the future if he runs off again. Harry commented, making the boy nod. Thank you. He stated before heading off to find one of the mentioned people. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? The girl asked, trying to be polite, but not able to keep the astonishment out of her voice. Yes, though it's usually polite to introduce yourself first. Harry stated with a small smile on his face. Oh, sorry, I'm Hermione Granger, and why do you have a snake? The now named Hermione stated, then asked. Oh, he's one of my familiars. Harry stated as he pet Naga. Familiars? Hermione asked, and Harry glanced at her and nodded. She was about to ask about them when her eyes landed on the book. What is a familiar, and what book is that? I didn't see it on the required books. Hermione asked, and Harry looked at the book. Miss Granger, do you have somewhere to sit? Harry asked, knowing this was going to be a lengthy discussion. Well, yes. Hermione stated while blinking. Would you like to sit with us? As I answer your questions, I feel like I'm going to end up having to answer others, so you might as well be comfortable. Harry stated as Hermione blinked. I guess that makes sense. Let me just tell the people I was sitting with that I'll be sitting somewhere else. Hermione stated as Harry shrugged. They're welcome to come sit as well. That is, if you three are fine with it. Harry stated before turning to the three girls he was sitting with, and they shrugged. I don't see a problem. Daphne stated as Tracy nodded along with Rose. Thank you, I'll be back shortly. Hermione stated as she closed the door. You're really getting a following at this rate. Daphne teased, and Harry shrugged. Don't be jealous. You and Tracy were the first members after all. Harry stated as Daphne glared at him. A few minutes later, had Hermione returning with a red-headed girl that was a few shades lighter than Rose's and a blonde-haired girl that was a few shades darker than Daphne's. Everyone, this is Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. Hermione stated as they nodded. Pleasure, this is Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and Rose Weasley. I'm Hadrian Potter. Harry stated as he introduced everyone since Hermione only knew him. Hello. Susan stated as Hannah waved shyly. As they took seats, with Daphne and Tracy now sitting next to Harry, Harry sent their trunks to the rack with his wand, making all for look in surprise while Susan and Hannah looked at Naga with wide eyes. Hermione mentioned you had a snake, but I wasn't sure I believed it. Susan stated as Harry chuckled. He's one of my familiars actually, and yes, I did use silent casting. Only on simple spells. Harry stated, making Susan and Hannah widen their eyes. What is a familiar exactly? Hermione asked, and Harry shifted slightly. A familiar is a bonded animal. Essentially, my magic reached out and connected to Naga, and my other two familiars connecting and bonding them to me. It's like when you get a wand. You can have and use any kind of wand you pick up, but only certain ones feel right and connect with your magic. Another way to look at it is it's an animal form of vassals. The animals swear loyalty and fealty to you and will protect and serve you, and in exchange you care for and help them grow and become stronger alongside you. Harry explained as Hermione nodded. Can anyone have a familiar? Hermione asked, and Harry nodded before the others could respond. Yes, though it is quite rare, mainly due to people not spending time around animals of different types and seeing if a connection is formed with them. It's typically not something that many magic users concern themselves with, and thus having a familiar, let alone three, is considered a rarity. Though to be fair, it can also depend on your magical core and strength, as a few wizards and witches don't find a familiar till their 15th year or so, when their magic is more mature and potent to make the connection. However, it's not up to you what animal will be connected to you. The animal will connect to you through your magic. So in a sense, it's magic and the animal that chooses to make the bond. Harry explained, making Hermione nod as she processed everything. Won't you get in trouble for having a snake instead of an owl, cat, or toad? Susan asked, and Harry shook his head. I asked the professors that came to see me and explain Hogwarts and the like to me. Apparently the bit about those animals is more of a suggestion, as they found that they are the easiest animals for young children to be capable of taking care of properly. If you already had a pet, then you were free to bring it, but they'd also be your responsibility if they made a mess or caused problems for other people. It's why most people who want a dog end up getting a Krupp, since they're more well-behaved than a typical dog without much training. Harry explained, making them nod, seeing his point. Plus, shops in Diagon Alley have owls, toads, and cats for sale, and they've been groomed to be accustomed to magic and the presence of it. They're also typically cheaper than any other animal you can purchase. They have to account for the fact most Muggleborns don't have finances in the Wizarding World currency, so they list what is cheap enough to be affordable, but good enough to meet the requirements you need. Harry added, since cost was always a factor for things. I was a bit lucky as my parents are dentists, so we aren't really struggling for money. Hermione stated before blinking as everyone, but Harry was looking at her in confusion. Oh, sorry, dentists are doctors who specialize in working on people's teeth and mouths. Hermione stated, making the others just blink at her in surprise. Muggles don't have the cleaning spells or the candy that actually cleans your teeth as you eat it, so they have more jobs to cover various things. Some might think they're primitive, but they're actually well advanced and dangerous. Harry stated, and the others nodded in understanding. So, what are your other familiars? Hannah asked after a bit. I have a wolf and a golden eagle. Harry stated, making them blink in surprise. My wolf, named Ghost, is sleeping in my trunk at the moment, and my eagle, Icaros, is flying to, or has already flown to, Hogwarts with my pet owl, Hedwig. Harry continued as he stroked Naga. May I? Daphne asked, gesturing to Naga, and Harry raised an eyebrow. Do you mind if they pet you? Harry asked, ignoring the shocked expressions from 4 of the occupants. They want to pet me? I suppose so. If they're as good as your aunt and Cassandra, then it will at least be pleasant. Naga responded, making Harry snort. Yes, you can pet him. Harry stated, making Daphne nod as she stroked him, gently, finding that he was incredibly smooth. You're a Parselmouth? Susan asked in surprise, and Harry nodded. Yes, though I'm actually a polyglot. Harry stated, making them look at him in confusion. Ah, someone who speaks multiple languages. I can speak to my birds and my wolf as easily as I can my snake. Harry clarified as Tracy began petting Naga as well. Really? I didn't know there was a language for animals besides snakes. Hannah stated, and Harry shrugged. I don't know if the languages of birds and canines is magical, but they do have their own language. I do know Parseltongue is a magical language. It's why it stands out to people so much, due to the magic that can only be cast and only be countered by Parseltongue. It's why people have a bit or respect and fear for it. Though if the asshole I supposedly killed 10 years ago was also one, then I can understand why there's more fear than respect, but the respect is still there. Harry stated, not at all caring that he cursed. And the book? Hermione asked, bringing back to her other original question. Ah, it's my family's grimoire. Harry stated, making four of the girls widen their eyes. You're actually learning from it? Tracy asked in shock, and Harry nodded. Yes, though only parts of it. My family was smart in that they enchanted and bound it so you could only read age and skill appropriate areas. I can't learn anything that was designed for an adult or seventh year until I have the magical skill and power to do so, or I reach that age. Harry stated as he looked at the book fondly. What's a grimoire? Hermione asked in confusion. It's a book of spells, history, knowledge, notations, and just about anything else noteworthy specific to a magical family. Daphne asked. No two grimoires are alike, and it's a serious offense to try and read or steal another family's grimoire. Even the greediest thief or the cruelest and evil witch or wizard wouldn't try and steal one, let alone open it. Well, you know who may, since he wanted as much power as possible. Daphne continued knowing this because her parents drilled into her the sacredness of their grimoire. So certain family has access to information and spells others don't? That's not fair. Hermione stated as Harry shook his head. It's not like it's spells that have been around or anything for a time. They're spells that were handcrafted by the family members through years of research as well as trial and error. Harry stated as Hermione pouted, think of it this way, Miss Granger. Imagine that instead of magic, we were going to school to learn how to cook and be chefs. Now, would it be fair that I have to turn over recipes, dishes, and the like that my family spent years of blood, sweat, and tears to create and perfect just because I come from a family of chefs and you don't? Or if we were going to dental school, is it fair that you'd have access to your parents who could guide you through your courses and education while giving you insight to different procedures that I and others don't or can't get? Harry asked, and Hermione frowned before sighing. Okay, I see your point, but it still seems like families like that have an advantage. Hermione stated, and Harry nodded. At times, yes, they do, but my mother was a Muggle-born and was hailed as a prodigy, surpassing many a pure-blood and half-blood with her skills and knowledge, and was the first Muggle-born to become an unspeakable, a position in the ministry that works in the Department of Mysteries, the department that deals with many things that are protected almost as much as the minister himself is. Advantages don't mean much when compared to skill and drive to learn and grow. If you want a Muggle thing to compare to, you can look at the battle between Greece and Persia. The first time the Persians invaded Greece, the Athenians launched an attack on them where they lost 192 soldiers while the Persians lost 6,400. Then there is the 300 Spartan warriors in the Persian Empire. 300 men killed 20,000 of their opponents before falling to a trap. Then the Persian army of over 2 million soldiers lost to a united Greece which had 10,000 Spartans and 80,000 other Greeks. Harry stated as Hermione just looked at him in surprise and awe. It's not wrong to question things, Hermione, but you need to be able to hear why things are the way they are. Otherwise, you come off as close-minded and rude because you're disrespecting traditions and customs that have long been situated among people. Harry stated since he could see. Hermione was practically a Ravenclaw, but she had the tactfulness of a sledgehammer. Harry then stood, letting Naga slide to the seat, and opened his trunk before digging around a moment and pulling a book out. Here, it's a book on wizarding culture I picked up in Diagon Alley. It may provide some insight, and before you speak of bias, it was written by a Muggle-born. Harry stated as Hermione took the book and nodded at him. Was what you said earlier about different people true? Like Dumbledore was a Ravenclaw? Hannah asked and Harry nodded. Yes, there's actually a few books that list famous and infamous witches and wizards, and on those lists, their houses are listed as well. Harry stated as he turned to Susan, Is Madame Bones your mother, sister, cousin, or aunt? Harry asked and Susan swallowed thickly. My aunt. You know who killed the other members of my family besides my father? My mother died in childbirth. Susan stated and Harry nodded. My apologies for bringing it up. Have you thought about your future at all? Harry asked, making Susan frown at him. You and your aunt are the last eligible women of your family, and thus many will be trying to get into a relationship with you to get access to your family name, wealth, and magic, especially since your family is one of the remaining sacred 30 families, and you are heiress to your family. Beyond that, are you going to be a healer, a duelist, a teacher, a Quidditch player, an auror, a politician, an enchantress, potions mistress, etc., etc.? Harry asked, and Susan frowned. Not really. I have time to do that, right? Susan stated, and Harry nodded. True, but it never hurts to have an idea to start out with, especially since by third year, we need to have some kind of idea, as we'll be taking electives. Granted, according to the bylaws, you can change electives within the first 2 weeks. Though if you want to be a healer, you'll likely have to ask the school nurse to tutor you, and maybe get a summer internship at St. Mungo's. Regardless, thinking on your future is never a bad thing. You just don't have to finalize what you want to be right now. Harry stated as Susan frowned in thought. What are the sacred 30 families? Hermione asked, and Harry sighed. They're a group of the oldest families in England that have remained pure blood the longest. It's not an official title. It was made decades ago by a supremacist, but the name caught on with certain families, and thus they became the coveted families to marry into. Harry explained to them, my family was cut from that for my father marrying my mother, but there's something odd about that to me, but I'm still looking into some things. Harry stated since a witch and a squib being born to a pair of muggles seemed a bit odd to him. What was that thing you mentioned before, a clemency? Daphne asked after several moments of quiet. It's the art of defense for the mind arts. There are witches and wizards capable of entering and reading your mind just from making eye contact with you, and you'd never know they had done it. The opposite to a clemency is legilimency, the art of attacking or invading the mind. I'm not an advanced or truly skilled clemens, but I know enough to start building defenses. The other benefit is it can help with your memory and recollection, which is useful in a duel, as you can recall your spells and such much easier. A truly skilled clemens can also protect themselves from truth serum and people extracting memories from them, as well as throw off most castings of the Imperious Curse. Harry stated, since the mind arts were rather underappreciated. Can you teach us? Daphne asked as the others all began petting Naga gently. I can give you some books and help you with some of what I've learned, but as I said, I'm not a master or anything so advanced. Items are out of reach at this time. Harry nodded since he didn't mind helping other, so long as they didn't turn around and try to use it on him without good reason. Assuming we'll be in the same house anyway. Rose stated, and Harry shrugged. There's no rule that says you can't be friends with members of the other houses. Even if we are in different houses, I have no problem with helping anyone, so long as they deserve my help at least. Your brother is currently on my list of not getting my help, Harry stated as Rose nodded, seeing how that could be. Can you teach me to silent cast? Hermione asked, and Harry shrugged. Sure, though from what I've experienced, it's easy once you get a charm or spell down enough that you know how your magic reacts and directs when doing the spell. The words mostly just help focus your mind, intent, and magic on the desired effect. It's why many duelists learn to silent cast as much as they can, because it gives them an edge, especially if they've gotten it down enough that they can do so without much wand movement as well. Harry explained further, with the others paying attention, almost feeling like they were in school already. After a few hours of talking about a variety of items and topics, an announcement came that they'd be arriving at Hogsmeade Station shortly, and thus they needed to change into their robes. Harry changed first since he was going to be the fastest, and then stepped out of the compartment to let the girls change, though Hermione was already dressed. Stepping off the train with Naga in his robes, Harry helped the girls down before hearing a voice. First years with me. The voice called, and the first years turned to see Hagrid there. He's very large, Hermione stated as Harry snorted. His name's Hagrid. He's the gamekeeper here at Hogwarts and is a half-giant. Harry supplied as they began gathering in front of him. I really wasted my chance when I met the Hogwarts representative. Hermione groaned, seeing the wasted opportunity to learn more about the staff of Hogwarts and other things. I'm sure many Muggleborns felt that way. Harry stated with a smile as they began following Hagrid. Merlin, I feel like some kind of animal in the zoo, Harry commented as they walked, since all the first years were staring and whispering about him and weren't even being somewhat subtle about it. Well, you are famous, and they're only children. It's not like they know better, Daphne stated as Harry nodded. Still, you'd think they'd realize they'll have years to stare at him. They don't have to cram it all into one night, Tracy stated as Harry glared at her. Good, know you have a future in comedy, if nothing else, Harry stated dryly, getting giggles from the girls. For to a boat, Hagrid called as he got into a boat on his own. Well, guess we split up now, Harry stated, since their group of 7 wasn't going to be able to ride together. Guess so, See you guys there. Hermione stated as she, Susan, Hannah, and Rose got in one boat. Ladies first. Harry offered, making Daphne and Tracy smile as they got in. Such a gentleman. Daphne stated as she sat down before a dark-skinned boy came over. Mind if I ride with you? He asked, and Harry shrugged and looked to the girls who nodded. Go right ahead, mate. Harry stated as the boy nodded his thanks and climbed in, followed by Harry. Thanks. Name's Blaise Zabini, by the way. The now named Blaise introduced himself. Pleasure. This is Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and as you no doubt have guessed, I'm Hadrian Potter. Harry introduced as Blaise nodded to the girls before doing so at Harry. Yeah, that bit was kind of obvious. Blaise stated with a small chuckle before the boats began following Hagrid across the lake. I wouldn't do that. Harry called to a brown-haired boy that was splashing a bit of water. Why not? He asked with a clear Scottish accent being heard. There's a giant squid that lives in the lake. You may agitate him or the other natives by splashing around this deep into the lake. Harry called, and the boy paled a bit and quickly moved towards the center of the boat. Is that true? Tracy asked, looking at the water nervously. Yes, though according to the books and the professors, the squid is very tamed. At worst, it's pulled a prank where it's grabbed a loud or rude student from a boat, pulled them underwater for a few seconds, and then thrown them back in their boat, sopping wet. I don't know about any of the other denizens of the water, though. Harry stated, knowing there were many creatures living in the water. Before the others could comment further, Hogwarts came into view, taking the attention of all the first years as the night sky gave a perfect backdrop to the large and mysterious castle that only had torch light illuminating it. Harry smiled at the sight and could practically taste the magic in the air as they got closer. It took another 10 minutes to reach the dock, and then another 5 to follow Hagrid up the winding staircase to the main doors, which he pushed open easily. Upon entering, they saw a serious-looking woman that appeared to be in her 60s, at least, standing at the top of a small stairway. They followed Hagrid as he climbed up to the woman. Professor McGonagall, I leave them to you. Hagrid stated as the woman gave a small smile and nodded as Hagrid walked off. Good evening, new students. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall. I am the Deputy Headmistress, Transfiguration Professor, and Head of Gryffindor House here at Hogwarts. In a few minutes, you will enter the Great Hall through the doors behind me and will be sorted into one of the 4 houses: Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. The house that you enter shall be your home and your family while you're here. At the end of the year, we award the House Cup to the house with the most points. Do well and impress teachers, and you shall gain points. Act out and break the rules, and you will lose points. Continuous rule breaking and acting out will result in either suspension or even expulsion from Hogwarts, and there is a mandatory 2-year waiting period to be allowed admittance again. McGonagall stated in a serious, no-nonsense tone, making them all know she was deadly serious when it came to this. Harry noticed her eyes lingered on him a moment before turning to address them all. Now, you will wait here for a few minutes until I return. I shall warn you that there will be most dire consequences if I find that any of you decided to wander off. McGonagall added before she entered the large doors that were behind her. Any idea how the sorting is done? Harry asked Daphne and the others, who shook their heads. No, from what my father mentioned, it's sort of an unspoken tradition to not tell anyone how you're sorted. Daphne stated as Harry nodded. Makes sense, the books I read all specifically left that information out. My guess is that it's a magical device or object and no one wants to ruin the experience for first years. Harry stated, making the people he knew so far nod while the other first years began murmuring to each other. So, it's true then. A male voice stated over the other first years and drawing attention to the speaker. A blonde-haired boy with palish skin and gray eyes walked up to Harry, with 2 large boys following him. Harry noted he had to be wealthy, given that his clothes were made of a fine silk rather than the usual material. The boy came and stood in front of Harry and looked him over. The rumors on the train. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. He elaborated while the other first years began whispering again, making Harry roll his eyes since they had just spent 15 minutes staring at him. This is Crabbe and Goyle. He continued, motioning to the 2 people behind him, who Harry nodded to as they were introduced, causing the 2 to blink as they didn't think they'd be acknowledged, but they still nodded and turned to not be rude. "And I'm Draco Malfoy." He finished with a smile on his face as Harry turned to him. However, before he could respond, he was cut off by an amused snort that was really more a smothered laugh, and everyone turned to look at Ron Weasley. "Think my name is funny, do you?" Draco glared. "I don't even need to ask yours," he stated as he scoffed. "Red hair and hand-me-down robes. You're definitely a Weasley." He guessed, and there was clear disdain in his voice as Red frowned and turned red with anger and embarrassment. "You'll find some. Wizarding families are better than others. Admittedly, not all members of the family are worthless, but the Weasleys have a bit of a reputation among many families." Draco continued before extending his hand. "You don't want to be associating with too many of the wrong sort. I can help you with that." He finished, and Harry looked at him intently, something that started to unnerve Draco. "Malfoy? Malfoy? Your mother wouldn't happen to be Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, would she?" Harry asked as Draco raised an eyebrow. "Yes. Why do you ask?" Draco asked, wondering why he cared. Harry gave a small smile before shaking his hand. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, but I'm willing to listen to you. For family's sake," Harry stated as Draco raised an eyebrow before smirking. "You can't be friends with him," Ron shouted, and Harry turned and raised an eyebrow while everyone else was just looking at him. "Why not? He's my cousin after all," Harry stated, making many widen their eyes and gape, while Draco raised an eyebrow before his eyes widened. "That's right. Mother mentioned her great-aunt married into the Potter family. I didn't make the connection till now," Draco stated as Harry nodded. "Doria Elizabeth Black married Charles Augustus Potter, my great-grandfather. It was quite a big deal at the time since they were the two strongest and wealthiest families in the country," Harry stated as he noted the others processing that news. "You're welcome for the boost to your reputation and standing, cousin," Harry whispered lightly as Draco chuckled and nodded. "You can't be related to him, though." "Your dash," Ron started before Harry merely turned to him. "A boy who wants to learn magic, Mr. Weasley. Whomever I am connected to, in whatever way I am connected to them, is irrelevant and frankly none of your business," Harry stated as he was getting a bit annoyed that people kept trying to decide things for him. But Ron was cut off by McGonagall arriving and wisely decided not to keep commenting. "Follow me," she stated as she turned to the hall and walked towards it with the first years following her. Though a few were giving looks at Ron for essentially telling the boy who lived that he couldn't associate with his cousin. Entering the Great Hall, they couldn't help but look on in awe at the sight of it. It was indeed great as it was large. Harry guessed you could easily fit a football field, American or European regardless, into here and still have room. The main area was filled with 4 long tables that had tabards hanging above them with a lion, snake, badger, and raven on them. Harry assumed they marked which house had which table. At the other end of the hall was a large pane glass window, and a bit in front of that was the teacher's table that was on an elevated section of flooring, which Harry knew was so they could observe all of the tables easily. Finally, the most eye-catching thing was the ceiling was showing the night sky. Though it was just an enchantment, it set the atmosphere really well, especially with the dozens of floating candles that filled the air. "It's an enchantment," he heard Hermione tell another first year. Though he noted her tone wasn't the same as it was before, she spoke more kindly than in a superior tone. He also ignored the stares at him. Not only was he the tallest one there, but his scars and build no doubt drew attention too. He sighed in resignation, realizing that he was just going to have to get used to it since everyone was going to stare and there would only be new people each year to do so. McGonagall led them to the end of the tables where it stood with an old, cliché witch's hat sat. He did notice Trelawney, Sinistra, and babbling at the teacher's table and smiling at him. He returned the smile before his attention was pulled elsewhere. McGonagall stood to the side of the stool and cleared her throat before the hat started moving until a face somewhat formed from the creases and fold. If that weren't enough, the hat started singing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on, and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap. The hall all erupted in cheers and applause, though Harry noted that for many it was to be polite or because it was tradition, not that they were impressed with the song any longer. He did clap, but it was more calm than others. He'd already seen some crazy and impressive magic, so the hat, while impressive, wasn't awe-inspiring. McGonagall then lifted the hat and held a scroll in hand. When I call your name, you will come up and sit on the stool. I will then place the sorting hat on your head, and he will place you in the house that is most fitting to you. Once you've been sorted, you will go and join your house. McGonagall stated and let it sink in before continuing. Let us begin, Hannah Abbott. She called, and Hannah stepped up after some encouraging nods and smiles from Harry and the others. If any of those girls around Potter get into Slytherin, we'll watch out for them. Harry idly heard Draco whisper to Crabbe and Goyle. You sure, Malfoy? Aren't some of them half-bloods or children of muggles? Crabbe asked, and Draco nodded. Yes, Potter has fame, money, and influence even if he doesn't fully know it. If those girls are friendly with him, I have no intention of alienating him through them. My father even heard rumors that the goblins were respectful to him, meaning he's got some influence on the Gringotts. I don't want to make an enemy of him if I can help it, Draco explained before shrugging. Plus, he's family. I can't exactly be alienating those that could be connected and allies to myself in the future, especially if he ends up being next in line to lead House Black. He added, making the two brutish boys nod in understanding. Harry merely smirked before turning his attention forward, idly noting that Hannah and Susan both went a Hufflepuff. He smiled and nodded at them, showing he was happy for them both. Harry then idly listened to the others, making sure to clap for his friends as they were sorted, while scanning the table of teachers. He noted each one by the description that the three professors had given until he reached a turban-wearing man. He was sitting next to another man that Harry knew to be Professor Severus Snape, the potions professor and head of Slytherin House. Harry narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man with the turban. Something wasn't right about him. Harry didn't know what it was, but the guy's magic and his presence just set alarms off in Harry's head. He knew to trust his instincts, and right now they were screaming at him to be cautious if not kill the guy right now. The fact that Naga was also whispering that he sensed something wrong in the room was another factor. Harry turned his attention back to the matter at hand as he idly heard the names getting closer to his own. Hermione Granger. McGonagall called as Hermione walked up with Harry, giving an encouraging smile. The hat was placed on Hermione's head, and the hall was quiet as they waited. Hello, Miss Granger. I'm a sorting hat, the hat stated as he began sorting through Hermione's mind. Oh, hello, Mr. Hat, Hermione stated a bit nervously. Calm down, girl. There's no reason to be nervous. Now, your thirst for knowledge is admirable, but your courage and ambition to want to make yourself known throughout the world is also commendable. I can see you have no real preference given your lengthy discussion with Mr. Potter. That does leave the question of where to place you exactly, the hat stated as Hermione frowned. I thought you were the one to decide where we go, Hermione asked, and the hat snorted. I am, but I'm not so callous as to not take your own feelings into consideration, the hat stated, making Hermione gain a bit of pink from embarrassment. Now, you have made some friends, or at least you like to think you have, and are worried you may once again get into a bossy or know-it-all persona like your muggle counterparts used to call you. That leaves three choices: Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff. Currently, you have two friends in Hufflepuff and one in Slytherin, but the Ravenclaws will appreciate your intelligence, even if some may take some time. Sadly, the Gryffindors may alienate you or try to use your intelligence for their own gain. That can happen in the other houses, but I've seen it worse from Gryffindors. If you truly wish to make waves in the magical world, then Slytherin would be your best bet, as not many Muggleborns are placed there, and you'd likely be getting attention with everything you do. But that is also a curse, since that attention can be negative depending on your choices. You'll also struggle there, as many Muggleborns aren't welcome due to blood purists. The hat stated, and Hermione frowned. I'm not sure. I finally have some friends that I think understand me, or at least are starting to. Part of me wishes that Harry or Daphne had gone before me. They seem to understand me more than the others. I'd probably join them. Hermione replied, as the hat hummed in acknowledgement. I guess if I had to choose, then it would be. People were beginning to look in confusion, as so far there hadn't been a first year that took longer than a minute to place. Hermione sat there for close to 2 minutes before the hat finally shouted, "Slytherin," much to the surprise of many who guessed she was a Muggleborn. Hermione took a breath and walked to the Slytherin table. There were many shocked and glaring faces at her. But thankfully Crabbe, Goyle, and Tracy were there with her, along with Daphne after her sorting. Draco, being there once he was sorted, only reinforced people to leave her alone. But Harry knew there would be trouble unless someone was really going to step in and do something. Hadrian Potter. McGonagall called after some more names, making the hall quiet as Harry walked forward, ignoring the various people, who started whispering as soon as he was more visible. He also noted some surprise on the faces of a few teachers, which he guessed was either from his scars or the fact that he wasn't a clone of his father like a few books tried to claim. Harry sat on the stool and looked out over the crowd before his vision was blocked by the hat. I was wondering when I would meet you, Mr. Potter." Harry heard a voice inside his head. Interesting, most react in shock or fright when they hear me speak to them the first time. However, considering what you've faced in your ancestry, I guess it shouldn't be that surprising. Do not worry, Mr. Potter. I am enchanted to not reveal any student's secrets to anyone unless they are truly a threat to the students. As such, neither the headmaster nor the teachers shall know anything I find here." The hat stated as he went to work. "Thank you, Mr. Hat." Harry responded as he sat there. "You're welcome. Now let's see. Given your heritage, Gryffindor is an easy choice, especially since your courage is second only to your mind's workings. As such, Ravenclaw would do you well too, especially since your mind reminds me of Rowena and how it works on everything it can at once. You're incredibly loyal and only break a connection if someone breaks it first, and you're kind to everyone until they show themselves to be an opponent or obstacle, so Hufflepuff is an easy choice. You are also cunning, have Salazar's prized language. You will easily use a situation to your advantage, and those around you too if it is applicable, and are capable of subverting opponents without them knowing it was your doing. Thus Slytherin is acceptable as well. I must say, Mr. Potter, I've seen very few students that can fit into all 4 houses so well. You are truly one of a kind, but the question remains on where to actually put you. You've certainly made waves within the first years. Many of their thoughts have gone back to your pointing out the houses of famous witches and wizards, as well as your cousin being in Slytherin. If the boy who lived has a cousin in Slytherin, then the house can't be as bad as rumors would say. The hat replied as it studied him. If you're asking me, I do not think I have a preference. I prefer to go where I have some acquaintances already, but I also would like to go to a place that I could thrive and embrace magic more wholly, while growing, though having some privacy is also bonus. Harry stated as the hat chuckled. Well, you've removed Gryffindor with that logic. They room 5 to a room. The same with Hufflepuff, but you have 2 friends there to help you connect with others if possible. Ravenclaw and Slytherin would guide you to knowledge and power, but Ravenclaw has no one you are connected to, or at least not yet, given your attitude to making friends and allies in every location you can. That leaves Slytherin. Though once word gets out about your closest familiar and your ability to speak Parseltongue, you will be ostracized by the more foolish members of society. The blow will be lessened if you go to another house, but not by much. Each house will have you struggle and fight at points in your life, and many of those in your house will stand by you so long as it is beneficial to do so, but at least in Slytherin you will have respect for your familiar and gift regardless of the path you choose to follow as a wizard. So, Mr. Potter, in conclusion, I think your choice of Slytherin is the correct one for long term, given that you are ambitious, cunning, and powerful while wanting to make changes to the wizarding world as a whole. The hat stated, and Harry raised an eyebrow. My choice, Harry stated, and the hat chuckled again. I said I could read your mind, Mr. Potter. I know that you desire to go to Slytherin to look out for Hermione Granger and any of your other friends, given that you can sense some hostility from many members of the house directed at them, and from the other houses that think Slytherin only has dark magic users. You merely wanted to hear my arguments for each house to see if you had reason enough to go with your choice. The hat stated as Harry smiled. True enough, Mr. Hat. Perhaps in the future, we can have a more in-depth conversation. Even if you can't tell me about the teachers or students, I'd love to hear any stories you have about the founders and Hogwarts itself. Harry stated, and the hat gave a bark of laughter, no doubt wanting to test some theories of your own while you're at it. I must say I like you, Mr. Potter. I wish you the best of luck in the coming years. The hat stated as Harry truly was a unique person. Outside of their conversation, many whispers and murmurs were going on, while some teachers frowned. Why? Because Harry had been with the hat for over 5 minutes now. Many of the older students were whispering since they'd never seen anyone take this long before, and the teachers were reacting because they honestly thought it was going to be an open and shut matter for the sorting. Had better to be. Slytherin, the hat shouted, and there was silence as McGonagall took the hat with her own expression showing surprise. Harry stood and noted that the Hufflepuffs seemed both surprised and a little afraid. Likely the Slytherins mess with them. The Ravenclaws looked both surprised and calculating a bit, no doubt trying to work out what this meant for them. The Gryffindors looked shocked, in disbelief, and like someone had just killed their puppy. The Slytherins were looking on in shock and disbelief, though he also saw some outrage, no doubt, from the blood purists there. Harry rolled his neck and ignored the looks as he went to the Slytherin table. He ended up sitting between Tracy and Hermione. Girls, Harry stated as he smiled at them. Called it, Daphne stated, smirking at Tracy. Harry smirked and shook his head as he sat and waited for the rest of the sorting to finish. His first year at the school had begun. Now what else would be done this coming year? He couldn't wait to find out. Done. Hope you enjoyed the chapter, and as you can see, things are changing already. As I said, there were things decided by my patrons, and that will continue to be the case. Hope you all enjoy the changes that will come. Shout out to my patrons. Lindsay Schwarzkopf, Terminator 1738, Andrew Stevens, Kid Chaos, Shadow 9 Fox, Josh Robbins, Janice Christopher Sonderskov, Zenkichi, Patrick Farrow, Kieran Acharya, Smilix, Dylan Page, William Scondras, Alex Bauer, Marley Corcoran, Tom Curry, Paul Garthwaite, and Mac. Thank you all for your continued support. See you all next time. Making an impact. Hey guys, and welcome back. This one got finished first in my work to get updates out, so here we are. A few of you made guesses on Lily, but none were right, so maybe you'll guess later on, or I'll just get to surprise you. For those who were wondering about Draco, I decided to have him be more Slytherin than whiny brat who depends on his father's influence and money. Especially since his mother should have been teaching him how to act if he was ever to take over House Black. So he's more competent and tactful in situations rather than higher-than-thou spoiled brat that needs daddy's money or his godfather's help to get things done. Also, yes, I know a good chunk of stuff revealed in God of War, Ragnarok. I haven't gotten to play it yet, but some friends have, and I asked them about some of my guesses. Almost all were, right? And I'll be incorporating some of the stuff from that game into this, as it fits with something I already had planned, but it's not going to be for a long while yet. With that said and done, let's get this show on the road. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter, God of War, or anything else that may appear in this FIC. Speech, thoughts, language that's not English, spell name, conversation thoughts. Chapter 3. Making an Impact Great Hall. Right after Chapter 2. After Harry's placement, the majority of the sorting went without much interest until the second to last person to be sorted, Rose Weasley. McGonagall called as said redhead stepped up and sat on the stool for a minute. The other Weasleys, as Harry could identify the brothers Rose had mentioned still being at Hogwarts at the Gryffindor table with Ron, who was also sorted there, were looking on in wonder as to why the hat was taking so long. The answer came as the hat shouted, Slytherin, shocking everyone as every Weasley member had been in Gryffindor for as long as anyone could remember. Rose exhaled slowly and made her way to the table with her friends making space for her. She did her best to ignore people staring at her, both the shock and the glare/outrage, with her friends making it a bit easier to deal with. Blaise had also been placed in Slytherin, But instead of the other first years, he sat with a girl that looked to be in her third or fourth year. Harry didn't pay much attention since it was none of his business where Blaise chose to sit, other than if he tried to sit on Harry's lap anyway, and turned to the headmaster, Albus multi-middle name Dumbledore, when he rose to speak. Greetings to all newcomers. Welcome to your first year at Hogwarts, and of course welcome back to all returning students. Now before we eat, there are a few words I'd like to say. Nitwit, blubber, Ogden, tweak, thank you, Dumbledore stated before taking his seat. Harry raised an eyebrow as he felt the magic in the air shift around the hall. When you've been on Olympus and Asgard, you tend to gain some sense of magic when you've been to a place where magic is in the very air to places where magic merely resides in a large amount. Anyway, Harry guessed this was the headmaster's personal joke of an order for getting the house elves to serve the feast. It was proven likely as suddenly the table was filled with food of various kinds along with various drinks, though no alcohol naturally. Harry quickly helped himself to some food and began eating, glad that no one was trying to harass him right now, but he was sure that would change once there were less non-Slytherins around. A glance around the area had him noting a few people still looking and whispering about him. However, another thing was one Ron Weasley eating like it was his last meal for the rest of eternity. He hadn't finished what was in his mouth before he was trying to put more in and was wearing a good chunk of food and drink. Harry was torn between wondering if he was related to the dwarves or if he thought he could be like Shaggy Rogers of the Scooby-Doo cartoons. Either way, it wasn't a pleasant sight, and from the looks on McGonagall's face along with his brothers, many would agree. "What is it?" Hermione asked as she turned only to grimace and shake her head while Rose put her face in her hands in embarrassment. "Some people have no manners," Hermione stated before looking at Rose, giving her sympathies to her. "He's like this even at home. I'd hoped that my parents and brothers telling him to be more polite would have stuck. I honestly don't know if I would be more embarrassed being there or not." Rose groaned since her twin was always a slob when he ate. "Probably more there. At least you don't have to sit right next to him here," Daphne stated as Rose nodded. "What's your opinion, Potter?" A fourth year asked as eyes turned to Harry, who calmly finished chewing some steak before answering. "Don't have one. So far I've found him unworthy of any attention I have to give. But it's the first night, much too early to form opinions. Just yet, if he's skilled in the classroom, then that'd make up a bit for his poor manners. But I won't know that till later, thus I have no opinion at this time," Harry stated as he drank some pumpkin juice. Bit of a Ravenclaw way of answering, but still also very Slytherin. A sixth year stated with an approving nod. "I may be a Slytherin, but that doesn't mean I can't take traits from the other houses for my own use. If I can be more than one thing, then people won't know what they'll get when dealing with me, and thus won't know how to handle me. That means that I always have an edge as I can put people off balance and remain in control," Harry stated, getting impressed and respectful looks from the nearby Slytherins. "Maybe the hat knows what it's doing with you after all," a fifth year stated. "Good thing too. If not, who knows how many of us could be over there with that," Harry stated, motioning to Ron, causing several to laugh, while Rose kept a sheepish smile, since she had to live with that. Around an hour later, the feast dwindled down to the few who either were starving, didn't eat as much because they were busy talking, or wanted to ensure they had calories to burn the next day. As such, Dumbledore stood again, attention. He called with his voice sweeping the hall and making it all go quiet. "Now that our bellies are full, I shall go over a few announcements before dismissing you all to your dorms. Firstly, all first years and quite a few older years will do well to remember that the Dark Forest is forbidden to all students unless escorted by a teacher or given permission by myself." He started while eyeing two boys that were definitely twins that Rose identified as her next oldest siblings, Fred and George. Secondly, Mr. Filch, our esteemed caretaker, has asked to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. He continued on for a few more minutes going over things such as Quidditch tryouts, end-of-term tests, and important exams for 5th and 7th years until he eventually reached the end of his speech. "Finally, I shall warn you all that the third-floor corridor on the right my hand side is off limits this year. Any found trespassing there will face consequences more severe than simply serving detentions. I dare say expulsion will be the least of your worries, regardless of what year you are in," Dumbledore stated in a firm and warning tone, surprising everyone as none of the older students could believe just going into the corridor was enough for an expulsion. Hogwarts, over the centuries, has been host to many incidents and items that, while we have protected the students to the best of our abilities, regretfully have caused harm, incapacitation, and even death to students and careless faculty. I give this warning so that both the prefects and head students can be watchful, as sadly, the staff cannot be everywhere at once. As such, you may find yourself in great peril, with no help coming should you not heed my warnings. He continued, still in his serious tone, and everyone could see the teachers were taking this seriously as well. Harry merely cocked an eyebrow, wondering just what Dumbledore allowed to be stored inside of Hogwarts during the school year. He had to have stored something, since the only items within Hogwarts already that could be dangerous were the cursed vaults, but those had been opened and drained years ago, so they shouldn't pose any threat to the students now unless someone stupidly reactivated them somehow. So, just what was put inside the school? Harry would have to think on that later as Dumbledore continued on. However, so long as you do not trespass, you have nothing to fear. He stated, suddenly become more cheerful, making people blink at the abrupt change. Now, before we leave, we shall sing the school song, Dumbledore stated, and Harry felt a twitch of his neck telling him where this was going to go. Dumbledore flicked his wand, causing a ribbon to fly out, and formed the words, "Pick your favorite tune, and off we go." Dumbledore informed, and the chaos began with Harry wishing he knew a sound-dampening charm right now. Merlin, I'm glad no one here actually knows how to use music as a magical focus. We'd probably all be dead. Harry muttered as the singing was finished, getting some restrained laughter from those that could hear him. Once that was over, Dumbledore dismissed them, causing a mass exodus of people as the prefects gathered the first years to lead them to their respective dorms. Harry was paying attention as they walked, memorizing the path, so he could find his way again without worrying about getting lost. Although, from what he was able to see, he wasn't likely to get lost anytime soon. Arriving outside the dorm, which happened to be in the dungeon, they saw a plain wall until Harry looked up and saw a small Slytherin sigil engraved in the ceiling above it. PvP. The male prefect stated, causing an outline of a door to appear in the stone before it opened inwards. The prefect then ushered them all inside before entering last. The common room was as Harry expected. It looked like someone took a spare cell of the dungeon and decided it would be cozy with some chairs, couches, a fireplace, and some artwork such as tapestries and paintings. There was even a window that looked out into the Black Lake, which had an eerie look to it thanks to the moonlight. He also noted different engravings and designs of snakes on everything. Some looked metallic, while others were simple etchings, but all of them had magic upon them, and based on what Harry learned about Salazar, he could guess just what kind of magic was involved with them. He also noted hardly any other Slytherins were there and assumed most went to their rooms or were taking their time returning. All right, listen up. The prefect called, pulling Harry's attention away from observing his surroundings. There are a few things you will learn now that you've been sorted into the ancient and noble house of Slytherin. The first is that the password changes at random anywhere from 5 days to 2 weeks. We've had issues in the past of members of other houses learning the password and then doing various things such as booby-trapping the rooms, destroying homework and assignments, stealing possessions, and other things. You had better learn to check the notice board for when the next change comes, as well as what the current password is. Second, you do not ever bring a member of a different house into here unless you have a very damn good reason, or both of you will suffer the consequences. Third, if you have problems with another Slytherin, you keep it behind the door, outside this room. We are a united house against the other houses, who all fear us because they believe we're evil or dark. We will be what we choose to be, and as such they have no right to judge us. If any of you brings shame upon this house, you will find yourself within a pit of very angry snakes, all aimed at you. The prefect continued on along with several suggestions, with one being to watch out for the Weasley twins, who like to target Slytherin above all with their pranks, and another was to study potions, as it would make Snape more inclined to be pleased rather than pissed off. After a few more items, he finished, and the rest of the Slytherins began filtering in almost on cue. Harry assumed it was some tradition, unspoken or not, to wait until the prefect was done, so the first years would be focused on the instructions and not distracted. Harry was a bit distracted as he felt something in the air and looked towards the girl that Blaise had sat with, finding her to be the source. Taking in her appearance, Harry found she was beautiful with chocolate skin, jet black hair that was curly and reached her mid-back, piercing teal eyes, a fit build that even with robes was starting to show womanly curves, and an aura about her that basically said, "You can look, but you'd better not touch unless you want to suffer about her." If not for the fact Harry had been around the likes of Hera, Aphrodite, Sif, Frigga, Freya, and so on, then he'd probably be blushing at the sight of her. However, he was a bit cautious given the magic in the air around her. "Oi, Potter!" A voice called, making Harry turn to see a sixth-year boy stalking towards him, and also noticed two others, another boy and a girl, that were fifth or maybe fourth years, moving to trap Harry in a pincer movement. Clearly things were going to get physical in just a moment, and on his first night too. "Yes?" Harry asked as he stared at the boy who called. "Just what is a half-blood like you think he's doing coming to the snake pit?" He all but growled as Harry merely looked at him. "Oh, leave him be. He's only just got here." The girl Harry had examined called while crossing her arms. "Ah, it will be fine, Valerie. Not like much will happen." Another student, a third or fourth year by the looks, hopefully adding some more intelligence since people like you make everyone around dumber by just being in their presence. Harry stated before anyone else could speak, making a few gasp or gape at him, while a few laughed, causing the first boy's face to become red with anger. "You filthy little!" He growled as he reached to grab Harry, only for Harry's hand to come up and catch his wrist, where he started applying pressure, making the boy shout in pain as Harry made him sink to his knees. "You see, this is a bit funny. Here, I am the filthy half-blood, yet you're the one on his knees before me," Harry stated as he tightened his grip more before catching the other wrist when the boy went for his wand. "Ah, none of that." Harry scolded as if he was scolding a small child and plucked the wand from his hand before twisting the wrist still in his grip, causing the boy to shout as he gripped at his shoulder. Harry looked at the wand and smelled it. Sycamore with dragon heartstring. Interesting choice. Harry stated, surprised a few Slytherins at being right, before he tossed the wand to the other side of the room. "Let him go, Potter." The girl that moved around them stated as she and the second boy had their wands drawn. "Why would I do that?" Harry asked casually, not even looking at her. "Because we'll hex you if you don't," she stated with a scowl on her face. "Oh, you'll certainly try, but you won't succeed," he replied, twisting the first boy's arm a bit more as he started to smirk. "You seriously think you can draw your wand and fight us before either of us hit you?" The second boy asked incredulously and a bit offended. "I could certainly try, but I won't have to. My friends will handle you," Harry informed, making the two glance at the other first years, who were just looking at the scene in shock. "You think a bunch of first highs is going to intimidate us?" The girl asked incredulously, only to get a deep, and dare she say, cruel laugh from Potter. "Oh, my dear, who said anything about them?" Harry asked as he looked at her with a smirk. Any reply was cut off by a growl filling the room, surprising everyone before the boy was tackled to the ground and pinned there. The boy looked and suddenly wished he hadn't, as he came face to face with Ghost staring down at him with a snarl and one of his paws pinning the wand to the floor. The girl looked shocked for a minute before she turned her wand on Ghost, only for a hiss to be heard, and Naga sprang at her from behind a chair, having slipped out of Harry's robes as soon as the first boy tried to grab him. The girl screamed as Naga quickly smacked her wand away before coiling around her torso and baring his forefangs at her. "Those are my friends. Two of my familiars, Ghost," Harry stated, motioning to the wolf and Naga. He stated, nodding to his snake, "They're awfully protective of me, and you two just threatened me," Harry reminded, making Ghost snarl more while Naga inched his fangs closer to the girl. "Why you lie? There's no way a son of a mudblood could ACK," the first boy started to say, before Harry grabbed him by his throat, and his eyes turned deadly as he looked back at him. The boy shook in fear as he saw his death in those eyes, and could only wonder if this is what it felt like to have the killing curse coming at you, and there was nothing you could do. He and the others were all shocked as Harry lifted him into the air off his feet. You see, that's part of the reason the noble and ancient house of Slytherin has fallen so far. You lot fell into pure blood propaganda about what that term actually means. Regardless, I will make something abundantly clear to you. Do not ever use that term in such a way in front of me, at least if you want to remain 100% intact. Harry stated in a deathly tone before he slammed the first boy onto the stone floor, making him scream in pain, or he would have if Harry wasn't still keeping a vice grip on his throat. Snakes, come forth and serve me. Harry summoned, causing all of the Slytherins that weren't in the train car with him to gasp in shock. That shock soon turned to fear as the various snakes all came to life. Some made of rope, some made of stone, some made of metal, some made of fire, some made of water, and some made of wax all came at his call, each taking on the item they were made out of, in their individual dwelling, counting the snakes from different tapestries and paintings. The ones from the latter two took on the element/form that they had in set artwork. Everyone in the common room quickly backed away from the four students as the snakes surrounded them, and a few turned to face the other Slytherins in case they were targets of their summoner's wrath. "Why, you're a Parselmouth," the girl exclaimed before squeaking in fear as Naga hissed angrily at her. "On many things, right now I am your judge and jury, so it's a matter of if I want to be your executioner as well," Harry stated as he looked at her, making her pale, before he hissed, and several of the metallic and stone snakes quickly bound the first boy tightly and had their fangs near his neck, face, and groin for good measure as they all hissed angrily at him, and Harry released his hold. "Do I have your attention, boy?" Harry asked, and the boy nodded, slightly careful not to scrape against the fangs. "I trust you two are paying attention as well," Harry stated as he eyed the other two, making them nod. "Good. Then let me be clear. I am here because the Sorting Hat believed it was the best fit for my goals and desires in life. What those are my business, and you can choose right now to do one of three things. One, you stay out of my way and get benefits from what I do without having to do much work. Two, you get in my way, and I crush you like insects under my boot. Three, you make yourselves useful and aid me, and I ensure you're benefiting as time goes on. I don't care which one you do, but you will do one of them," Harry stated before he hissed at the snakes, causing them all to nod. "Now, I've just ordered these snakes to handle anyone that dares use that term again without knowing its proper meaning. And they're not just in the common room. They're everywhere in the dorms, which means I will know if someone says it. Then you may have to permanently buy a bed in the hospital wing," Harry stated as he stared down at the boy, making him shake as his mind was now making him wonder if this was what it was like to be in Voldemort's presence. Harry hissed again, and the snakes all returned to their resting place as Naga released the girl and returned to Harry's shoulders. "Ghost," Harry stated as his loyal wolf had yet to move. "Ghost," he said again, firmly, making the wolf snarl at the boy before moving off of him, though he did knock his wand away, so he couldn't try anything before sitting at Harry's side. "Well, that was fun," Harry spoke as he flicked his wand, sending the first boy sliding across the floor and slam into the second one. "Just a reminder to leave me alone," Harry stated as he rolled his neck before looking at the prefect, who was stuck between being in awe of Harry and being terrified as he was now being targeted for something. "You never mentioned the rooms," Harry reminded casually, making prefect breathe a bit in relief. "Through the door there. The signs will direct you to your area of the dorms. It's 2 to a room, by the way," the prefect stated, making Harry hum. "Blaze up for sharing?" Harry asked, looking at the boy, making him blink owlishly. "Ooh, Zula," Blaze stated as Harry nodded. "Great night, everyone," Harry stated as he walked off with Ghost following him. Picking a room, he entered and sat on the bed as his luggage was delivered, and he pet Ghost. "That's a good boy," Harry stated as said wolf chuffed slightly, making Harry smile. "Yes, I realize that, but killing 3 students on the first day wouldn't really look good for us," Harry reminded, not bothering to speak Geru tongue, the language of wolves and werewolves, though dogs could understand some of it, since Ghost could easily understand human speech. Ghost merely huffed and growled, causing Harry to scoff a bit. "Yes, an alpha is supposed to break any rivals, but I'm not sure I could classify those 3 as rivals. Plus, I don't want just fear from the others. I want respect and loyalty through respect and friendship rather than they obey out of fear," Harry stated, knowing that eventually fear wouldn't be enough and people would get tired of being afraid and retaliate. Better to win followers through respect, kindness, or some other positives, as they were more likely to stick with you than those who were loyal through fear. Eventually, Harry dressed for bed and went to sleep, Naga curled up on the pillow next to him and Ghost laying on the floor beside the bed. Next day, Harry awoke that morning feeling a bit refreshed and wondered if it was the ambient magic of Hogwarts affecting him in some way. Regardless, it was time to start his day. Hence, he got out of bed and immediately started his morning workout of 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 200 punches with each arm, 200 kicks with each leg, and various other exercises. Even if he was in school for magic, he wasn't going to neglect his physical training, as 99% of all witches and wizards didn't know what to do without their wands or if someone got within striking distance of them. Similarly, if you didn't have a wand, they didn't take you seriously. Many of those pure-blood fools still wanted to declare war against the Muggles because they didn't truly appreciate the power they had gained. It wasn't power through magic, but through science and engineering, and truth be told, Harry didn't know any spell that could match some of the things Muggles could unleash on those they classified as enemies. One only had to look at or speak to someone that was at Hiroshima or Nagasaki to understand that. Shaking those thoughts away, Harry continued his workout before stopping for the day and heading to wash up and dress for the first school day. Once he finished, Naga climbed on his shoulders and Ghost yawned before following as he went to the common room. There were a few other Slytherins there, and they looked at him before shying away as the trio turned to look at them. Harry snorted and took a seat before he began reading one of the books he'd yet to finish that wasn't school-related. This one happened to be a direct, up-to-date, and detailed book on wizarding law, ethics, etiquette, and the like, and was constantly updated with changes thanks to it being a book given out to the Sacred 30 back when they were the Sacred 50, but Voldemort wiped out 15 magical families. One was reduced to only an old man too old to have children. 2 left England for supposed greener pastures. And then the Weasley and Potter families were removed for supporting the protection of Muggles and for marrying non-purebloods, respectfully. However, no one could take the book back from the Potter family, since even if they weren't sacred anymore, they weren't a family you crossed easily. As he read, he couldn't help but be angered and saddened by all that was lost in the previous 2 wars. All that wasted magical power, history, and potential gone in an instant. Harry knew the last war would have been much shorter if his grandparents hadn't been weakened by disease. His life would be different if the main Potter family home wasn't being repaired after it was damaged from a stray bomb in WW2. It took time and money to repair it, as something that old and magical wasn't an easy or quick fix. Alas, those things did happen. What was shameful to him was that the wizarding world wasn't trying to push forward anymore. There had been no advancements beyond brooms in any area in the magical world, regardless of which area you looked into. Potions were the same as decades past. Spells were the same, magical. Devices, runes, studies, everything. The wizarding world stagnated, and that more often than not led to destruction of whatever had stagnated. Harry then stiffened lightly as a different magic began filling the air slightly and saw the girl, Valerie, enter the common room before she saw him and approached. "Hello, Mr. Potter," she greeted as she nodded at him. He nodded back as Naga and Ghost looked at her. "Hello, Valerie, right?" Harry asked, making her nod. "So, are you a friend, sister, or cousin of Blaze's?" Harry asked, making her smirk a bit. "I'm his sister," Valeria stated, making Harry nod. "A pleasure, Miss Zabini," Harry stated, making her nod her head with a smile. "What are you reading, if you don't mind me asking?" she asked, and Harry hummed a moment. "It's the Wisengamot Compendium," Harry stated, making her raise her eyebrows. "My family had it before my father married my mother. No one was stupid enough to try and get it back," Harry stated as he kept reading. "Brushing up on the laws, then?" Valerie asked, and Harry nodded. "To a point. I'm also learning about the wizarding culture in England since I've been gone for 5 years seeing other areas, and the first 5 since the war, I was in the Muggle world," Harry stated as he idly pet Ghost, who was happy for the attention. "I wouldn't have guessed that you were raised in the Muggle world," she answered with a surprised expression, though she did hear, as everyone did, that he had vanished from wherever he was staying. "Not by choice, though I'd not have my aunt if I wasn't," Harry replied, since it was true. Though if not for his bastard uncle, he may not have met the gods and had his life changed for the better. He did wonder just who his ancestor was to earn such favor and attention from Olympus and Asgard, but they were tight-lipped about it, and Harry suspected there was a reason beyond his own safety. Would you like some help learning everything? I've grown up in the wizarding world, and my mother has ensured I knew the political field as well as others. I'd have to, since I could very well be married off, and I need to know what I'm dealing with ahead of time. Valerie offered as Harry looked at her intently. And what do you want in return? Harry asked, knowing that being Slytherin meant he had to be a bit cautious of just agreeing to things. The magical aura around her only made it more important to be careful until he fully knew her intentions. Valerie smiled at the reply. Good. You're learning already. As for what I want, I'm not sure yet, which is why I'll settle for a favor. Of course, on my end, I'll try to teach you to the best of my ability, and it's one favor for everything, not a favor for each lesson. Valerie explained as Harry stared at her and fought back a shudder at the magic she could practically see swimming in those eyes. All right, but the favor also has to be reasonable. For example, I'm not going to give you half my vault or kill someone for you in exchange for these lessons. While your own experiences and firsthand knowledge is good, it's not irreplaceable or unobtainable from other sources. Harry stated since it was true. Fair enough. Shall we start now then? Valerie asked as Harry shrugged. Good, come on and we can start in the Great Hall. Valerie stated, making Harry shrug again as he put his book up and stood with Ghost standing as well. I assume they're coming along? Valerie asked as Harry nodded. I'm certainly not going to keep them locked up for the next 7 years. Harry stated as both Naga and Ghost nodded as well. All right then. Valerie stated, already knowing she was going to enjoy the show once people saw the boy who lived with a snake and wolf. She wasn't disappointed. As they walked, Harry took in the details of the castle that he could see, but Valerie was half leading him and half watching the various reactions along the way. It didn't matter if it was portraits, ghosts, or students. Everyone stared with wide-eyed looks when Harry was near them with his snake and wolf. Harry registered their attention, but ignored them all the same, finding his view to be better. And it wasn't just the hint of Valerie's bum in front of him either. The robes covered quite a bit, but they weren't perfect. Still, the castle was as much an enjoyable sight as she was. Entering the Great Hall, it was no surprise for Harry, Valerie, Naga, or Ghost that all eyes snapped to them, and many stared with mouse agape, as Harry casually walked to the Slytherin table and sat down before patting Ghost's head as he lay behind Harry. Naga merely slithered off onto the table as Valerie sat across from Harry. Do you know how I can procure some meat for these two? They both used to hunt where I was, or I shared any food I had at the time, but I'm sure them hunting wouldn't be a good idea here. Harry asked after swallowing a mouthful of eggs, knowing his two friends would be getting hungry and he didn't want to just give them scraps. You could probably call a house elf to help. They're magical creatures that are born to serve. Most of the time they take offense or are distraught if you tell them not to do work because they're afraid they've done something to upset you. A few people see it as slavery, but even when offered freedom or an opportunity to be paid, they won't accept unless their current arrangement is so bad they'd rather die than keep serving their current masters. They also need to bind themselves to a magical site or person so they can siphon a small amount of magic to stay alive and reproduce. Valerie explained since the moment she said the word slavery. She had seen Harry stiffen and knew she needed to explain before he ended up doing something. I see. So how do I call one? Harry asked as he ate a piece of bacon. Can a Hogwarts house elf please come help me, please? Valerie asked, and Harry felt a shift in the air and turned to his right, just before a small creature, smaller than one of the dwarves or goblins, appeared with big floppy ears and a somewhat formal dress appeared. Harry kept Naga and Ghost from doing anything beyond looking at the elf, who squeaked at the two predators turning their attention towards it. It's all right. They won't harm you, so long as you don't try anything. Harry informed, making the elf gulp a bit and nod before widening its eyes at Harry. You use me the great Harry Potter? Done. It asked in a semi-squeaky voice that held a large amount of awe within it. That's correct, Harry stated as he looked at Valerie. The elves do the cooking and cleaning here. Unless a detention is given, any mess created is cleaned by them, and all the feasts are prepared by them. Valerie explained, making Harry nod. I see, Harry stated before looking to the elf. Could you bring some meat for my snake and wolf, please? Ah, and some smaller pieces for my 2 birds as well?" Harry asked as the elf bobbed its head rapidly. "Oh yes," the elf stated as it looked elated to help him. "Pipsy can dose that no problem," the elf stated as Harry raised an eyebrow. "Who's Pipsy?" Harry asked as the elf beamed. "Eyes be Pipsy," the now named Pipsy stated, making Harry blink. "Okay, nice to meet you. Your English isn't bad, by the way," Harry stated, making Pipsy smile more. "Thank yous, great Harry Potter, sir," Pipsy stated before looking at Naga and Ghost. "What would your animals be wanting to eat?" she continued as she wanted to be sure she got it right. "Meat, smaller cut-up pieces for my snake and larger pieces for my wolf. If you happen to have a decent size bone, that would be good too. Then, just an extra plate of bacon, please, though no plans for those two. They're strictly carnivores," Harry instructed as he did not want the elf to waste her time. "Oh, that's be easy. We having lots of meat pieces in kitchen. Is pig and cow good for Wolfie and Snakey?" Pipsy asked, and Harry nodded. "Yes, thank you," Harry stated, only to blink in confusion at the wide-eyed, shocked look she gave him. "Are you all right?" Harry asked the stunned elf. "Yous be thanking Pipsy? Mr. Harry Potter be even greater than stories say," Pipsy stated in disbelief at the start before it turned to reverence. Pipsy be ensuring best meat pieces for great Harry Potter's animals' friends. She continued before popping away, and Harry turned to Valerie with a raised eyebrow. "The elves don't get thanked much, so anytime they do, it's a very big deal to them," Valerie's explained. "Next time tell me that." Her expression with your description had me afraid I'd somehow offended her, Harry stated as Valerie laughed a bit. "Actually, I don't think there's a bigger compliment you could have given her at that moment," Valerie stated before continuing. "Most either don't respect elves enough or believe the opportunity for more work is enough, thanks." She continued, making Harry nod before a platter of small meat pieces appeared in front of him, along with a plate of large hunks of meat and a large bone followed by a plate of bacon. "Guess these are for you," Harry stated, moving the smaller plate to Naga, while the bigger plate went to Ghost before Harry took the bone, making him release a whine. "You can have this after you eat. I'm not listening you complain about being hungry later because you went for the toy first," Harry stated, making Ghost huff before he began eating. "You're going to make a record of students scared at this rate," Draco commented as he and the other first years arrived, with Tracy sitting next to Valerie, Daphne sitting next to Harry on his right, Hermione on his left, Draco a little further down, Crabbe and Goyle across from him, Theodore not next to Tracy, and Pansy Parkinson next to Draco. Blaise also took a seat next to his sister, while Millicent Bulstrode came and looked to be contemplating before Harry gestured to sit next to Daphne, and she hesitated a moment before doing so. No reason to possibly offend the parcel-tongued wizard that has a wolf and snake for a familiar. "By the way, Blaise, wanted to let you know that if you want to back out of being my roommate, you're welcome to," Harry offered, making Blaise blink owlishly at him. "I'm good. Being your roommate offers a bit of protection. Plus it boosts my image a bit that I'm roommates with the boy who lived," Blaise stated, making Harry nod his head. "All right then," Harry stated before he frowned and looked. "Anyone seen Rose?" Harry asked, suddenly making the others frown and look around as well. "Over there," Daphne stated as she pointed to near the door where Rose was against the wall, looking to nearly be in tears while Ron was glaring angrily at her. "I'll take care of this. If things get bad, it's better if only one of us gets in trouble," Harry stated as he stood and motioned Naga and Ghost to stay as he walked. "Answer me. How could you go to a dark house like Slytherin? How could you do this to our family? Mom and Dad are going to be ashamed and horrified," Ron demanded, his voice only be drowned out by the bustle of people eating and talking. "Teach the Hat said it was a good choice for me and put me there. And don't call them dark. There were wizards from the other houses serving you-know-who in the last war." Rose shot back, some tears spilling as her twin was being a right asshole. "What did you just say to me?" Ron stated before it looked like he was going to hit her, only for Harry to catch his arm. "Stop. First of all, she is your sister. Act like it. Second of all, you would do well not to try such a thing in full view of over 80% of the school, let alone the entire staff. Third, you would be better served not trying such a thing in front of me," Harry stated as he pushed Ron back and moved between him and Rose. "Walk away. while I still let you walk. Harry warned as Ron glared. What? Gonna use all those dark spells that your fellow snakes have been teaching you? Ron sneered and Harry just looked at him. I don't need magic to break you. One good stomp and your knees break. One good punch and your nose breaks. A hard enough knee or elbow hit and your jaw breaks, and one good hit and your elbow snaps. Unlike you, I don't need big brothers or magic to defend myself. Harry warned as he stared into Ron's eyes as Ron tried to look brave before he scowled and walked away. Come on, Harry stated as he wrapped his arm around Rose's shoulder, making her smile in appreciation as she wiped her face. The two sat down with Hermione moving down to let Rose sit between her and Harry before they resumed eating. A few minutes later, after the heads of house for each table had gone by, they were all looking at their timetable. Looks like we have Transfiguration, History, Astronomy, and Potions today, though from what I was told we should bring something to read during History, as the teacher is a ghost that only talks about the Goblin Wars all year, every year. Harry stated with a shake of his head as the others looked at him in disbelief. Okay, guess I'll be getting extra reading material from now on if that's the case. Draco commented dryly as the others all nodded in agreement. A screech came drawing attention as Harry smiled before Icaros came in, making Minnie gasp and stare at him in shock before he circled the room before landing on Harry's shoulder, who began petting him lightly before tossing him a piece of bacon. Everyone, this is my third familiar, Icaros. Harry stated fondly as he stroked his flying familiar's feathers, gently making him release what many would call cooing noises as he rubbed his head against Harry's in affection. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall stated as she approached, bringing many of the students' attention to her as she did. I'll assume these are your familiars that my fellow professors mentioned? She asked as she motioned to the animals. Yes, ma'am. This is Naga, Ghost, and Icaros. Harry stated as he motioned to each animal when introducing them. Very well, if Naga, Ghost, and Icaros are to remain at the school, there will be a few rules and they would have to abide by. McGonagall stated as Harry nodded. I'm sure. First, I know I am responsible should they do anything, and I will have to clean up after them, since I'm sure them relieving themselves in the halls will not be tolerated. I can also guarantee that they will not harm anyone that does not intend harm to me or them. He replied before a hissing, caw, and chuff came making. Harry nodded. They say they'll not harm anyone unless they pose a threat. Harry stated, not caring for the shocked look on McGonagall's face. You can understand them? McGonagall asked in a breathless voice. And speak to them. Did the three professors not mention that? Harry asked with an eyebrow raised, finding it odd that the teachers either didn't tell her or that the headmaster didn't see fit to inform her if the teachers only told him. They did, but hearing about it and seeing it are not the same thing. She answered, making Harry nod in understanding. Regardless, Mr. Potter, they shall be allowed to attend class with you today, provided that they behave and none of the teachers have anything negative to say. Then you should have no problems in the future. However, after classes today, you and your familiars will be accompanying Professor Snape to the headmaster's office to discuss both them and yourself. She continued, making Harry raise an eyebrow before shrugging and nodding. All right, Harry stated, since there wasn't much else to say to that. McGonagall merely nodded and walked off. Harry merely turned and continued eating while the others all glanced at him. You handled that well. Barely any reaction to the fact you're getting called before the headmaster on what is technically your first day. Draco stated, and Harry shrugged. Reacting to it negatively or loudly would have just drew more attention and made it look like I had something to hide. Harry stated calmly as he tossed some more bacon to Icaros while Naga and Ghost ate their meal. Eventually, it was time to head to their first class, Transfigurations, after spending a free period to look around the castle more. Icaros had been sent off to fly and enjoy himself, though Harry asked him to take some bacon to Hedwig, which he agreed to if he got another strip. Arriving at the class, Harry and his fellow first years entered and saw the other houses only just arriving. The classes were divided, so half of your year group were in class together, while the other half would be in a different class. Supposedly, this was to promote cooperation and foster relations between the houses rather than essentially isolating them to their house, and one other at times. The only exception was if the number of first years was too small to split, and from third year on, since that was the year you could choose your electives and no year ever picked the exact same ones. Harry didn't really care. He could be classmates with a baboon and still be unbothered. Though in his case, it was likely because he could communicate with the baboon and thus get it to leave him alone while he worked. Regardless, Harry merely took his seat and only idly noticed the other Slytherin students do the same near him, while Naga moved to the desk and Ghost laid on the floor behind Harry and was happily gnawing on his bone. Harry smiled as he saw the cat sitting on the desk. "Where's the professor?" Gregory Goyle asked in confusion, as she had yet to appear, and many of the others began murmuring the same thing. "Look beneath the underneath," Harry stated as he smiled and opened his book. "Huh," was the intelligent response he got from many. "What class are we in?" Harry asked patiently, directing a smile at the cat, who merely stared at him. "Transfiguration," Tracy answered as Harry nodded. "What does that subject entail?" Harry asked, making them frown. "It's the art of altering the shape of things," Hermione stated as Harry nodded. "Yes and no. It's not just things that can be altered. Creatures and people can change as well. Advanced transfiguration users can even turn simple rocks into tigers, lions, and bears. However, another advanced art is the ability to shape-shift yourself into an animal, thereby making you an animagus. It's a long and dangerous process and shouldn't be done or taken lightly, partly due to the danger of being stuck as an animal and partly because you can lose yourself to the animal instincts. But once you've done it, you can turn into your animal because you typically only get one and a non-magical one at will. There are also spells that can distinguish an animagus from a normal animal, can force an animagus to change, or trap them in their animal form for a time. Harry explained before he slowly turned to the cat and smiled. "Did I leave anything out, Professor?" Harry asked as everyone turned to look at the cat in time for it to jump off the desk and transform into McGonagall, much to the class's astonishment. "No, I believe you covered everything quite well, Mr. Potter. That will be 25 points to Slytherin for both advanced knowledge and noticing something that 30 years of classes have not been able to deduce or notice," McGonagall stated, making Harry nod his head before the door burst open and Ron Weasley ran in before bending over panting in the aisle. "Made it," he breathed with a smile on his face that vanished when he saw McGonagall there impassively staring at him. "Crap," he muttered as McGonagall just looked at him. "So good of you to join us, Mr. Weasley. I can only assume you either didn't care about the time until it was too late or got lost. Perhaps next time you should ask your brothers for help," McGonagall stated, making Ron turn red while a few students sniggered until she turned her gaze on them. "Take a seat, Mr. Weasley, and try not to make this a habit or trend," she continued as she moved to her desk while Ron grumbled and looked for a seat. However, he jumped back in fright as the sight of both Ghost and Naga. "You can stop staring anytime now," Harry stated after he counted to 100 and Ron was still standing there. "How can they let you keep those dangerous and evil animals?" he nearly shouted, drawing attention as Harry rolled his eyes, mentally thanking Magic herself for not putting him in the same house as this imbecile. He also mentally noted to comfort Rose a bit over the fact she had to grow up and live with this for 11 years and had to go back to it every summer for the foreseeable future. They are animals, they're not evil. Even magical animals and creatures aren't inherently evil. They're just dangerous and hungry, and so people label them as evil," Harry stated as he scratched some notes on a parchment, both on what was on the board by McGonagall and his own ideas and thoughts on things. "Yes, they are. All snakes are evil, and wolves are no better," Ron shouted, making Harry sigh. "You realize snakes only attack if they feel threatened or they are hungry, which they only attack what is small enough to be eaten. Wolves will generally leave people alone unless they're starving or they feel threatened or they are protecting their pups, because most wolves that aren't trained won't attack things bigger than it unless they outnumber their prey by a great deal. They aren't evil. They're simply animals going off their instincts and needs. Evil would imply there is intent behind it other than defense or food. If you want to argue about animals, rats, and I happen to know that you have one, are just as if not more dangerous than snakes and wolves. They will go out of their way to eat anyone or thing they can. In fact, an old form of torture was to lock someone in a dungeon and let the rats eat them alive," Harry stated as Ron gaped at him, and few people cringed at the last bit. Furthermore, rats can carry multiple different diseases and parasites, some of which even with magic can take months if not years to cure or get rid of all snakes, but the basilisk has an anti-venom and wolves are only a danger of rabies, which magical people have had a cure for over 200 years. So, if we're going by evilness, then your rat is one of the most vile animals in existence. Harry continued on as Ron's face turned red. Are we sure this monkey is Rose's sibling? Isn't it possible one of them wasn't adopted? Naga hissed, and Harry looked towards him and shrugged. From what Rose said, her elder brothers were top students with the twins being smart but lazy, so I'd say Ron is the adopted one. Harry replied before rolling his eyes at the gasps. You're a Parselmouth? Ron shouted, and Harry grunted as he massaged his left ear, while those not in Slytherin were gaping and are gasping. Yes, I'm also partially deaf now. Maybe I'll go to the school nurse if this ringing continues. Harry stated dryly. But you can't be, Ron exclaimed, completely ignorant of the disapproving glare from McGonagall, and it was clear to anyone looking at her that she was quickly losing her patience with him. I believe that I can. Just like I can begin ignoring you now, because you've wasted enough of my time. Harry stated as he went back to his parchment. I can't believe it. Your parents would be dash. Ron was cut off by Harry, Ghost, and Naga all turned to glare at him. Do not continue that sentence, Mr. Weasley. My parents died to protect me from the worst Dark Lord seen in over a century. They did not die for me just so people like you could use their names as a means of guilt, tripping me into doing or being whomever you think I should be. To do so is an insult to them, their memory, and my family, and I will not allow that to slide. I will count this time as a lapse of judgment on your part, but do not do it again, or there will be consequences. Harry stated as Ron gulped and stepped back and away. Professor, I understand it is uncalled for to threaten a fellow student, but I can't let that kind of statement slide. Harry stated as he turned his attention back to McGonagall, while everyone noted Ron paling. Apparently, he had forgotten McGonagall was right there. That is correct, Mr. Potter. However, given the circumstances, I will allow it to slide this once. McGonagall stated while looking at Ron. But Ron was cut off by McGonagall's glare. That is quite enough, Mr. Weasley. That will be 40 points and 3 detentions for not only disobeying me when I told you to take a seat, but also for insulting another student's familiars, causing a commotion in class, and attempting to use that same student's parents against him. Now, sit down before you add to your punishment. McGonagall stated as Ron nodded, and went to sit down, frowning the whole while. He didn't notice the disapproving looks from the others, as he now not only told the boy who lived to not associate with his cousin, but also to not care about his familiars, which got them wanting to talk about that when McGonagall wasn't likely to get pissed, and was using his dead parents against him because he decided Harry should be a certain way. Needless to say, Ron's popularity and any standing he had due to his brothers was plummeting fast. McGonagall stared at Ron until he took his seat before she turned to address the entire class. Now, we will be going over the art of transfiguration. As 2 of our young Slytherins have stated, it is the art of shape manipulation, though it is also slightly more advanced than that. For instance, Mr. Potter's example of turning rocks into tigers is indeed correct. But rather than them simply looking like tigers, they are in fact actual living, breathing tigers until the spell wears off, or in the case of being used in combat or a duel, until they are destroyed by your opponent. As such, the tigers have all the instincts, strength, speed, and ferocity of a real tiger, so it is not just simply an illusion or changing of shape. McGonagall stated as the class was paying attention with a few taking notes. Now, I will warn you all that I will not tolerate any funny business, messing around, or joking about this subject. Transfiguration is a dangerous art, Mr. Potter's example of animagi is only one danger that exists. McGonagall stated as the students were all glancing at each other. Now, each first year, I offer a chance for new students to offer an example of what could be a danger. Do any of you wish to try? She asked, and a few looked around before Harry shrugged and raised his hand. Mr. Potter, one such danger is the foolish belief of it being safe to eat something you've transfigured into food. Unless you place a high-powered charm onto it, Then you can suddenly have rocks, sticks, or anything else you transfigured sitting in your stomach, and that can be extremely dangerous. One minor exception to this is transfiguring food into a different type of food. It is a common parent tactic to get their children to eat things like vegetables or other healthy foods. They'll transfigure it into candy or something more appetizing, and then by the time it changes back, the children have eaten it and get the nutrients. Harry stated, making McGonagall nod, while a few pure and half-bloods were wondering if some of the things they ate were really that. But at least it tasted good, so they could live with it. A second example would be a spell hitting a person. At times it may not be too harmful, but a weak spell hitting someone's finger or hand could be problematic, as the finger or hand could be transfigured and not the rest of the body, meaning the item will fall off and it will be hard to reattach it. Harry continued, making a few students pale. A more direct example would be if a spell hits someone in the eye. Not only can the eye be transfigured, but it could end up that the object it is changed and it can be lodged inside someone's head. Plus, when the spell wears off, there is no guarantee that the eye will be attached any longer, leading to permanent damage. Harry stated, making several turn green at that thought. Correct, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Slytherin. McGonagall stated, impressed that he knew of some clear examples of the dangers. I hope those examples will keep you from attempting to use transfiguration beyond your skill level or trying something foolish. Now, let's begin with the fundamentals. She continued as the lesson moved on to the history of transfiguration and some of the uses it has in a variety of areas. Eventually, the lesson moved to the first bit of magic to be practiced, turning a match into a needle. Harry sat back and watched everyone work on it. He jotted down some thoughts on the project. Mr. Potter? Is there a reason you are not participating? McGonagall asked, and Harry looked at her, making sure I fully had the theory down before I tried the practical. Harry stated as he casually waved his wand over the match and turned it into a perfect silver needle. Harry frowned a moment as he examined the needle and ignored the stunned looks he got. He waved his wand again and changed it so the needle looked like it was made of emerald or jade depending on the light. He tapped his chin before waving his wand, making the needle stay emerald/jade, and turned the thread hole lining into silver, with a bit of silver flowing through the center down to the point. Harry examined it before nodding his head. Good, Slytherin colors, much better. Harry idly commented, as if he was fixing some annoying mistake. Mr. Potter, that's astounding. To be able to silent cast at such a young age. McGonagall exclaimed, making Harry blink. Thank you, it wasn't hard since I've learned some other spells silently. This one didn't seem as complicated as a couple others I've tried. No offense. Harry explained as he casually raised the needle in the air with his wand before he began juggling it with knockback jinxes before he levitated it back to the desk. Amazing. McGonagall breathed. Take 100 points for advanced spell usage. Would you by chance mind if I kept the needle? She asked, and Harry shrugged. Sure. Do you want it to be Gryffindor colors? Harry asked, and McGonagall was tempted to ask for that just to inspect his work, but decided she had been sidetracked enough and shook her head. Is there going to be a day where you're not shocking us? Hermione asked quietly, and Harry shrugged. Maybe. I'd imagine I'll either run out of things to show, or you'll get used to it. Harry stated with a small smirk. Now, would you like help with this? Harry asked as Hermione and the others nodded. All right, point your wand at the match. Now, close your eyes and picture the match in your mind. Then picture it morphing into a needle and each subtle change filling you with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Now, cast the spell and keep visualizing and desiring that to happen. Harry instructed slowly and patiently, seeing his housemates listening intently and noticed a few of the nearby students doing it as well. It worked too, as the Slytherins except Crabbe, Goyle, and Bulstrode were able to get a complete needle, while the three mentioned got 3/4 of the way there within 2 castings. Harry was patient and helped them continue to visualize and work on it before McGonagall approached. Mr. Potter. She stated, making Harry turn to her and see a smile on her face. That will be another 15 points for helping your fellow students and 10 points for excellent instructions. She stated, and he nodded at her as he sat back and kept scribbling notes and thoughts on the parchment. He'd seen Loki, Freya, Hera, and Frigga use magic to conjure food and permanently change something's shape and form until someone of equal skill/power reversed. So, could it be possible for a non-god to do so? Perhaps, but it would take practice and power. Harry knew that the needle would turn back eventually. He just honestly didn't know how long it would be before it did. Regardless, he was jotting down notes on the parchment to add to his notebook of ideas from the different spells he had learned so far. Something Loki, Ares, and Tyr all stressed on him was fully utilizing every tool and capability he had at his disposal. Didn't matter how small or seemingly unimportant it was. If it could be used in any way to give you an advantage, then you learned and mastered it to be used in such a way. Harry planned to do just that, as he had ideas for the levitation charm, the wand lighting charm, and several others. While it may seem ineffective, turning things into needles could be useful. If nothing else, he could change several small objects into needles and then launch them at his enemies. For now, he'd make sure to absorb as much knowledge as possible from these lessons. Done. Gonna just cut it here. Next time we do some more classes and the meeting with Dumbledore. Special thanks to my patrons: Andrew Stevens, Shadow9 Fox, Janice Christopher Sonderskov, Patrick Farrow, Smilix, Dylan Page, William Scondras, Tom Corey, Joseph Matthew Anderson, Jason Anderson, Kelly Payur, Rich Didcott, Matthew Jackson, Yuri Listens, Corey Toller, Dreadix, and Ghost King Jengar. Thank you all for your continued support. That should be it. See you all next time. First Blood. Hello all, and welcome back. Harry's going to be making some big waves this chapter. A reviewer mentioned this was getting to be quite a bit similar to Silver King by JustBoard21, and I found I had to agree. I contacted JustBoard and told him it was accidental, but if he wishes, I will go back and change things to be much more different than his FIC, which I recommend you guys check out. And I will be diverging from his FIC very clearly in this chapter, and from now onwards as well. With that said and done, let's get this show on the road. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter, God of War, or anything else that may appear in this FIC. Speech, thoughts, language that's not English, spell name, conversation thoughts. Chapter 4, First Blood. Hogwarts. Shortly after Chapter 3, Harry and the rest of his Slytherin group sat in the back of history after having left Transfiguration, though Harry had also mentioned to McGonagall that Neville Longbottom may need to go to one of the Ollivander's shops, since his wand seemed to be resisting him when he was trying to do work in class. She had inspected it and found Neville was using his father's wand, not one that was bonded to him. McGonagall had shaken her head, realizing that Lady Longbottom must have given it to Neville, thinking it would match up due to being father and son, but Neville wasn't a clone of Frank Longbottom, and thus couldn't use a wand that belonged to him perfectly. This was especially true since Neville was clearly of a different temperament than his father was. Where Neville was shy and didn't speak up or participate often, Frank was always outgoing and talkative, even joining the Marauders in some pranks or doing some on his own, while being a fierce fighter and duelist. It was no wonder the wand didn't favor the boy when he tried to use it. It was nearly Frank's opposite that was trying to wield it, and thus it wouldn't work well for him. She then informed Neville that they'd be going to Hogsmeade that weekend to go to that village's Ollivander shop to get him a matched wand, and that she'd informed the professors of classes he'd need a wand about it so they would understand any difficulty he had. Neville had stammered a thank you before leaving to catch up with the rest of the Gryffindors. Now everyone except Harry was bored out of their minds as the teacher, a ghost named Binns, was droning/monologuing/ranting about the Goblin Wars. While parts were interesting, Harry, having learned elsewhere that his ancestor was involved in stopping Ranrock's rebellion/war a century ago, there were many more eras of magic worth learning and studying about, but Binns only cared about the Goblin Wars. Harry was the only one not bored, as he was reading a book on hexes and jinxes that one of his ancestors spoke highly of. So far, he could see why, as it had a wide array of spells for various situations, such as wanting a target to suffer but not be in danger of dying while still being incapacitated. There were also some pranks, humiliation, and joke spells too, but some had been modified to cause harm/damage while the effects were going. Harry tried hard not to laugh as the others all sighed and pulled one of the textbooks out for an upcoming class, since they may as well review or would try to get ahead while they wasted time here. If they were smart, they'd either get some books through mail order or go through the library to find something of interest to read during history. Eventually, class ended, and the group headed for lunch and took their seats, idly chatting while Ghost and Naga were eating peacefully. Eventually, Harry paused as he felt Ikaros and Hedwig flying to him and smiled at the two avians, as Hedwig landed on his right shoulder, while Icaros landed on his left, and both nuzzled their heads against him. Hadrian, I thought you should know, there's a large acromantula colony in that forest, as well as a few places with centaur camps and unicorn herds, though the latter is a little riled up for some reason. Should I look into it more? Icaros asked as he swallowed a beak full of bacon and some smaller pieces of meat. Yes, but be careful. It only takes one unlucky moment for a unicorn to cause harm to something that doesn't mean harm. Harry instructed, making him nod before Harry turned to Hedwig and handed her a small envelope. Take that to my aunt. Would you? She'll want an update on things, and she should have some treats for you. Harry requested, making her nod as she took the envelope and pricked at his hair before flying off. Harry turned back to his food as Icaros was trying not to laugh at the faces the others were making. I knew snake tongue was magical. I didn't know that birds and wolves had their own either. Draco stated as Harry shrugged. Every species has its own language, though snake tongue is the only one I currently know of that can be used in magic to such a degree. The others may be magical, but knowledge of anything to do with them is likely lost to time if they are a magical language or just simply a language I can understand through some uniqueness to me. Harry stated since it was true, he didn't know if the other languages were at one point used in magic or not, and his familiars certainly didn't know either. While he felt he was close to the gods, he wasn't about to ask them about this since it wasn't important or worthwhile enough for him to ask. It would be fascinating to know another language. Do you study any of them, or did you somehow know them naturally? Hermione asked, and Harry shrugged. A bit of both. I instinctively knew Parseltongue, but the others I learned the more I heard the language used until I could fully understand and speak it. I can only assume that since Parseltongue is connected to magic more than the others, it was a magical trait I inherited and thus was as natural to me as English was. Though my aunt has learned to speak some from hearing me talk to Nagas so much, she says it's very difficult and she has to consciously channel magic to her mouth in order to make some of the sounds come out correctly, further enforcing that Parseltongue is naturally a magical language. Harry explained, making Hermione nod in interest. Doesn't that mean that if your aunt speaks it enough, she could become a natural speaker as her magic adapts to her using it in such a way where she learned to instinctively use it? Daphne asked, and Harry nodded a bit. In theory, yes, but execution is yet to be seen since to my knowledge there's never been an unnatural speaker. Then again, it's also not something many would advertise as teachable given the associations connected to it. Harry stated, making her frown and nod. What associations? Hermione asked, wondering what was so wrong with the language. It's considered a dark language as the last widely known practitioner was Salazar Slytherin himself. But there's rumors and the like that you-know-who and a dark wizard named Herpo the Foul were ones too. I don't know about other regions, but in most of Europe, Parseltongue is considered a dark trait. Draco explained, making Hermione frown. That's rather stupid. Hermione stated bluntly. If that's the case, then I'm sure Latin is a dark language since I'm sure they use that too as well as English. A language can't be dark unless its only application is for the dark arts. Harry is only using it to talk, and I doubt he's planning some dark spell or whatever with it. Though I think those three bullies may consider his usage the other night as slightly dark. Hermione added with a small smile on her lips as the group chuckled. True enough, Harry stated as he eyed the three in question. The initial instigator was a stocky bit that wouldn't be out of place on a cliché school jock that played either version of football or something else. He was reasonably tall with blonde hair that was cropped short, blue eyes, and a decently muscular frame. The boy who backed him up had a darker skin tone, though not as dark as Valerie or Blaze, was more muscular than the first one, had chocolate brown hair and dark brown eyes. The girl was a Latina with caramel skin, hazel eyes, full pouty lips, black hair that was flowing down her back with a headband keeping it out of her face, and her figure was hidden by the robes, but it was clear she was developing womanly assets. They hadn't been a problem since last night, but Harry knew at least the males would try something again. He had humiliated them and made them look like a pair of toddlers trying to fight an adult. They'd likely try to catch him in his room or outside of the common room to ensure he couldn't use the snakes that were there. The girl, though, he wasn't sure of. There was trepidation, fear, caution, but also interest and arousal when he glimpsed her. She may try something, though whether it was harmful or manipulative was up in the air right now. Another thing he could tell was that the first male liked to fight and assert dominance. The second was just a backup/friend/groupie for the first, and the girl was a spoiled princess used to getting her way with things. All three could pose a problem in some fashion, but nothing beyond a headache for now at least. Before long, lunch was over, and they had to head to herbology. Thankfully, Ron Weasley didn't approach him, so he was spared his idiocy for a time. He did enjoy everyone, counting Professor Sprout's reaction when he just began to pet the venomous tentacula, and it purred and shivered in delight in response. She says she'd appreciate it if you watered her a little more, Professor. She feels that you're still giving her the water she needed about 4 years ago, but she's grown more since then and needs more water now to stay healthy. Harry stated as he pet each of the heads of the tentacle-like plant. All right, thank you, Mr. Potter. Sprout stated as she gathered the students around a large workstation with various pots and holders implanted into it. The class was rather dull, mainly explaining/lecturing on plants, particularly Devil Snare, and partly the venomous tentacula as well. Of course, a portion was dedicated to the syllabus coverage, which listed at least going over some spells useful for herbology and tending a magical garden. Of course, they had other applications, but her point of focus was on herbology usage, not combat. Regardless, Harry enjoyed it, if for no other reason than he found another language he learned thanks to the venomous tentacula communicating with him. He wasn't sure how to communicate back besides English, but he would eventually. Now they were heading to the dungeons for potions, though Harry didn't understand what idiot thought that having a class that involves smoke, fumes, vapors, and other things you don't want to inhale be taught in an enclosed underground space was a good idea. Even if magic could cleanse the air or cycle in fresh air, that didn't help those that were standing directly in front of or over the cauldron. Harry just hoped the teacher was competent, though from what he heard others mention, he knew a great deal but was absolute shy at teaching properly and was incredibly biased and a bully to over 90% of the school. Apparently, complaining as a parent of student didn't get anything done as Dumbledore just swept it aside and let the man keep teaching. It didn't help that said man was known to him thanks to his aunt and 2 other sources. Harry was just keeping a slim moniker of hope that the man could be the slightest bit professional and not start something. Harry took his seat and waited, inwardly sighing at something he could see and making that moniker of hope grow smaller. No sooner did the time arrive for class start did the teacher, Severus Snape, burst into the room, robe/cloak billowing behind him as he strode up to the teacher's podium. Harry rolled his eyes at the overly dramatic man and waited for class to start. Mr. Potter, our newest celebrity," Snape stated as he reached Harry's name on the registry, causing Harry to cock an eyebrow at the annoyance in his voice. "There will be no silly wand waving or ridiculous incantations in this class," Snape stated as he turned to look at them all, making many shift uncomfortably. "Without the use of such flashy and attention-seeking actions, you may struggle to understand that this is truly magic, but if you're not the typical batch of dunderhead morons that I usually deal with, you may get a grasp of the subtle and powerful art of potion making. I can teach you to bewitch the mind, ensnare the senses, bottle fame, contain the elements, brew glory, break the will of your enemies, and even put a stopper in death." Snape listed being able to hold the attention of the children present despite his cold demeanor. I hope he's not limited to those few things. There's hundreds more applications than that limited spectrum. Harry thought as a few of the gods, counting Freya and Frigga, taught him quite a bit on the subject. He twitched slightly as it felt like something brushed his ear and paused a moment. Harry broke from his thoughts as Snape turned his attention. "Ron. Pop quiz, Weasley boy," Snape stated as he looked at the red-headed boy that was a bit pale now. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Snape asked, and Harry grabbed Hermione's hand and held it down. "He wasn't asking you. Don't alienate yourself to everyone else and to the teacher by trying to show off. Answer only if he asks you, the class, or he aims his attention at one of us," Harry whispered, making Hermione blush a bit in embarrassment before she nodded, though she blushed harder at the fact Harry was still holding her hand. "What was that, Weasley?" Snape asked, brining attention to him, while Rose was trying not to glare or scowl at him for singling out her brother. "I said I don't know." Ron stated after he had originally grumbled out the answer. You don't know? Snape asked in a massively condescending tone while cocking an eyebrow. Perhaps another. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a Bezoar? He asked, and Harry kept a grip on Hermione's hand as Ron turned a bit red and said nothing. Nothing? What about the difference between Wolf's Bane and Monk's Hood? Snape asked, and Ron finally snapped. I don't know, all right. Why don't you ask someone else if you want answers? Ron all but snarled, making Harry and several others shake their heads at his stupidity. While Snape's actions were annoying, speaking that way to him was only going to get more trouble heaped on you. 10 points from Gryffindor for your disrespect. I'd have thought those useless twits you call brothers would have at least tried to prepare you for school, but I see that was just wishful thinking. Snape sneered, making Ron scowl and look away while Rose was trying to contain herself. Ron was an idiot, but she was still her brother, and the twins, Percy, Charlie, and Bill didn't deserve his words either. However, before Rose, Snape, or anyone else could speak up, Harry did. You'd have the beginnings of the draft of living death. You'd still need sloth brains, standard portioning water, valerian root, moondew, flower head, and a saprophyros bean. If you want a Bezoar, I'd suggest your potions cabinet, an apothecary, a potion or medical supply store, the medical wing, or the stomach of a goat. Mountain goats are supposedly the best, but it's not been proven as of yet. Lastly, there is no difference between Monk's Hood and Wolf's Bane. They're the same plant and generally known by the name aconitum, or aconite for short, but is also known by Leopard's Bane, Devil's Helmet, and Blue Rocket. Not sure why you're asking Newt. Level questions of a first year. But if you need to feel superior that way, then okay. Harry listed off, knowing Rose was close to blowing it. Ron was likely going to object, and some of the others were going to heckle, which would drag things out and keep the class from continuing. He was here to learn, not get dragged down by others wanting to make scenes and get attention. Snape snarled at Harry. Congratulations, Potter. You can read a book. Snape spat, surprising many, as it was well known that Snape heavily favored the Slytherins. But clearly he had some grudge or hatred against Harry that outweighed that. Yes, sir, I can. It's one of my lesser accomplishments alongside breathing, eating, and bathing. Harry replied, making many stifle some laughter. Watch your tone, Potter. The other teachers may be blinded by your fame, but I am not. You'll get no special treatment here. Snape growled, causing Harry to clock an eyebrow. I can't watch my tone. It isn't visible, and my eyesight isn't so advanced that I can see sounds. But I thank you for your faith in me. As for special treatment, your animosity towards me is showing that I'm getting attention from you that the other students aren't. Harry replied, enjoying as Snape turned red, verging on purple. Be quiet, Potter. You're just like your father. Arrogant, cocky, and idiotic to believe you have any real skill or talent beyond some good looks. Snape shouted, making Harry grimace. Hate to break it to you, sir, but I'm straight, and it's creepy and disgusting for someone that's old enough to be my father to think of me that way. Harry stated, making many gawk at him, counting. Snape. What? Snape roared, and Harry shrugged. You just admitted you thought I was good-looking, and I'm not. Interested because you're not a woman, B. If you were a woman, you'd not be pretty enough. C. I don't think the age difference would work well. And D. I'd be concerned that you're a gold digger. I mean, I heard all about how you used to stalk my dad and his 3 best friends that were all male. So I could see why you might fixate on me since I have some of his looks, but I'm not interested. I hope this won't affect my being your student, though. Harry stated with a placating, sympathetic smile on his face, as the Slytherins were staring dumbfounded. Snaps turned several shades of purple that it looked like he'd possibly burst before he stormed forward and slammed his hands on Harry's desk. Ghost and Naga both leapt to ready stances as they bared their teeth at him while Harry just looked at him calmly. One more word, you spoilt arrogant brat. Say one more word. Snape growled, uncaring for the 2 predators waiting to lunge at him. Harry just looked at him. One more word, Harry stated with a smile as Snape growled. Harry's smile turned to a frown as he felt a presence trying to enter his mind and quickly smashed the probe, making Snape recoil in shock before he tried again with a stronger one. Only this time Harry decided not to be nice. Hence why Snape not only felt his probe get crushed, but then a blast of magic followed the connection back, sending him hurtling into the opposite wall, where he slumped into unconsciousness. though he'd have a massive migraine. Harry glared angrily before he stood and sent all of his books back into his bag. Hope you enjoy your last day free, Snivelus. Because you're going to be facing Azkaban for trying to break into my mind. Harry growled, getting shocked gasps from several of the students, with a few knowing how severe such a thing was. Harry then left with Ghost and Naga going with him. He needed to get started on this before Dumbledore could run any interference, and he needed to have Ikaros do something for him. All of you, come on. We need to get to the Owlery. Draco stated to his fellow Slytherins, making Daphne, Tracy, Theo, Blaze, Pansy, and Rose nod. Why there? Hermione asked as she got her stuff together, debating between going after Harry and following the others since she wasn't sure who she could help more, and she saw that class wasn't going to continue for who knew how long. So no reason to stay. We need to send letters to our parents about this. They will want to know what is going on and what will happen. Mine and Greengrass fathers can use their muscle to shift things in Potter's favor when this goes to trial, since Dumbledore will likely try to sweep this under the rug like he's done for almost a decade with Snape as the professor. Draco stated, making Susan and Neville quickly get up from their seats and go with them since they could be helpful too. Neville more so to repay Harry for his help in Transfiguration and to keep their families allied like his Gran had instructed him. The Longbottoms and Potters had been friends for a long time, though it was easy to see the Potters had the bigger stick between them, but never treated the Longbottoms as inferior or lesser. While Frank Longbottom, Neville's father, hadn't been one of the Marauders of Gryffindor, he had been a close friend and confidant of James Potter to a degree that many called him the Hidden Marauder, as they thought he helped with their pranks and activities, just didn't take credit for any of it. Regardless, Neville's Gran had told him that he and Harry were godbrothers, and as such it fell on him to keep the bond and friendship between their families alive. Not exactly easy for a shy boy like Neville, but he wasn't in Gryffindor for nothing, and as such could show courage when needed. And right now, Harry needed as much muscle in his corner as he could get, especially against Dumbledore. Neville's Gran had never trusted him and thought it was stupid how so many just let him take care of things rather than having the balls to step up and handle shit themselves. Her exact words were just that too. Neville didn't understand why, but he wasn't going to question his Gran about it, and was keeping in mind to be cautious should he ever be called to the old man's office for no real reason. Okay, what about those of us not from governing families? Hermione asked in confusion as she followed the group. Simple, you're going to write down witness statements about what you saw and heard. Though, try to word it so Hadrian isn't looking like a troublemaker or that he antagonized Snape, or it could backfire. Daphne stated knowing where this was going, though she had no idea what Harry was going to do exactly, but decided that if Snape tried to get into his mind so directly, who knew if he had done it to any of them, and they weren't able to notice. Daphne shivered in disgust at the thought of that greasy git being in her mind for even a second, and made a mental note to take a long shower later to get the feeling of that thought off of her. Do you think Professor Snape actually did that? I mean, he's a teacher. Hermione asked, her personality warring with respecting teachers/authority and wanting to ensure her friend was okay. Hard to tell, but I don't think Potter could have thrown him like that with a normal bit of magic. My mother had me practicing occlumency, since I was capable of intelligent thought. I'm not great at it, but I can usually detect a regular probe from people. Some of the reading I did says that if you are strong enough, you can expel a person from your mind forcefully, though I've never seen or read about someone getting sent back so strongly. Either Potter was able to use silent, wandless magic to that strength, or he's just got that powerful of shields and skill within his mind. I'm honestly not sure, which is more impressive and frightening. Plus Granger, he's still human, meaning he doesn't always act as a teacher should. Draco stated knowing he'd have to inform his father about this, both the incident and the apparent magical strength Potter had. It was likely he'd lose his influence of having Snape around since the man was his godfather, but having Potter as an ally and friend was much more valuable. His father would easily see which side was worth taking, especially if it gave the chance to stick it to Dumbledore at the same time. 2 pixies with 1 spell, as the saying went. But couldn't he have had a good reason to? Or maybe he didn't know he was doing it. Hermione asked, and a few of them snorted. Hermione, regardless of his reason, it's illegal to do so unless you're sanctioned by the ministry to do so for interrogation. And there's no way to accidentally use legitimacy to the point that you need to be forcefully expelled from a person's mind. Even if Harry antagonized him a bit, there's no reason he should have resorted to legitimacy, and he's the adult and a teacher. He should be setting the example and being the bigger man. Instead, he resorted to insults against a powerful house and the fallen lord of it, who happens to be a war hero, along with the famous and beloved heir of said house. If Snape isn't arrested or at least fired from Hogwarts, he'll be ostracized and targeted by the media and public, and as such, Dumbledore will be hid in association with him, as he protected him in the past and has kept him on as a teacher despite years of complaints filed against him. They'll both be crucified by the press unless Dumbledore has enough friends or money to make them leave the two alone, though that will just bring more attention and scrutiny down on them both. Daphne explained to her newest friend, hoping she wouldn't become too authority-worshipping. Hermione frowned and nodded, not sure what to make of all this, but decided to write her parents and ask for their opinion on things. She'd have to use the postal owl unless one of the others had an owl she could use. While they were doing that, the other students quickly got the rumor mill buzzing with activity over what happened. Most of the teachers were furious with Snape, either for what he had said, what he possibly did, his attitude and demeanor, or all of the above. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was scrambling to find Harry and convince him to not do anything. The narrative of boy who lived accusing an ex-Death Eater, who Albus Dumbledore vouched for and hired, of not only insulting his family, but also attempting to invade his mind, was not something he wanted to be out and about, let alone reaching the papers. However, he was having no luck finding Harry, and it was worrying and pissing him off at the same time. The only way to leave Hogwarts was through walking or the Flynn network, but the wards had alerted him to nothing of the sort happening. He could only conclude that Harry had either A, found a location that Dumbledore had no knowledge of in the castle, or B, had left for Hogsmeade to use a fleur there. How Harry knew about the wards, or how to use the fleur, Dumbledore didn't know, but it was looking to be more likely as the portraits and ghosts didn't know where he was, and they could go anywhere in the castle. He made a note to question the boy when he got the chance, especially with his potion knowledge and occlumency capabilities. Such things should be beyond him at 11, but that clearly wasn't the case. He needed more information on the boy so he could better guide and mold him to be what he was supposed to be for the greater good. Eventually, he had to stop and keep up appearances, so he sat down for dinner only for the wards to suddenly alert him to someone entering the boundaries. But before he could even stand, the hall doors were flung open and Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, walked in with 5 Aurors with her. "Madam Bones, what a surprise. What can I do for you?" Dumbledore asked as he stood, while internally he was fuming and trying to figure out how Harry got to her so fast and got such a quick response. "We are here to arrest Severus Snape on multiple counts, which include the attempted mind invasion of an heir to a most ancient and noble house," Amelia stated, making whispers break out among the students while Snape snarled in rage. "Of course, you believe him, the spoiled brat, strutting around like a peacock like he owns everything and owed everything. Next you'll tell me that the Wizengamot is going to rename itself after him." Snape ranted, making many roll their eyes at him. "You can speak all you want, Mr. Snape, but you're still coming with us. Whether conscious or not is up to you," Amelia stated while giving him a cold look, and many could see the Aurors were hoping he'd resist his arrest. "Take him," Amelia stated as they moved to take Snape, who growled before being bound by conjured ropes and then silenced by 2 Aurors before he was cuffed and dragged out of the hall, with many students trying hard not to applaud. Dumbledore tried hard not to scowl or growl at the sight and left to go prepare to save Snape, since he was still too valuable a tool and spy to lose now, especially since there was no telling what he may reveal if he was sent to prison or sentenced to death. He was confident. He had decades of experience, connections, favors, and influence to call upon, so there was little doubt that he'd be successful. Later, Wizengamot Primary Chamber. The Wizengamot, the governing body of Wizard Britain, was in session today, though no one knew why or what for, just that it was an emergency meeting of the highest order and that it would require everyone to be present. The body was made up of various elected officials, Order of Merlin winners that were still alive, and those that were lords or ladies of the houses that were of at least noble status. Said status was achieved when a house name was able to be traced back at least 200 years within the wizarding world. A medieval house was one that could be traced back 500 years. An ancient house was one that could be traced back 1,000 years. And a most ancient house was one that could be traced back 1,500 years. The latter were a dying breed, as many had been wiped out through the wars with Grindelwald and Voldemort, while others simply left England during the latter's reign of terror, figuring he'd either be stopped by the Ministry or the ICW. Over 90% of those that left decided to stay gone after learning many Death Eaters weren't simply executed instead of being pardoned or imprisoned. Ladies and gentlemen, lords and ladies, we are gathered here as one Severus Snape has taken a legal action against an heir to a most ancient house. Madame Amelia Bones, the current head of the DMLE, stated, causing the doors to open as Snape was dragged, rather roughly, and slammed into a chair before chains bound him. Naturally, the action caused many whispers to break out. "Attention, we shall begin," Dumbledore called, making many stop talking. "Before that, I move that Albus Dumbledore remove himself as chief warlock of these proceedings. Given the fact he employs, is friends with, and has advocated for the defendant's innocence in the past, I do not feel he can be impartial." Lady Augusta Longbottom stated, knowing Dumbledore had been covering for the slimy git for years. Seconded. Lord Arcturus Black stated simply, ending any chance of argument to be made, as even Dumbledore had a healthy level of respect and fear for the man. "That is understandable, Lady Longbottom. Let us put it to a vote." Dumbledore stated, knowing when and where to pick battles. While he wasn't required to recuse himself, if the vote was against him, he'd back out lest he deal with severe backlash. The vote commenced, and it was close, but even with Dumbledore's backing, Snape had a lot of enemies and no real friends. As such, Dumbledore stepped down and moved to be a witness/lawyer for Snape instead, a move everyone knew was coming when the vote went against him. A witch of close to the same age as Dumbledore was picked, a Madame Matchbanks, who was known to many as being tough but fair in any argument or judgment she handled. It wasn't a selection that surprised anyone. When Dumbledore had to be out of country for the ICW, she regularly was the interim chief until he returned. Thus, she was known, and everyone knew she knew what she was doing. "Commence with your case, Madame Bones," Madame Matchbanks called as she sat at the podium. "The accused stands trial for slander against the fallen lord and the heir of a most ancient house, as well as illegally attempting legitimacy on a student of Hogwarts. A student who happens to be the heir to two most ancient houses and the possible heir to a third." Madame Bones stated, causing shock and whispers to ring out before Madame Matchbanks silenced them. "Where is the plaintiff/victim of this attack, and who are they?" Madame Matchbanks asked, causing Madame Bones to nod to an Auror by the door, making said Auror open it. Imagine the shock and surprise of everyone as they saw Harry Bloody Potter walk into the chamber wearing robes that were elegant yet functional in their look, showing his status, but not shoving it into people's faces either. The plaintiff is none other than Hadrian Artorius Potter, heir to both House Potter and House Peverell, while being a candidate as heir for House Black through both his great-great-grandmother and his godfather. Madame Bones announced, getting outcries from many at the fact that Snape attempted to mind rape the boy who lived of all people as well as a child, let alone one who was heir to such prominent houses. Plus the fact it showed he had slandered James Potter only added fuel to the fire. A few were more shocked at Snape's stupidity at doing such a thing even with Dumbledore protecting him. "Where is Heir Potter's lawyer?" Madame Matchbanks asked, getting over her shock at both Harry being the plaintiff and for the stance and aura he exuded. "I've chosen to represent myself, Chief Witch," Harry stated, giving a proper bow to the woman, showing his acknowledgement of her station and current status. "Are you sure, Heir Potter? This is a serious accusation, and it should be handled by more experienced hands." Madame Matchbanks asked, wanting to be polite while also stressing the severity of the situation. If he said or acted a certain way, the whole case could be dismissed without a proper investigation. "I am, milady. I may have been gone from this section of the world for a time, but I promise I'm no naive upstart that is too full of himself," Harry stated, resolutely, making Matchbanks nod in understanding. We also have two prisoners that we have reason to believe were victims of actions committed by Mr. Snape. Madam Bones added, making many whisper and murmur to each other before the doors opened, and everyone except Harry, Bones, and Arcturus Black widened their eyes. Why? Because Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange were brought in, with a squad of Aurors escorting them. Chief, which I must protest. Both of these people are violent criminals who know how many atrocities. Having them here to supposedly provide evidence against Severus Snaps, who they view as a traitor, is outlandish. Dumbledore shouted while Sirius could only look to his grandfather in apology, along with doing the same to Harry. They aren't providing testimony. They are merely here to validate evidence we have that shows Mr. Snape's guilt in illegal actions taken against all three, counting possibly aiding and turning Lady Lestrange into the madwoman we know her as, and aiding and abetting the attack on Lord and Lady Longbottom 10 years ago. There is also evidence to suggest Sirius Black was never given a trial for his supposed crimes, just captured and thrown into Azkaban without any proper procedure. Madam Bones stated, making whispers break out again, while Lady Augusta Longbottom was shocked and decided to hold her tongue against Lestrange being there until she had more information. Very well, then let us begin. She called, and Madam Bones gave the eyewitness accounts of the incident, which was all but a small few of the students in the class at the time, as well as Harry's own account. Snape's account didn't do him any favors, as he kept belittling Harry and his father repeatedly, though many were shocked at Harry being so calm against such slander, but also knew he was behaving exactly like a proper heir should in this situation, refusing a lawyer notwithstanding anyway. Madam Bones was about to move to the next bit of evidence when Dumbledore decided to interject. Honorable members, while I have full faith in Madam Bones and the DMLE to do their jobs, I can't help but feel this case was a bit rushed. As many of these esteemed members of the Wisengamot know, the mind arts are much too advanced for one so young as Harry Potter to have actually thrown someone like Professor Snape that violently. This is clearly just a matter of accidental magic, and then an overreaction on Harry Potter's part. If he apologizes, I'm sure we can sweep this whole mess away and he won't be punished. Dumbledore stated his trademark grandfatherly tone in full blast along with his twinkling eyes. Internally, he was hoping to get this part thrown out to discredit any supposed evidence they had in connection to Sirius and Bellatrix. The latter was a complete mystery to him. But the former, he knew some things could be brought to light that he wanted buried under 10 tons of rock and soil, never to brought up again. While it worked on many of the members, several didn't give a shit, counting Harry. I've submitted memories, and the unspeakables have verified them as authentic, and that they show that the incident was me repelling your pet from my mind. I am even willing to take Veritaserum to back up my claims and perhaps make a magical vow if it comes to it. Is your pet willing to do the same? Harry asked, making Snape and Dumbledore widen their eyes in surprise, though they weren't the only ones, but Dumbledore recovered. Now, that won't be necessary, I'm sure. Your claim is from your inexperience, Harry Potter. The fact that you were so willing to push this, let alone attempt a magical vow of all things, simply shows your inexperience and why such accusations and procedures should be left in the hands of adults. You may have simply inhaled fumes from a previous potions class and were adversely affected by them. Nothing more, and I will not punish you for this whole debacle, counting inadvertently attacking a teacher and falsely accusing them, if you will simply apologize and end this pointless trial. Dumbledore stated in his kind, grandfatherly voice, causing Snape to smirk slightly and Harry to roll his eyes, seeing it swaying the cowards and light families save for one. So not only do you claim to know more than the unspeakables, people who are trained in this particular thing, but you also claim that I somehow got emotional enough to cause accidental magic? If it was accidental magic, why was it that only your pet was the one targeted and affected? What about him caused me to get so emotional that my magic reacted that way if he's as innocent as you claim? Or how about the fact you've basically said your pet is incompetent enough to not ensure the classroom was cleared of dangerous fumes? Let's not forget you just admitted that if I didn't do as you said, you'd punish me for what you claim was an accident. If it was an accident, why am I being punished? Harry asked, breaking the hold. Dumbledore had over the audience for a moment and wasn't going to let him regain it. Furthermore, Hogwarts is supposed to stop that kind of magic from happening. Or are you claiming that I am powerful enough to actually overpower the wards of Hogwarts by myself, meaning I'm easily 10 times stronger than you are? Harry asked, making many who didn't support Dumbledore snigger at this, while many of the intelligent families were seeing why Harry was in Slytherin, as he just backed Dumbledore into a corner on that one by using his own words against him. Well, which is it, Dumbledore? Are you wrong about it being accidental magic? Did your little pet do something? Or am I more powerful than you? Harry asked as Dumbledore stumbled over his words. That is not what I am saying at all. Potter, Dumbledore started before being cut off. Yet, that is exactly what you said out of your mouth. You said that it was clearly just a matter of accidental magic, meaning that there was no doubt in your mind that it was. So, are you wrong about your pet asshole doing something to rile me up intentionally? Am I just that much stronger than you? Or were you in fact wrong about it being accidental? Harry asked as Dumbledore sputtered and tried to form a response, making a few that were supporting him a moment ago frown. If you thought that you were going to get out of this on just your word alone and that you and your leech were in the clear, think again. I declare a duel of truth. Harry declared, shocking many, counting Dumbledore and Snape, while whispers and murmurs were breaking out. A duel of truth was an old form of dueling that was used to settle disputes and conflicting testimonies in various matters. The two participants dueled without any rules involved. Even ministry laws couldn't do anything to a person involved in the duel, and the loser had to answer any and every question asked by the winner truthfully, and magic ensured it was truthful. There was no spell, counter curse, potion, a clemency technique, or anything that could block it. Your own magic would force you to answer honestly, but only if the victor was the one asking questions. It hadn't been used in over 100 years as the usage of Veritaserum became more popular and used as it kept the accused from possibly escaping from being made to tell the truth. No one could interfere, whether in the duel or the questioning, unless they wanted to incur heavy penalties from both magic and the government for daring to do so. Potter, surely this isn't necessary. Dumbledore tried to reason, knowing that it was highly unlikely for Severus to lose. But he didn't know how much harm he'd caused to the boy, and that worried him a great deal. Further, there was always the chance that Harry could in fact beat Severus, and then who knew just what the boy would ask. Considering you're trying to use your power and influence to get your pet leech of a rat off the hook for even more illegal activities, something you did before, I'll remind this esteemed body of people. So yes, I find this highly necessary. You may want to start praying for your sniveling coward of a pet, because I don't think you'll like what I have to ask him when I win. Harry stated with finality in his tone, making Dumbledore bristle a bit at the disrespect Harry was showing him. I accept, Snape shouted, wanting nothing more than to beat the brat into submission, and then use the duel to reveal any and all secrets that the Potter family kept that the brat knew about. The latter was only so Albus, maybe a bit more forgiving over what he'd do to the brat. Very well. Aurors returned Mr. Snape's wand to him, and then everyone vacate the floor and place the barriers up. Madame Matchbanks ordered as the Aurors nodded, and all but one moved along with Dumbledore to the stands, with a group moving Sirius and Bellatrix to a secure spot. The last handed Snape his wand, and then moved away as Snape stood while Harry casually flicked his wand to his hand and stared at the man in boredom. Harry did a salute just for formality's sake, and then had his hand to the side and his body relaxed in posture. He didn't need to worry too much until Snape decided to be a bit serious. When he did, Harry would get serious too, and then the fucker was going to feel pain. Arcturus looked at him with a critical eye and smirked. Good lad. Show me what you can do. He thought, as he could clearly see by Harry's stance, that he was ready and prepared for a fight despite his looks. Snape snarled and did the salute to fully initiate the duel, and then took a dueling stance of standing sideways with his wand parallel to the ground above his head and his front leg slightly bent and his back leg extended. A flash of golden light connecting the two signaled the duel was accepted and started. Expelliarmus, Snape shouted, sending a beam at Harry, who casually sidestepped it and casually flicked his wand, sending a basic cast of magic at Snape and nailing him in his shoulder, causing him to recoil with a snarl. A basic cast was just a shot of magical power launched at a target. It didn't usually deal much damage, but it was faster than actual casting unless you could silently cast. Plus, it took less magical power than a normal spell did. Snape snarled simply for the fact Harry had gotten the first hit of the duel. Depulso. Snape shouted, sending another attack, only for Harry to sidestep it again, and this time his cast hit Snape on the head, making him jolt back a few steps. However, Harry followed up with 3 more castings, smashing into Snape's face, right arm, and right leg, sending him to a knee before Snape slashed his wand forward. Sectum Sempra. Snape shouted, making Harry frown in annoyance, while Sirius and Dumbledore's eyes widened in horror. Harry slashed his wand and Snape's spell broke. Well then, Snevelis, if you want to play hardball, I can play too. He then twirled his wand, firing several basic casts that hit faster than the last, and struck Snape's wand hand, making him hiss and lose hold of his wand. Levioso. Harry called, making Snape hover in midair. Descendo. Harry uttered with another swish, sending Snape slamming into the ground. Levioso. Descendo. Harry repeated the action, making Snape shout in pain as he felt something crack. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry intoned before he flicked his wand up, sending Snape hurtling towards the ceiling before Harry brought him crashing back down. Harry stood there a moment as Snape tried to get up, groaning as he did Flipendo. Harry called, using the knockback jinx to send Snape head over tail on the floor. Stupefy. Harry stated, striking Snape and causing him to go down for the count. The whole chamber was silent, as they had just watched Harry dismantle Snape like their ages and experiences were reversed. Dumbledore was sweating, knowing that Snape could reveal any information depending on what Harry asked, and he couldn't interfere. The very thought of doing it was making his magic shock him slightly. It was almost as bad as when he considered going against Grindelwald when they were bound by the blood pact that they had made in their youth. He was trapped to do nothing, no matter what he wanted to do, or he risked much more than some reputation and standing. Lucius Malfoy was also nervous. If Potter asked the wrong question, it could out him as not having been under the imperious curse to serve the Dark Lord, and all of his enemies and rivals would be quick to call for his head. However, like Dumbledore, he was trapped to do nothing and just hoped Potter didn't ask a question that would endanger him. Sirius could only smile in pride at the sight of his godson. He had clearly held back, and it was obvious by the first half of his actions that he could have ended things faster. The multiple hits he got in before Snape tried to go lethal were easily capable of being replaced by lethal spells, especially the ones that hit after Snape was staggering back. He wanted to tear into Snape's pride and whittle him down, but when Snape went lethal with a spell that Lily had helped create, Harry had clearly decided to take some of the kid gloves off. Sirius was a joker and prankster, but he was also one of the fiercest duelists and one of the top aurors, coming in just behind Moody and James, who was only ahead due to being an auror for a couple decades before Sirius joined, and because James was just that much of a natural at dueling. As such, he could easily see his godson was trained and had seen combat in some form, meaning he likely knew how to be lethal in a variety of ways and simply settled for simple and basic spells to not show his hand too early, since he likely didn't trust the people here. And rightly so, truly. Plus it embarrassed Snape further. James, Lily, you'd be so proud of the pup. Sirius thought with a sad smile as he looked at the young man before him. Harry walked forward and looked at Snape's wand and promptly stomped his boot down on it, crushing it to pieces. A few wins, since that was one of the biggest insults you could give someone. As I have defeated Severus Tobias Snape in a formal duel, in front of witnesses no less, I declare conqueror's rights. Harry called, shocking everyone further, while Dumbledore paled quite a bit, and Arcturus was smirking even more. Conqueror's rights were an old tradition that allowed a winner of a formal battle/duel to claim all that the loser possessed. Gold, books, houses, weapons, knowledge, it didn't matter. The winner could claim it all, and no one could stop them, especially if it was clearly a fair duel and witnessed. That is your right, Heir Potter. Madame Matchbank stated, knowing there was no point in trying to act differently even if she wanted to. Harry nodded, then cast Incarcerus, binding Snape in thick ropes before he revived him. Snape gasped and looked around wildly before settling on Harry and snarled before trying to lunge at him, only to find himself bound to the floor. You lost. Now you have to answer my questions, Harry stated as the glow between them reappeared, and then formed around Snape. Did you attempt to use legilimency on me in potions class? Harry asked as Snape ground his teeth, trying not to answer, but his magic and body wouldn't let him. It was even worse than an imperious curse or veritaserum. Yes, Snape ground out. Were you attempting to read my mind, or an even more vicious attack? Harry asked, and Snape growled more. I wanted to rip your mind to shreds, but I knew Dumbledore wouldn't allow that, so I was going to settle with finding any and all secrets in your mind, as well as erasing all information pertaining to classes, so you'd fail and be seen as the pathetic excuse for a wizard that you and your bastard of a father should always have been. Snape growled, hating he had to tell the truth. Have you ever read or attacked any other student's mind? Harry asked as Snape growled more and was clearly straining to not answer. I've read every student's mind at least once. It's how I know who to punish and who to get away from punishments. I've not attacked a mind since the Dark Lord's fall. Snape ground out, looking and sounding pained to answer. Does Dumbledore know that you've done this? Harry asked, wanting to get as much dirty laundry out as possible, and he had a lot of questions to ask the greasy bastard in front of him. I never outright admitted it, but I've no doubt he realized I was doing it. The old fool himself will do it occasionally, if he feels the situation warrants it. Snape stated, making many gasp in shock and look at the elderly wizard who was beginning to frown. And he's admitted this to you? Harry asked curiously as Snape nodded slowly. I once was going to tell him of a particularly nasty prank being devised by some students, only for him to tell me he knew about it already, and when I asked how, he just gave a knowing smile before I felt a probe on my mental defenses. He was the only one in the room, Snape stated, though with less force, since he apparently decided if he was going down may as well take Dumbledore partly with him. Do you show heavy bias towards any student not in Slytherin while showing favoritism to Slytherins? Harry asked as Snape was still scowling. Yes, Snape ground out, making many frown or scowl at him. Do you intentionally sabotage students at Hogwarts that aren't Slytherin, and even some in Slytherin? Harry asked, knowing it was digging the hole deeper and deeper to bury Snape in. Yes, Snape growled, still fighting against the magic. But he may as well be trying to wrestle a dragon with his bare hands. Why do you do both? Harry stated, knowing a reason would be necessary. Gryffindors have always been filled with morons who fight stupidly for reasons that no one truly cares about. The Hufflepuffs are weak and spineless. The Ravenclaws, for all their knowledge, never know when to pick the winning side. Why should I care about how any of those useless wastes of space perform or try to do in life? If the Slytherins wanted to bully the other houses, I didn't care, so long as they didn't attempt things on each other, or at least weren't obvious. With their actions, it was fine by me. As for sabotaging, the Dark Lord tasked me with a mission that if I ascended to a spot of authority in Hogwarts, I was to weaken any that may oppose him in the future, meaning all non-purebloods and those that wouldn't stand for his designs. Naturally, those in Slytherin would follow him, if for no other reason than their families did. Thus, they had to be useful and educated to be of use. It also served to weaken the ministry as, without a potions newt, you can't become an Auror, thereby reducing the size of their forces even more than they were from the war. There was also the fact that supporting the Slytherins garners me favor with their families, making it harder to get anything done against me with both them and Dumbledore interfering. Snape admitted, making many, even Slytherin families, angry. The Slytherins were angry because his favoritism made their children less competent, and thereby weakened their family in the future when they weren't there to ensure their children behaved as they should. Did Dumbledore know you were doing those things? Harry asked, drawing more negative attention to Dumbledore. He'd have to be blind and stupid to not notice that the passing of students for potions newts dropped drastically after I was made potions teacher, and even more when I was made head of Slytherin. Snape stated, turning more ire on a Dumbledore. Why did he let you get away with it? Harry asked, making a few lean in to listen. Because I have his trust, and he found me too valuable to risk losing or alienating, as I was the only one who served the Dark Lord that he felt was safe to keep on hand. Snape stated, finding his resistance crumbling more and more as exhaustion was setting in. Are you a Death Eater? Harry asked, already knowing the answer, but wanting to get it out there for everyone to know. The fact that Harry specifically said "are" and "not" were was not lost on anyone. Yes, Snape stated as he was panting and sweating now. Did you willingly, gladly, and knowingly become a Death Eater? Harry asked, wanted to cut off any chance of Dumbledore using the imperious excuse. Yes, Snape admitted, making many begin muttering. What crimes did you commit or aid in as a Death Eater? Harry asked, wanting to add to the pile of charges. Rape, murder, using all of the unforgivables, torture, extortion, line theft, false imprisonment, kidnapping, assassination, espionage, sabotage, enslavement, human trafficking, poaching, illegal potion making. Snape listed a lot of crimes that would all but guarantee him the Dementor's kiss. But the line theft was what had most attention. But Harry understandably had him list the number for each crime first before going to other questions. Did you do these of your own free will and desires? Harry asked, already planning the line theft question for later, since it was connected to the two prisoners there. Yes, Snape stated, making many roar out in anger and fury before Madame Bones launched a cannon blast from her wand, making them all quiet down. Though they switched between glaring at Snape and Dumbledore, since Harry had yet to indicate he was done. Do you regret any actions while you were a Death Eater? Harry asked, already knowing the answer, but wanting it for the record to keep cutting Dumbledore's legs out from under him. No. My only regrets in life were that I couldn't make Lily love me, that I couldn't convince her to join the Dark Lord, and that I couldn't stop her death. Snape stated as Harry just snorted a bit. Did Dumbledore know about all your crimes? Harry asked, making many start to lose their cool again, especially the light side, who were starting to get their eyes torn open about their beloved leader. Yes, he made me tell him all that I had done before he'd consider helping me. Snape stated, having lost his fighting spirit as he was too exhausted at this point. If the Dark Lord somehow returned, or was revealed to be alive somehow, would you serve him or Dumbledore? Harry asked, wanting to add some salt to the wound. I'd serve whoever I thought had the best chance of winning earnestly, serving both until I could see who that was going to be. Snape stated, making it clear he was only loyal to Dumbledore so long as it served him to be loyal. Did you intentionally deliver a prophecy to the Dark Lord knowing he would target my parents along with Frank and Alice Longbottom? Harry asked, shocking everyone, but none more so than Snape, Dumbledore, and Augusta Longbottom. The latter for what happened to her son and daughter-in-law, and the other two with the fact Harry even knew about the prophecy. Yes, I didn't know for sure it would be your parents, but it was a strong likelihood that it would be them and the Longbottoms for who it would be. Snape admitted, making many whisper and wonder what the prophecy said. Harry, however, wasn't going to touch that with a 39.5-foot pole. In the war, did you agree to betray Dumbledore and any allies he has in exchange for my mother becoming your pet? Harry asked, with his tone getting darker, and Snape grunted. Yes, she would have been mine if she hadn't stood in the way of the Dark Lord killing you and being done with it. Snape growled, clearly blaming Harry for what happened, making him roll his eyes. Did Dumbledore know you told, or at least would tell the Dark Lord about the prophecy? Harry asked, making Dumbledore pale slightly. I don't know, but I believed he did. Snape stated, making many start whispering again. Explain. Harry ordered, making Snape growl. It seemed too convenient and easy that I just happened to approach the room where Sybil Trelawney gave him the prophecy in the first place. That I just happened to be there at the right time when she was telling it to him, and he never noticed I was there till after the prophecy was finished, was too convenient. I can only surmise he wanted to bait the Dark Lord into attacking in hopes of finding out who the prophecy pertained to. Snape explained, knowing that Dumbledore was much more observant than people gave him credit for, and he had little spies all over the place. Were you complicit in the murder of my grandparents? Harry continued, breaking people from their whispering. Yes, I planned the ambush, though it was supposed to have your father involved too, so we could wipe out all the Potters in one move and break the spirits of several of the Resistance members. Snape stated, making many members growl at that, since Fleamont and Euphemia Potter were both feared and respected among many of the families. Even the Death Eaters respected them, since it wasn't until Voldemort started attacking magical families that they began attacking the Death Eaters. Is Bellatrix Lestrange a true Death Eater? Harry suddenly asked, confusing Minnie on why he would ask that, counting Sirius and Bellatrix. Imagine their shock when Snape replied, "No, explain," Harry ordered, as everyone was now leaning in to listen intently. She was put into her marriage by her mother without the consent of Lord Black to my knowledge, and the Lestranges were afraid she'd rebel or at least not be obedient. So they sought to drug her with potions and layer charms upon her to make her more agreeable, and then sign the contract, making her obedient to the two brothers' will. No matter what, since her heritage meant she was going to be extremely deadly. They made her join the Dark Lord and given her prowess. She quickly rose through the ranks with Rodolphus and Rabaston holding her leash when the Dark Lord wasn't holding it. Snape revealed, shocking everyone, though Bellatrix and Sirius most of all, while Arcturus looked murderous. Did you provide the Lestrange brothers with potions and spell knowledge to subjugate and enslave Bellatrix to their will and make her agree to the marriage contract her mother signed? Harry asked, wanting to know if there was more fuel to be added to Snape's funeral pyre. Yes, Snape stated, making Sirius and Arcturus growl menacingly at him, while Bellatrix was still in a state of shock. Is Sirius Black a Death Eater? Harry suddenly asked, making Minnie look at the man. No, Snape stated, making Minnie shout in surprise. Was he ever? Harry asked, knowing the answer already. No, he was kicked from his family for refusing to serve the Dark Lord. Snape stated, knowing it was a bit of common knowledge. Did Sirius Black betray my parents? Harry asked, making a few look on in interest. No, Snape stated, making Minnie shout in surprise again. Who did? Harry asked. Peter Pettigrew. Snape answered, a bit of resistance coming back, as he didn't want to help Sirius at all. Is Pettigrew still alive? Harry asked, making Minnie look at him again. Yes, Snape stated, getting full shocked looks and rounds of shouts from the chamber. How do you know? Harry asked, knowing it needed to be asked. I've spoken with him a few times over the years since Black's imprisonment from him framing Black for the death of those muggles and his own believed death. Snape stated, shocking everyone. Did you help frame Sirius Black? Harry asked, wanting to know. No, but I wish I had. I only helped Pettigrew hide and keep up to date on any information he may have gained. Snape stated, feeling more drained each time he tried to resist. Did Dumbledore know Sirius was innocent? Explain afterwards. Harry asked, wanting to keep hitting as long as he could get shots in. I suspect he did, but I don't know for sure. He at least knew Sirius was innocent of betraying your parents and of serving the Dark Lord. Mainly because Dumbledore is the one who convinced your parents to make Pettigrew the secret keeper for their Fidelis charm. Whether he believed Sirius had murdered Pettigrew and possibly the Muggles by accident, I do not know. Snape stated, making Minnie look at Dumbledore in shock and rage. Why didn't he do anything? If you don't know, then say why you think he did. Harry asked. I don't know, but I can guess a bit. He never liked the fact that your parents, the Pruitt twins, Black, Edgar Bones, and Remus Lupin would use lethal combat tactics against the Death Eaters, no matter how many arguments and lectures he gave them. Maybe it was to punish Black for all the people he supposedly murdered during the war. There's also the fact that Dumbledore seemed fully intent on you staying with your aunt and uncle, Black being your godfather, would have prevented that from happening. There's also the possibility of removing the Black family from having an heir he couldn't influence. With Black in jail and Lord Black getting on in years, you would be next in line due to being Black's godson, unless Lord Black specifically named Draco Malfoy or Andromeda Tonk's daughter as the heir or heiress to the family. With Dumbledore as your magical guardian, he had control of your family's votes in the Wisengamot, meaning he'd have the Potter, Peverell, and Black votes under his control if he were still the heir and Lord Black died. Snape stated, making Minnie whisper and glare at Dumbledore, who was looking near murderous right now, as well as fearful. Are there any other crimes you've committed that you've not admitted to today? Harry asked, wanting to get as much info as possible. Yes, Snape stated, no more fight left in him. What are they? Harry asked, with everyone glaring at Snape or Dumbledore. Snape gave another list, including sabotaging students' work and potions, stealing any experimental or research work that could be useful, giving them detention so they'd be unable to prepare for OWLS or newts properly, providing poisons and potions to shadier members of society, and more. However, even with all of that, Harry still wasn't done. Did Edgar Bones, Gideon Pruitt, and Fabian Pruitt die doing missions for Dumbledore? Harry asked, making Madame Bones look at him in surprise. Yes, Snape stated, knowing those were members of Dumbledore's order, and they had died on jobs for him. Did Dumbledore send them on those missions to die? Harry asked, wanting to know if Snape had that information. I don't know, but as I mentioned, they routinely conflicted with him over their methods in the war, so it is possible, and it's not like he had a spy before I gave allegiance to him. Snape replied, knowing he was doomed. May as well take all he could down with him. Is Voldemort dead? Harry asked, wanting to know from Snape's own mouth, and causing many to look at him in shock, both for the question and for saying the name. I don't know, Snape stated, making many turn their attention to him. Explain, Harry ordered, and Snape sighed. The magic used to make the dark mark. I know many methods of doing it. All of them, though, state that the mark is destroyed entirely, no scar, no remnants, nothing, if the caster is killed. Yet I and many others still have the dark mark. Yet the Dark Lord wouldn't simply be hiding for so long. I can only conclude that he is either severely weakened from that night, or he is in a state of limbo where he's not dead but not quite alive, but he can't do anything or hasn't been able to do anything. Of course, there is the less likelihood of him finding one version of the spell for the dark mark that I was unaware of, despite me knowing of 36 other variants spanning 14 countries. Snape revealed, making many pale with worry, and began whispering. Are there any Death Eaters that you know of that were never revealed and weren't under an imperious curse, blackmailed, or otherwise forced to serve the Dark Lord? Harry asked, making Lucius Malfoy sigh a slight breath of relief at his phrasing. Yes, Snape stated, having no loyalty to any of them. Who are they? Harry stated as an Auror quickly got parchment and a quill. Snape then gave several names that no one outside of the Death Eaters knew about, though that group never sold out any names besides one Igor Karkaroff. Azkaban would be getting several new tenants if the DMLE could react before word got out about them being outed as Death Eaters. If given the chance, and you believed you could get away with it, is there anyone at Hogwarts or the Ministry that you wouldn't kill if it benefited you? Harry asked, wanting to just put one final massive nail in the coffin for Severus Snape. No, there's not. I'd happily kill Dumbledore, Fudge, the teachers, any of the students, anyone if it benefited me. However, I'd gladly kill you for nothing, Snape stated as he snarled at Harry, making him roll his eyes. I have no more questions, Harry stated, causing the glow around Snape to disperse as he was growling and snarling at Harry. Madame Bones, if you would, Harry stated as the woman nodded and signaled for one of the Aurors that was by the doors to do something. He nodded and grabbed a cage that had a rat in it before it was stunned and dropped to the ground out of the cage. A wave of his wand had the rat transform into a fat, balding man that was missing a finger. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Peter Pettigrew, Harry stated coldly as he glared at the man with Sirius and several others doing the same. The Auror quickly searched him. Ma'am, he's got 2 wands on him, he stated, showing a basic-looking one and a white one. The brown one is his, the other I don't know, Sirius supplied. The white one is my master's, Bellatrix stated absent-mindedly, clearly still warring with herself over the revelation. She wasn't in control of herself, and her devotion was a lie, making many cringe and gasp while the Auror almost dropped it in shock. Really? Harry asked before he quickly moved over and grabbed it before proceeding to snap it several times. Oops, look at that. Guess it was more fragile than it looked, Harry commented as many looked at him in shock, while Sirius was trying not to grin like mad, and Arcturus had a smirk on his face that was almost to a grin. The Aurors just looked at him in stunned awe, as none of them would have ever considered doing that. Not even the Gryffindors among them. Lord Black, I trust that the contract between Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange is now dissolved, Harry asked, making Arcturus grunt and nod, causing a glow around Bellatrix to form before it took the form of sickly black chains encircled around her chest and head before they promptly shattered. Bellatrix blinked, once, twice, thrice, and then promptly vomited onto the floor and heaved repeatedly in revulsion. Morgana, what did I do? She whispered as tears started leaking down her face, and she choked down the bile and sobs that wanted to keep escaping. Give me Veritaserum, I'll tell you fucking everything, just please fucking execute that bastard and his brother. She shouted as she looked at the assembled group, rage and sorrow etched on her face. I volunteer for it as well, Sirius stated, knowing it would help reinforce his innocence. Since Pettigrew is declared dead, we don't need his consent to use Veritasrum on him. Madame Bones stated, as the dead didn't have rights as far as this matter went. Madame Matchbanks nodded, and the Aurors lined the three up, awoke Pettigrew, and then administered the potion before the latter could try and protest. A few moments later had them all glassy-eyed and dazed. Pettigrew admitted to everything involving the Potters, the Dark Lord, any Death Eaters he knew about, all the crimes he committed as a Death Eater, and more. Some of such things were using his animagus form to spy on various girls and women, both at Hogwarts and Weasley family home, in bedrooms, bathrooms, and changing rooms, which made many upset as their female family members were being spied on in those private moments. Sirius admitted to being an illegal animagus, but was planning to register after the war to ensure none of Voldemort's followers knew about his animal form, and thus he could use it for ambushes or escapes. Bellatrix named locations, people, items, and more that she knew about, and also admitted that she had one small moment of clarity and control, and that was on the night she and the Lestranges attacked the Longbottoms with Barty Crouch Jr. During that night, she had let the boys torture Frank and Alice Longbottom, as she couldn't raise her wand against them no matter how much she tried. So she suggested finding the brat while they worked. The brothers had agreed, and she was ordered to find the infant that was there. She did indeed find Neville, hidden away in his crib, but didn't do anything else, as she was only ordered to find him, not do anything to him. And thankfully the Aurors arrived before she could be forced to do anything further. It had alleviated most of the anger Augusta felt towards her, since she was just as much a victim as her son and daughter-in-law were. Perhaps more so, as she didn't want to even begin to imagine what the brothers forced her to do in private for their or others' amusement. By the end of it, no one could refute the two blacks were innocent, and the other two were scum of the earth. All those in favor of exoneration and reimbursement for Sirius and Bellatrix Black? Madame Matchbanks called making the votes be unanimous. So carried, you both will be given compensation for your time in Azkaban in the amount of 25,000 galleons for each year served, and all expenses for your recovery and medical bills will be handled by the ministry. Matchbanks declared before moving on, all those in favor of Severus Tobias Snape and Peter Bartholomew Pettigrew being guilty, she asked, and there was a unanimous vote of guilty. Punishment? She asked, and Harry raised his hand, and she nodded to him, since he was a primary victim in this case. He was free to voice his desires for punishment. For Snape, I'd say the veil or the kiss. He's committed multiple heinous acts and clearly stated he has no regret or remorse for any of his actions, and would gladly keep doing them, and would gladly murder anyone he could if it benefited him. For Pettigrew, I want death, but he should also pay for what he did to Sirius as well as the betrayal of his friends. So let him stew in Azkaban on the worst possible level for a decade, then execute him. I'd also move for the Lestrange brothers to be executed based on the evidence that their crimes are even more numerous than they were originally believed, and for the fact they can be charged for all the crimes Miss Black committed while in their control. Harry stated, making his intent clear, and many were agreeing with him. Now everyone please, let's not be too hasty. I think Dumbledore started only to be cut off. If you even dare to say we should forgive them or be lenient, I will, I promise. Set your robes on fire before I shove the ashes of them and your beard down your miserable throat. Arcturus growled, making many nod, as people of all three factions were glaring heatedly at him. All those in favor of what Harry Potter has asked for? Matchbanks called, making it a nearly unanimous decision except for two, who, when asked, stated they wanted them both to suffer by being used as practice dummies for Aurors before being sent to Azkaban and then executed later. So carried. Aurors, take them away. Compensation for the Weasley family will be arranged to make up for resources, time, and the threat that Pettigrew posed, as well as the violation they will no doubt feel upon learning of this. Harry Potter, your new property, money, and anything else that was formerly owned by Mr. Snape will be delivered to the goblins for safekeeping as well as sorting. She ordered, causing the Aurors to take them away as Snape paled in horror at finding Harry now had everything of his. I'd also move that due to the evidence against Albus Dumbledore that, if nothing else, he be removed as Chief Warlock permanently and no longer be our representative to the ICW ever again, and that he be removed as my magical guardian. Harry called shocking. Dumbledore at the move. Seconded. Augusta, Lucius, and several others all shouted in agreement. So moved. All in favor. Matchbanks declared and saw the vote was close. Apparently a few still wanted Dumbledore for those positions, likely for favors owed and such, but the influence wasn't enough. The motion is carried, she declared and turned to the shocked and irate Dumbledore. Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan. Dumbledore, you are hereby stripped of your title of Chief Warlock and as our representative in the ICW, which we will be notifying them of immediately. Rest assured that you will be questioned lengthy about your revealed actions and intentions. Till then, I fine you the amount of 500,000 galleons to be paid to the Potter, Black, and Longbottom families each immediately. Failure to do so will result in your immediate incarceration in Azkaban for no less than a year, without parole. You are also removed as the magical guardian of Harry Potter. She declared, shocking him further, and it was infuriating him that people were doing this and no one was objecting. He was Albus Dumbledore. All he did was for the greater good and to keep the light strong over the dark. What did these people know about any of that? Even his own supporters weren't speaking up. He'd have to remind them why they supported him and all the favors he had done for them, as well as why they needed him. For now, he'd have to bite his tongue hard to keep from speaking out and making things even worse. His power base had just taken a major hit, and he wasn't about to risk even more on a battle he clearly wasn't going to win. He'd wait, bide his time, and let them come crawling back to him begging him to retake his positions when things started falling apart as they were bound to without him there to keep things going smoothly. He lost a valuable tool, but clearly one that he had let get too cocky if he thought he could just betray and use him at any time it suited, and some political pull, but he could recover. He was owed far too many favors and had too much pull for someone to remove him entirely. Harry Potter, I must inform you that you will need to have a magical guardian, but that can be handled towards the end of the school year, given the length of this meeting, and you do not fully need a magical guardian while in the school. Madam Matchbanks stated, making Harry nod. I am aware, for the time being, until that meeting, I would ask that Lord Black be given temporary guardianship of me, due to being related to him through my great-great-grandmother. Harry requested as Madam Matchbanks looked to Arcturus, who nodded his head, showing he accepted at least the temporary responsibility, causing her to nod. Done. Lord Arcturus Black is the temporary magical guardian to Hadrian Potter until the meeting for more permanent guardianship can be held. This meeting is adjourned, she called, slamming the gavel and ending the meeting with Dumbledore quickly storming away before anyone could try to talk to him or anything else. Harry didn't care. The session had served its purpose wonderfully. It would have been nice if Dumbledore wasn't a manipulative, lying, using asshole of an enemy at this point, but Harry would handle things, though he wasn't delusional to believe they'd remove him from Hogwarts. He'd had too many years to fully embed himself there. Though Harry hoped the staff would at least be shaken with him now that a portion of his dirty laundry had been aired. He also knew it would help Rose a bit since her family wasn't exactly wealthy, and he made a note to comfort her over the fact Pettigrew could have been spying and listing over her for years. Harry then turned and looked at Arcturus, who was comforting Bellatrix. He got a good look at the man and saw he was tall, standing well over 6 feet, and possibly was near 7 feet if Harry measured him. He was also bronze-skinned with a trimmed black beard that was starting to get some gray in it, cared for hair on top, while the sides and back were cut short like a buzz cut. However, his most striking features were his piercing golden eyes and his physique, as it was broad-shouldered and muscular. Despite his old man look creeping in, Harry could feel his danger senses flaring brightly just looking at him. His mere presence was enough to make Harry want to prepare to fight for his life, and his stance showed that age hadn't touched him yet in how he could move, fight, and handle opponents. Dumbledore gave off an aura of power. But Arcturus? He gave off an aura of a warrior, and someone you did not fuck with unless you had a shit ton of power and skill to back you up. Harry then walked over to the Blacks and smiled at Sirius. Harry, I don't know if you remember me, but Sirius started, and Harry smiled more. "How are you, Uncle Paddyfoot?" Harry stated, making Sirius look at him in shock before he smiled and began breaking down crying as he hugged Harry, sobbing repeatedly that he was sorry and that he wished he'd acted differently. Arcturus wished that too. Sirius was a good lad, but he acted without thinking too often. If he had come to him about what had happened, he could have helped him go after the rat. If nothing else, Sirius could have brought young Hadrian to him, and he would have kept him safe and used Hadrian to show Sirius was innocent as he took the Godfather's oath of protection and dedication. The lad just needed to think things through more, but Arcturus could understand his rage and sorrow at finding his two friends dead because of the betrayal of a third. Arcturus knew he'd likely have done the same if he was in that situation, though he would have killed the rat bastard rather than give him a chance to explain or excuse himself. However, what was done. He just hoped the boy learned his lesson now, especially about trusting that old fool Dumbledore. "Sirius, listen to me. I know you want to just jump in feet first with being in my life and everything, but you need to get better first. Focus on healing and getting better, so no one can try to use your time in Azkaban to make it difficult for us to see each other." Harry stated, making Sirius nod. I know. My mind is frayed at best. There's no telling what has happened to me physically, let alone mentally. Sirius stated, laughing slightly at the fact his godson, who had endured who knew what, was comforting him in this situation. "Lord Black will likely see to your recovery, but my aunt and a friend will be contacted to set up communication between us. You can trust my aunt. She's not the same woman my mother no doubt mentioned when you were in school. I don't trust Dumbledore or someone else to not try and intercept any mail we send, and I certainly don't want him inserting or removing something from anything we send." Harry stated, knowing that Hedwig and Icaros would need to be careful when sending or retrieving anything in the future. He's right, mongrel. The boy succeeded in giving Dumbledore a black eye, and the world will know it. Now we'll all have to be cautious and see what his retaliation will be. Arcturus warned, knowing Dumbledore wasn't likely to take this laying down and would be looking for a chance to strike back, but also ensuring he had no more openings to exploit like Harry just did. He'll be more focused on me than anything. Not only have I embarrassed him, I'm also the golden boy he needs to rein in, or he loses more standing and control over the public. Two defeaters of Dark Lords and heroes of England being against each other is not good press for him. I'm young and can easily recover from any problems or accusations that come, especially since I'm not truly well known, since people don't truly know me. He, on the other hand, he's got a standing reputation and public image to maintain while I don't. Harry stated, making Arcturus hum at him. My aunt and friend will also help keep them protected. While not likely, it's not impossible for Dumbledore to try something on Sirius or Miss Black while they're recovering and having their minds fixed from everything that happened. Harry stated as Arcturus grunted, knowing that was true. "Very well. Now off with you, boy. You still have school to do." Arcturus stated, and Harry nodded and bowed his head in respect to him before he hugged Sirius again and walked away. "Herr Potter," Amelia called, making Harry pause to look at her as she approached with a smile. "I just wish to thank you for giving me a small bit of closure on what happened to my brother. I had long suspected that Dumbledore had a hand in it, but there was no proof and no one willing to look into it," she stated, making Harry nod. "I understand, and it was no trouble. I understand the value of family above all. Plus, I am somewhat friendly with your niece. She deserves to get some closure as well, and I'm hoping that closure may give her some more confidence in herself." Harry replied, making Amelia nod. "Regardless of your reasons, my house owes you a debt. Call on it whenever you wish," Amelia stated as she bowed her head lightly before walking off with Harry, trying not to stare, since even with the robe she wore, it was clear that Amelia had a very desirable body, with her hips and ass being what had his attention as she left. Harry shook his head and began moving. Clearly his time around Aphrodite had awakened some appetites earlier than he had anticipated. She did warn him that it may happen, as magical beings mature faster, yet age slower than non-magicals. It didn't matter, though. He'd handle his urges later if the need grew too strong. For now, he had a couple places to stop at before returning to Hogwarts, since he knew he could get away with being gone thanks to the Wisingamot meeting. Dumbledore would likely try to use his absence against him later. But Harry would be ready knowing he could call on Lord Black, Madam Bones, and Lady Longbottom to ensure Dumbledore looked like he was out to get him for no good reason and give the press a good story to run. Plus, the minister would likely jump at the chance to hit Dumbledore more. It wasn't much of a secret that the chubby imbecile was afraid Dumbledore was going to take his job. Rather stupid, as it would essentially be a step down for the old light wizard. But it wasn't too irrational since Dumbledore could become minister easily if he wanted. No, more logically would be for Dumbledore to get one of his agents in as minister to give him more control and influence as well as resources. Harry didn't care about the political game right now. That would come later when he had a bigger name and real power to back it up. He also didn't care about the eyes watching him as he moved, knowing he'd be out of sight soon enough. Harry drew first blood against some opponents. Now he needed to prepare for retaliation that would come. Done. Snape is gone. Dumbles has taken a major hit to his standing and reputation. Sirius and Bellatrix are free, and Harry has gained more attention. Next time Harry resumes his first year of Hogwarts, and some things continue as normal, while others are now a bit tense. Thanks to my patrons: Terminator 1738, Andrew Stevens, Shadow 9 Fox, Janice Christopher Saunderskov, Patrick Farrow, Smilix, Dylan Page, William Scondras, Tom Corey, Joseph, Matthew Anderson, Jason Anderson, Hurt Fanfiction, Kelly Payer, Rich Didcott, Matthew Jackson, Yuri Listens, Corey Toller, Aisha, Knight, Ellis, Dragging 213, The Dark Knight, Tommy Mars, William Kwok, Visible Colt 136, Martin, Avis Corley, Jeff 027, Tyam, Honest Abib, and Newbie. Thank you all for your continued support. That's it. See you all next time.